This episode was produced on the land of the Kaurna people and the Gadigal people.
This program has been funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
If you love league, then it's time to go insane with Zane Bojack and former Raiders halfback Sam Williams.
He asked me questions I do know.
Hey.
He asked me questions I don't know. He even gets me to sing. Las Vegas. I guess I've gone a little insane too.
Tune in Mondays at 6 p.m. on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app, or at your leisure on the Best of ABC Sport podcast feed. Go on, you know you want to. Insane Rugby League every Monday. Come and join us.
ABC News. Good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. A national union of plumbers, electrical and communications workers has voted to split with the peak union body over its support for action against the CFMEU. Political reporter Nicole Hegarty has more.
The Communications, Electrical and Plumbing Union supported a vote to separate from the ACTU in protest over the body's support for federal government laws forcing the CFMEU into independent administration. The laws were introduced after allegations of bikie and underworld infiltration, corruption and bullying were raised against the CFMEU's construction division. In making the decision today, the CEPU has vowed to hold a summit of blue-collar unions within the next 3 months as part of an endeavour to set up a rival to the ACTU ahead of the next federal election.
The Victorian Premier says police will investigate 2 appearances by former union leader John Setka at construction sites over the past 2 days. Michaela Ortolin reports.
Videos have emerged of the former CFMEU's Victorian branch secretary delivering a speech to workers at the Footscray Hospital site, and there are also reports he attended Metro Tunnel construction sites. Mr Setka stood down from his position in July following allegations of misconduct within the union before the federal government placed the union's construction arm into administration last month. Premier Jacinta Allen says Mr Setka's appearance at work sites is unacceptable and unlawful. In a statement, Victoria Police says it has been briefed by the Police Minister's office and will assess the matter once details are provided.
Some economists say the Reserve Bank's determination to fight inflation is harming Australians and slowing the economy. In a speech today, RBA Governor Michelle Bullock has acknowledged the struggles of high interest rates, but says fighting inflation is extremely important as the Australian economy grows at its slowest pace since the 1990s recession. Economics professor from the University of Queensland, John Quiggin, says while the RBA keeps its focus on inflation, Australians will feel the pinch.
Well, there isn't a good solution within our current framework. When the Reserve Bank has control of interest rates with no input from the government, effectively. So as long as the Reserve Bank has determined that 2 to 3% inflation is the only real economic outcome that matters, I think we're going to look forward to some tough times.
University of Canberra Chancellor Lisa Paul says she expects Bill Shorten to be a strong advocate for higher education when he starts with the institution next year. The former Labor leader and current NDIS minister has announced he will step away from federal politics in February to take up the Vice-Chancellor role at the University of Canberra. Ms Paul says advocacy will be a part of Mr Shorten's role.
I think he will be fully capable of talking with great impact to both sides of politics, and he's looking forward to that. He understands that will be part of his role.
The Victorian Greens' newest MP has become the first ever member of state parliament of a Pacific Island background. Anasina Gray-Barberio replaces former Greens leader Samantha Ratnam in the upper house. Ms Ratnam announced earlier this year she will be contesting the seat of Wills in the upcoming federal election. Now to sport. Carlton spearhead Charlie Curnow won't play in Saturday night's AFL elimination final at the Gabba against Brisbane, with the Blues choosing to play it safe as he recovers from an ankle injury. Meanwhile, Tom Papley, Isaac Heaney and Justin McInerney all return for Sydney. The Western Bulldogs have made a surprise call-up, naming James Harmes for the first time since round 12, and Hawthorn won't risk defender Chang Kwath-Giath in the must-win match at the MCG, the 25-year-old falling short in his return from a calf injury. Now to the weather, and there's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for much of Gippsland, as well as the state's northeast and the Wimmera forecast district. There's a strong wind warning for the west coast. Across Victoria tomorrow, patchy rain developing over the southwest in the morning, then extending to central districts in the afternoon before contracting to northern and eastern Victoria at night. For Melbourne, late rain tomorrow, wind easing a top of 24, Saturday sunny, 19, Sunday showers, 18, Monday cloudy, 18, Tuesday partly cloudy, 20. Right now it's 16 degrees. ABC News.
ABC Country is Australia's home of country music.
Everybody wanna be a cowboy, drive a jumbo with a John Deere. A little more country. St. Texas, ain't no hold'em.
ABC Country. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app. ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series.
The moment of truth has arrived.
You get to this point of the season and it just goes up again. The intensity, the pressure, what you really want to play for.
The umpire holds the footy up, the trophy and a flag at stake.
Stay in the moment. Don't look too far ahead. Reality is we know it starts again now.
Gathers, shoots, kicks the goal. Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line. And Marty got there.
The drop punt is gone and the building is jumping.
Winning finals is tough to do and we've given ourselves a chance, which is all you can ask for.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
That extra bit of class.
Left foot strike. Got it. Steps away. Could that be the sealer?
I want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this what you take?
Big time sport. Big time goal kicker. Tailor-made for September. They've blown the premiership race wide open. Left foot kick from the champ. Oh, wow. That is brilliant.
Give me my moment, step aside.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Shots on the big sticks on the run. Curls it back. He likes it. And this young blood star continues to rise.
Set shot from the right forward. On net. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Works his way through it and kicks the goal. The Bob's got it all working.
Hands it to Danaher. He'll kick this one. 60 out. Left half forward. Yep. Handbuster single. Opens up the angle. And curls the banana superbly. Some cream on top for the Cats.
Toby Green attacking it, giving it to his namesake, Toby Bedford. Shows them his clean pair of heels and kicks the goal. Two Tobys are better than one. To the 50 rising Burgoyne front square Buttles to cap off an extraordinary night.
I want them big bright lights. I want that center stage.
Live from 50, returns Sydney to the lead. Unguarded goal square, end over end, through it goes. Feeds it to Walsh, he's running. Walsh the weapon, drives to another one for Carlton. 60 out, oh my goodness, that's a massive hit.
Give me my moment, step aside.
The kick's on its way, it looks alright, it is through. And he runs towards the crowd and says, get up and about.
Right foot drop punt. He smashed that through. What a kick.
Running past, throws it on the leg and pumps the beer. Close to the man on the mark, drop punt, it's there. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Finals.
And we're not done yet.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Give me my moment, step aside.
The waiting is almost over. There are 8 stories left, all of them bestsellers, but only one will have the perfect ending and a chance to write their name into the history books. Tonight we look to the treetops of the AFL and to Kenny's Port Boys and Chris Scott's Cats. It is the second qualifying final as the curtain comes up on the 2024 final series. It is finals footy on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It is my profound privilege to be in Adelaide tonight with light rain falling in the build-up. It has been an unusual day, got to 28 degrees thick, threatening grey veil hanging over the city all afternoon. We've had some light showers, but it is not expected to rain too much tonight. It is still 22 degrees, so it is a little warm for Thursday night footy, and there is some late drama. Tom Stewart is out, so the multiple-time All-Australian is not playing. He, of course, suffered a hamstring injury in the Cats' last game of the home and away season. Mitch Cleary broke the story on 7 News earlier today. When the Cats announced their late change, they put him down as ill. So not a hamstring, but illness, according to the Cats. Regardless, he's not there. O'Shane Mullen comes in, and he's going to start. So Mullen in. Zach Tui will be the sub for Geelong. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, there's no late change there. Nothing to worry about on moments out from the bounce, with Quentin Narkle to be the sub for Port Adelaide. The crews assembled. We're ready to go. After 11 days of waiting, Aaron Bryans, who's headed up our calls in South Australia all year, is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Az.
Corby, good to see you. And what a great way to start the finals campaign. You mentioned storylines. This matchup is jam-packed with them. The top of the list is probably the looming vilification or vindication of Ken Hinkley. It's amazing what Port Adelaide has been able to do since he was booed off the ground 2 months ago. 8-1. They've won their last 6 games, but they were always going to be judged on their September performance. Imagine what would happen if they got all the way to the MCG at the end of September and won the grand final. It could eclipse Choco Williams 20 years ago. And speaking of that symmetry, it's almost the storyline around this Port Adelaide footy club. 2 decades ago, they played Geelong in a qualifying final. After 3 years of heartbreak on the 4th try, they finally got over the line. But this time it's a little different. They've got the master coach in Chris Scott standing across them. He's playing his 12th finals season, or coaching his 12th finals season in 14 years. So it's a tough task for Ken Hinkley's men, and Geelong will certainly be up for the fight.
We'll talk Ken Hinkley, and plenty of him, I'm sure, in the lead-up and throughout the night and throughout September. Josh Franco is here, of course, multiple-time All-Australian runner-up in a Brownlow, familiar voice on ABC Sport all year in SA. Josh, lovely to see you.
Yep, likewise, and good evening, everyone. As you said, Aaron, it's a huge game, isn't it? There's a different feel walking into the ground tonight. It does feel like a finals atmosphere. We've talked about Port Adelaide all year. We've called all the games here at Adelaide Oval. Their form's been a little bit indifferent in the early part of the season. They're hitting their straps at the right time of the year. So likewise to Geelong, they're in pretty good form as well, but massive game tonight. Massive game. More than just the result for Ken Hinkley.
What a start it's going to be to the finals campaign. Luke Ball's made the trip across from Victoria with me. Hello, Bally.
Thanks for having me, Corb. It is. You're right. It's a privilege to be here. We've taken a deep breath, haven't we? We've digested the home and away season, and the real stuff starts, doesn't it, Josh? And it has it. It's a bit warmer too, and this is the time of year, Josh, where us old blokes sort of think, oh, yeah, geez, I'd love to still be playing. It's still 22 degrees. Spring is in the air. I walked over the bridge before, Corby, from the city, and it's a great feel around. There's plenty of Cat supporters on my plane today, so they'll turn up today and support their team. And we were talking off air. I mean, you really can, across the 4 games, we'll obviously focus in on tonight shortly, but you can make a case for and against all 8 teams, I think, in this first round of finals tonight, which is great, isn't it? It's great. That's what the AFL would want. Obviously, Tom Stewart out is going to hurt the Cats tonight. But, yeah, can't wait for this final series.
We'll get into tonight in just a moment. The teams have dropped for the remainder of the weekend, though, so rich in storylines, as we've touched on. But just to take you through them, tomorrow night, James Harms is back. Hasn't played since the midway stage of the year, so he returns to the Western Bulldogs. Artie Jones misses out. It means that there's no Riley West. Hasn't been recalled for the Bulldogs, despite playing in the VFL last week. Josh Ward is the feel-good story. Cam McKenzie is the heartbreak story, doing his hamstring during the week, so Ward gets his place in the Hawthorn team. The 2 matches on Saturday. First of all, the Swans have brought back the big 4 as expected, so McInerney, Papley, Heaney, McCartan all in. Out goes Francis. He's injured. Cleary and Fox have been omitted, as has Taylor Adams. So the heartbreak story last year, missing out on the Collingwood Premiership. He now misses out, at least for the first final for the Sydney Swans. At GWS, Toby Bedford was a laid out round 24 with a calf injury, hasn't come up. So no Bedford, he isn't playing. Riccardi's also not playing. They've stuck with Lockie Keefe. The 3 changes, Daniels, Ash and Cumming all come in. Out goes Thomas, Brown and Haynes. So the 3 of them have all been omitted from GWS's lineup. And I'll take a deep breath for all of this. Carlton's changes. 6 in total. Doherty, McGovern, Mackay, Williams, DeConing, Chera. Full stop. So no Curnow, no Martin. The 6 that go out, Owies has been suspended. Chincotta, Carroll, Moyer, Binns, Lord, all the fresh-faced youngsters losing their place in that Carlton team. And for Brisbane, Payne and Starcevic come back in. No surprises. Joyce and Sharp are the 2 that go out. What are the headlines there, Paulie and Josh? What stands out?
To digest there, isn't there? Some hard luck stories. Some some experienced players obviously coming back in, maybe some rolling of the dice, I think, maybe in those elimination finals in particular, which I think is probably the right move. I wouldn't be surprised if you think, look at the emergencies, I'm sure they'll all travel up from a Carlton point of view, and they'll give it to the very last minute to make a call on that. We'll wait and see, because you just get the feeling that maybe 6 is too many with a couple of those that have been so interrupted during the year. But obviously they know their squad better, and they've gone for the experience clearly from Carlton's point of view. They've backed in their guys that got them there or almost there last year, and you can understand that. So. Some big stories, Josh, out of those names.
Well, the one that stands out for me is the Taylor Adams omission. Obviously, the heartbreak last year with injury, and I guess having been there and done it back in 2004, missing the premiership at Port Adelaide through a knee injury. He missed last year. He's been omitted. There's still time for him, though.
Yeah,
that's the positive.
I think that's the key. I think and he will, knowing him, he'll know that. And Longmire was big on that this week, wasn't he? That's going to take a squad. You just know that the way this final series plays out, it's going to take a squad of 28 to 30 to get you all the way.
Corbin Middlemass, Aaron Bryant's calling the footy. Josh Money on the boundary. Josh Franco and Luke Ball, your call team for Thursday night footy as the curtain comes up on the 2024 final series. We mentioned rich in storyline, so the two teams tonight. Hinkley, of course, the central figure for Port Adelaide. 8-1 since that booing episode late in June. Geelong just keep reinventing themselves. We've got Carlton with the cavalry coming back. The Giants and the Lions both on redemption stories from last year. The Giants missing out on a spot in the grand final by a point. Brisbane losing the decider by only 4 points. You've got Sydney as the number one team all year. The Dogs, who know what it takes to get to the grand final from outside the top four. They've done it twice in recent times. And then the Cool Kids at Hawthorn, of course. What a story that they've been on. All those stories to run out now, not just across this weekend, but across the month of September. Now, to bring it back to the here and now, just repeating, there is a late change. Tom Stewart is out. The coach of the Geelong Football Club, Chris Scott, was on Fox Footy a short time ago and was explaining the reason as to why Tom is not playing here in Adelaide tonight.
Look, it's really frustrating for Tom. He trained really well since our last game when he had that little bit of hamstring tightness. But we were still sort of weighing up whether it was the right thing to play him or not. And then he just woke up sick. So that answered the question for us. And even with Sam de Koning, we're a bit of the view that our plan is to play well enough to win a grand final, not to throw all our eggs into trying to make a prelim. So Oshin Mullen will come in, and we're really keen to get him into the 23 anyway. So with Port's midfield, who are obviously very strong, you don't need me to tell you that, Oshin will likely have a bit of a role on some of those guys. So we think that's a quality inclusion for us. Not saying he's Tom Stewart, we'd love to have him, but we'll have him in our next game, that's for sure.
So Mullen did a job on Horn Francis after quarter time the last time that these two teams met. They go at it again tonight. He gets a place in the team. It's a fascinating final, and I'm always captivated by the qualifying finals. They're often the two or the four best teams all year, but the importance of winning tonight and getting the direct passage through to a grand final, perhaps watered down in recent years with the advent of the pre-finals bye. But Josh and Baller, you both played in plenty of them. How important is it, the qualifying final?
I reckon it's huge, especially for Port Adelaide. So obviously you look at the permutations. If they lose, they end up playing an away prelims final, which is a tough ask.
In Sydney,
absolutely, it will be. Yeah. So obviously winning tonight, you get the weekend off, and you've been there and done it too, Luke. I think it's critical that Port Adelaide get the result tonight.
Agree. Yeah. I mean, it does feel like a gilt edge opportunity for them, doesn't it? But in a funny way, they've gone under the radar. I mean, you mentioned it, since he got booed. I mean, it's almost comical to say that now, isn't it? They really have been the form team across the year. I mean, they beat the top team by over 100 points. They hammered them, didn't they? They really haven't done a lot wrong. And even that performance to go over to Perth and play a Fremantle team who were playing for their season and had players out, we know that, odds against them in a sense, to dig in there and get the win. I mean, they come into this game in as good a form as anyone, in a sense under the radar a little bit, which I think suits them. Maybe the expectation's always going to be there. We know that with Cannon, with this home crowd, but I think and you look at their numbers, I mean, we'll sort of dissect the game a little bit. Clearly, it's around the ball where they've been so strong, and that's been the question mark on Geelong. So you'd feel like there's a significant advantage for them tonight, and there's no surprise that Chris Scott would make a move like bringing a defensive player in, because he knows that with Port and that deep midfield that they've got, he'll need plan B, C and D.
as Josh kind of alluded to, the pressure around Port Adelaide compared to Geelong. So the Cats have this interesting dynamic where, having won a flag 2 years ago, they've got 14 premiership players out there tonight, 7 first finalists. So essentially it's a bit of half and half. Whereas Port Adelaide, how important is the mental scarring of the last few years? So 3 failed finals campaigns, in which the most recent was a straight sets exit. If they lost tonight, gee, they'd be panicking about what could possibly come around the corner in a week's time.
Well, interestingly enough too, Aaron, you touch on the mental side of the game, and looking at Port Adelaide and their history in recent years in their finals, it obviously hasn't been good. That's been well documented. I'm quite bullish on Port Adelaide tonight, just in terms of how I think the game's going to unfold. I reckon the real issue they have is if Geelong start well and start to put a lot of pressure on Port Adelaide, the crowd starts to get involved, you sow the seed of doubt, then if you get to the end of the game and they haven't won, as we said, we saw 8 weeks ago, there was a sack Ken Hinkley on Port Road. It was disaster. It was doom and gloom. So added to just losing, playing an away prelim final, the pressure does start to mount.
Yeah, it's real, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no... But what I've liked, Josh, the noises coming out of them in the last 2 weeks, I've found have been really positive.
Yeah.
They accept that. They accept the reality around that. I heard Ollie Wines say, look, all you can do is keep fronting up and give yourself an opportunity. And these two teams, I mean, let's be honest, in the last 10, 15 years, have been as good as any at doing that, haven't they? I mean, the system's not designed to stay up there for that long. So you've got to admire both of these clubs. And beautifully led, of course, by Chris and Ken. So the pressure's there, that's real, no doubt. But I've liked the noise, the positive mindset. And it is about mindset, you're right, coming out of Port Adelaide this week. And for that reason, I do like them tonight.
I did like Ken Hinkley when he was asked about the fact that he's coached more games now than anyone else without winning a premiership. He basically said, how do you feel about that stat? And he said, well, I can't do anything about it unless we win the next one and win the one after that. And that's basically how we go about trying to change that narrative. You can hear the beat change in the background, and there's the jeers that return. It's not to Ken Hinkley and Port Adelaide, it's to the visitors. Geelong make their way out onto Adelaide Oval. They burst through a banner that reads, "We are Geelong," as the theme song rings out in the background. The question is, are they the greatest team of all? Of course, the Cats going 15-8 in the home and away season. They've been here twice this year. They had wins against Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs, but they were way back in the autumn, so you have to go to round 2 and round 4. They have a good record in Adelaide over the years, 11 wins and 9 losses, but have played 3 finals at the venue and have lost all 3. A pair of finals to Port Adelaide in 2020 and 2021, and then, of course, in 2017 to Adelaide. Just changing tacks, we'll take a look at the Cats as they make their way out. So one of the things that they've been praised for often is their unpredictability. And again tonight, it feels like there would have been a lot of planning that would have gone into Tom Stewart. He's a laid out. And now that unpredictability, Bally, remains with the Cats as to what we're going to get from them tonight as they continue to reinvent themselves.
Yeah, that's the mastery of the coach, isn't it? I think with Chris Scott and the experience that he's got, and also the leadership that they have out on the field, Josh. I think that's something that's held them in such good stead. Even those periods where, like every team's had this year, they have a bit of a dip in form. It's those leaders that have been able to drag them out of that, and they've got them at all ends of the ground. I think you look at obviously Jeremy Cameron, forward of the ball, Dangerfield, I think still there tonight anyway, their most important player through the middle of the ground, and then Blitzards, for example, going back and covering that hole left by Sam DeConing for the second half of the year, alongside Jack Henry and others. They're just so well served across the ground, I think, and it just allows them to maybe not have those sort of really fluctuations and inconsistencies across the season. I mean, every side, as I said, have had those down weeks, but they're just a remarkable club, and obviously the coach has got so much to do with that.
The last time they played finals, Josh, Patrick Dangerfield was the Gary Ayres medalist as the player of the final series. How important is he, even at an advanced age at 34 for Geelong?
Yeah, well, it's interesting when you're even looking at the demographic of their side. Stewart is a massive out for Geelong. Jeremy Cameron up forward, obviously one of the key pillars as they go inside forward 50, but I reckon Dangerfield is the absolute barometer. And again, if I'm Ken Hinkley and I'm coaching against Geelong tonight, I think he is the number one player that Port Adelaide have to restrict in terms of influence on this contest.
I agree with that. I think we'll probably see Drew go to him at the first centre bounce. I'm looking at Max Holmes, though. You talk about guys who missed out. So he's a guy who missed out on the premiership 2 years ago and has had a terrific year in the All-Australian squad of 40. And he's the guy, I think, and we're going to talk about the Port Adelaide midfield and how deep they go. They've got a lot of worker bees in there, the Cats. Max Holmes is the class, isn't he? He's the guy that runs and carries. He's a metres game guy. He has to have a big night tonight.
It's time to get the home team out here. Port Adelaide finishing second on the table. They earned the right to host this qualifying final. It's the fourth time in the last 5 years that Port Adelaide have made it into a qualifying final, into the top four. They're all in black tonight with the teal and the white V on their jumper as they burst through the banner. And the Power are out on the park, minus a couple of their weapons across halfback. The big question over them tonight is how will they cover the absence of not only Dan Houston, but now Kane Farrell? What do they do across the halfback line? Josh Franco and Luke Ball?
Well, it's almost the perfect storm for Port Adelaide, wasn't it? Obviously, Houston with the 5-week ban and Farrell going down with that hamstring injury a couple of weeks ago. They're the two players that are the orchestrate all of their ball movement off halfback. And we know Port Adelaide do like to play an aggressive brand of footy. They do like to use the corridor. And I know there's been a lot of talk about Burn Jones potentially going back. You lose a bit of, class in terms of being able to execute by foot with Burn Jones at half-back. But someone I really like and who's come on in leaps and bounds this year is Logan Evans. He's been outstanding, even though he's only a young kid, but he plays with a maturity well beyond his years. And Ryan Burton comes in, so potentially covers the loss of Farrell. But that's going to be, I think, the unfolding story here is whether Port Adelaide can generate enough of their ball movement off half-back.
Well, it's Geelong's strength too, isn't it?
Yeah,
Let's be honest. So, in a funny way, it might actually make them, okay, without Houston, without Farrell, who we know are really attacking players, if they have a Myers or a close matchup, sometimes that can actually not work in their favour in a sense, because we know that's Geelong's strength. Those high half forwards, Myers, Close, Stengel, Dempsey, Ollie Henry, getting high up the ground and then trying to get you on the way back. Maybe a Jones or players like you mentioned, Josh, will actually be a little bit more defensive and just shut out those Geelong key players in a sense tonight. So in a funny way, they could flip it to be a strength tonight. They can really hone in on Geelong's strength and shut down some of those players, as you said. Maybe if it's Burn Jones, there's been a bit of talk about Connor Rosie going back, hasn't there? And maybe he spends a bit of time behind the ball as well.
My only concern with the Darcy Burn-Jones flip is, are you robbing Peter to pay Paul? So Port Adelaide don't have a lot of small forward stars. Sam Palpepper injured. Burn-Jones will then be moved to the halfback. So you're relying on Willie Rioli, who's great, and then, Jed McEntee, Francis Evans, who are fringe players. They haven't scored over 90 in the last 5 weeks, Port Adelaide, and that could be the chink in their armour is they don't have players who can win ground ball gets. Maybe that's where they could fall short.
Well, that's a fair point, Aaron. And I guess my only concern with Port Adelaide, in terms of their DNA, they love to use the corridor. And I think it's inbuilt into their DNA and how they want to play. So the thirst to go back through the corridor, I think, will overwhelm anything. And if you don't have those guys that can kick the footy and execute coming back through the middle, you leave yourself open to turnovers and getting scored against.
Number one, tackles inside 50 Port Adelaide across the year, and number two, pressure differential across the ground. So that's the risk that you're talking about, Aaron, that you might take. If you upset the apple cart a little bit, Burn Jones is a key player in terms of forward half pressure. You put him back, all of a sudden that responsibility flows onto someone else. So, both these coaches are brilliant tactically, aren't they? And brilliant at making changes as the game unfolds as well. So that side of the game is going to be fascinating tonight.
So another question on that, Luke, as well. When we talk about Burn Jones, all-Australian halfback, the last few years he's been playing as a forward. Can he overnight adjust to playing as a defender again? Is that too
back to the future? You'd feel like he'd be able to get back on the mind, wouldn't he? Yeah, to come back to him pretty quick. But we'll wait and see. It's going to be fascinating.
Just recapping, there is a late change. So Tom Stewart is out. The club listing him out ill. So he also was fighting that hamstring injury that he sustained in the last game of the home and away season against West Coast. His place has been taken by Oisin Mullen, who's going to start. Zach Tui is the sub for Geelong. No late change for Port Adelaide, and Quentin Narkle is their sub. 90 seconds before we get up to our join. We've touched on Port Adelaide and the poor finals record in recent times. So since they went on that preliminary final run a decade ago in 2014, they've gone 2-5 in finals, so including that straight sets exit last year. We know Ken's a man motivator and an emotional coach. Are you addressing it? Are you talking about it? Are you not addressing it? How would you handle it if you're Ken Hinkley, knowing that exists and it is real in the background?
I think he's the sort of coach who owns it, doesn't he? Yeah. He's not going to shy away from that. It's interesting though, Josh, and you know better than me, thinking back to those performances. And okay, on paper that record doesn't look great. I'll tell you what, there's supporters from other teams who wouldn't mind that record though. So that goes back to that point. They get to the line, don't they? And I can't remember too many really poor performances in those games. Maybe one or two where they really didn't quite show up. But
the Dogs won.
The Dogs won, yeah. But other than that, you know, they haven't done a heap wrong, I don't think. I just think, sometimes we can too simply look at a record and maybe think that they get to the line and freeze. I'm not sure that's absolutely been the case. I think, I don't know. Again, you know a little bit better than me. You probably watch those games a bit closer. But I feel like I feel like the noise is coming out of this week. It's been about opportunity. It hasn't been about what's happened in the past.
Well, I think it's almost the elephant in the room that Ken would no doubt have to address coming into this game. Absolutely. He'd have to.
Yeah, it'll be a fascinating watch, and as we've outlined, that as good as this run's been and the story that it has been after the booing episode here in late June, the turnaround, 8 wins, 1 loss, that noise will come back and that seat will get hot if all of a sudden it results in a September fade-out for Port Adelaide. No Tom Stewart for the Cats. He's the late change. Mullen is in. The anthems and all the build-up. We're 10 minutes away. Next.
Hey, it's Sana Kadar here. And if you like to ponder life and the human condition, the ABC Listen app has all the podcasts. Explore the mental with All in the Mind.
Much more abstract than hypnagogic hallucinations.
Or get a little provoked by big ideas.
Media moguls abuse their power.
Pollutes our democracy.
And figure out the big stuff with Life Matters.
Children will start to distance themselves from their parents.
Load up a podcast and think deeper with the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series.
The moment of truth has arrived.
You get to this point of the season and it just goes up again. The intensity, the pressure, what you really want to play for.
The umpire holds the footy up, the trophy and a flag at stake.
Stay in the moment. Don't look too far ahead. Reality is we know it starts again now.
Give me my moment, step aside.
Gathers, shoots, kicks the goal.
Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line. It might have got there.
The drop punt, he's gone and the building is jumping.
I would suspect that all 8 teams are going in thinking, okay, our best is going to be good enough if we can make it happen on the day.
We're ready for this type of game and we're looking forward to this type of game. So I think we're in a really good spot for what's next.
I want them big bright lights. I want that center stage. All eyes on me. Ain't this why you came?
The second qualifying final, Port Adelaide versus Geelong, live from the Adelaide Oval.
Ball through to Cameron. Cameron got moved the ball. And Jezza shows us what he can do.
In the path of Vaughan Francis, 45 out, carrying it towards goal. 5-star footy. The Hornet strikes.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. It's there. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Finals.
And we're not done yet.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Give me my moment, step aside.
Adelaide Oval is sparkling tonight. It is the jumping off point for the 2024 final series. The boos here in round 15 echoed around the footy world. The Kenny's boys have gone 8-1 since. They are the form team in footy. Tonight they take on a familiar foe. They welcome the Cats to town for another qualifying final. It is the third time in 5 years that this pair will play a qualifying final here at Adelaide Oval. The Power won the previous 2. What are we in for tonight? Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans to call the footy. The Premiership Pie, Luke Ball, the multiple-time All-Australian Josh Franco. Josh Money is on the boundary for us. There is a late change. Tom Stewart is out. He's been listed as ill by the Cats. Of course, he was battling a hamstring injury. He is not playing, so no Stewart. Oisin Mullen takes his place in the Geelong team. Zach Tui's the sub for the Cats. No late change for Port Adelaide, and Quentin Narkle is their sub. Just to clean up before we start the teams for the rest of the weekend, the major drama comes out of the Sydney team, so the big 4 come back in. McInerney, Papley, Heaney, McCartan. Among the outs is Taylor Adams, who has been sensationally omitted. So after missing out on the premiership last year for the Pies, he changes cities, heads back north, misses out in the first week in September. Meanwhile, for the Blues, there's no Curnow, there's no Martin, but there are 6 ins, of which Sam Doherty is 1. McGovern, Mackay, Williams, Tacone and Chera all back for the Carlton Cavalry on Saturday night. More on that throughout the evening, but our immediate focus is on what's happening here at Adelaide Oval. We are 6.5 minutes away from the bounce, the Australian national anthem, the In Excess anthem to play thereafter. Luke Ball and Josh Franco as we watch the last of the preliminary warm-ups. Some immediate thoughts?
Well, we're excited, aren't we, Josh? Yeah, it's starting to build, and it's going to be a fascinating contest. I'm really looking forward to it. The midfield battle, how that's going to unfold. You'd think that Port have got the the edge there and will want to get off to a really good start. You know, that Geelong younger mids need to hold up their end of the bargain there. And then, I don't know, Geelong's forward line, really dangerous forward line. Can they get the ball to ground and run amok tonight against an undermanned Port Adelaide defence? So, you know, fascinating battles all over the ground.
The start for me is absolutely critical for both Port Adelaide. If the seed of doubt starts to set in early in this game, it could be disaster. And for Geelong, start well and get on top early.
22 degrees. It's been warm and cloudy throughout the day. It is now time for the Welcome to Country and the Australian National Anthem. The second qualifying final is 5 minutes away.
People, the traditional owners of the land, and we gather on today to pay our respects to elders past and present. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and the contribution to the great game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country, please welcome senior Ghana man and Port Adelaide past player Mickey O'Brien.
Naitaya, Nabari, Nipuna. Tuwela, Maniputnik, Tuwela, Wakanapatnik, Naigana Biako, Mankalankala, Marwachanga, Ganamina, Wangadi, Maniputnik, Ganiyatana, Irindiyata, Tenendanga, Tandawama, Tidnapandu, Yadaboti, Irabina, Mapu. Hello to you, my friends, and welcome to Ghana country, or as we would say, red kangaroo country here in Adelaide Oval. We bring great blessings to you, the fans, to the umpires, to the players, as we watch this great game of football being battled here tonight on this wonderful oval between Port and Geelong. We say to you, Nachu Yukandaya, Nachu Yakandaya, Patnia do wadu. May we walk together in harmony. May the understand that cultures can bring us together. We never say goodbye. We always say see you later. And so welcome to this land. Nakara, Naichaya. Thank you for coming. Good night.
Thank you, Uncle Mickey. Now, if you are able, can you please stand, remove your hats, join the coaches, players and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by Chloe Bremner.
Gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thank you, Colin. Beautifully done. Enjoy the game, everyone.
It is time for the 2024 final series as the teams split. We're ready to go for Port Adelaide and Geelong. The captains to make their way to the coin toss in just a moment. The anthem's complete. Corbin Middlemass, Aaron Bryans in commentary. Luke Ball and Josh Franco, your experts. And on the boundary tonight, Josh Money to talk us through proceedings. I think he's ready to go. We might just check in with one of the best newsbreakers going around in the great state of South Australia. G'day, Josh.
You flatter me, Corbin. Welcome to SA. Always lovely to have you here, mate. Strange old night, isn't it, in Adelaide? Not much wind to speak of. It's raining a little bit, but it's quite warm, so quite muggy at ground level. Interesting to see how that affects proceedings. Absolute sellout tonight, so much so the AFL's actually sold the seats usually reserved for boundary riders, so we're all standing at the moment. And as I speak, Connor Rosie has just got the Port fans off their feet as well by winning the toss. The Power will kick to the southern end of the ground to start this game. Spoke to the Power defensive coach pre-game, Tyson Goldsack, who denied those slight rumours that Rosie might be reverting to half-back to help them cover their defensive losses. He did confirm, however, that Darcy Byrne-Jones, the All-Australian defence defender, will be returning to his natural habitat. So that will be an interesting one to watch. Looking at the benches as well, both Logan and Frankie Evans start on the power bench. So to meet in Horn Francis, it'll be Humphreys, Duncan, Close and Broon who start on the Cats bench. For the 8th time this year, Quinton Narkle returns and he'll be the sub for the power, and it's Zach Tui for the Cats. Cannot wait, boys. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
Thanks, Josh. We'll check in with you throughout. Josh Franco and Luke Ball. Final thought?
I'll go with Port. Yeah, I just think, quite apart from the home ground advantage, they deserve to be favourites. They've been the form team for the second half, certainly the last 8 weeks. So they go in good form. They go in chock full of confidence. I think they'll be too good tonight.
I agree with you, Luke. I think Port Adelaide, as I said previously, I'm actually quite bullish on how this is going to play out tonight. I really like Port Adelaide's midfield. I don't think they've got the players to stop Butters and Horn Francis, so it's Port Adelaide comfortably for me.
We'll get in on the chorus here. So it is Port Adelaide's home final. It's an AFL game, of course, but it wouldn't be a night at the footy, particularly when Port Adelaide are here at Adelaide Oval without this. As the curtain comes up on the 2024 final series, it's finals footy on ABC Sport. Kenny's Port boys and Chris Scott's Cats. You're with Aaron Bryans.
Jordan Sweet eyeing off Reece Stanley. Poor bounce that favours the Cats, but Sweet gets there and puts it down the throat of Butters. He'll hand it to Drew. Volleys off the deck. Up to left half forward for Port Adelaide. Rolling in front of the Rashudo stand. It's knocked over the line by the Cats. College Avenue getting their first boundary throw-in. And interesting to note, Josh, O'Sheen Mullen went straight to Connor Rosie.
And the other one as well, it looked like Willem Drew's gone to Patrick Dangerfield, and ahead of the ball for Geelong, and Lear's got the job on Cameron.
Big save up front again as well for Port Adelaide. So boundary throw-in. Stanley wins the hit out for Geelong. Down towards Atkins. He's tackled by Drew. Somehow got a kick out. Kicks the Cats up to the eastern wing. Collected by Myers. Jams it on the boot. Neil hunts out after it and takes the mark. Feel the silence. If there's a spare seat in the house at Adelaide Oval, I can't spot it. It is heaving and they're mostly one way as the kick is not a good one. A turnover. And there's an early involvement for him. Burn Jones on half-back takes the intercept mark for the power.
Just to settle the nerves.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
No, it's actually there's matchups everywhere for him, so it's a great luxury to be able to put an all-Australian half-back back there.
Heads straight down the line on the outer wing, and Neil clunks it up against Dixon. An early win for the young kid from Jandakot. Driving it back towards the 50, floating across, fumbled mark by Zerk Thatcher. Puts Alir under pressure at the back as the rain starts to come down at the Adelaide Oval. A hat kick up towards the edge of defensive 50, and Holmes will cut it off. Set shot incoming for Geelong.
Well, I reckon Zerk Thatcher would like his time again on that occasion. Just that aerial, just seeing to take his eyes off the footy at the last minute. Should have swallowed it. Ball went to ground, stayed alive, and now Geelong shot on goal.
I think I said 5 or 10% chance of rain. I'm using a lot of my percentages early. I think tonight we've had a heap of light showers since I've been here.
Man on the mark will be about 47 out. 40 front 3 angle to the right. The heartbreak story of the 22 grand final. Max Holmes leans back on the kick. Never a chance. Through on the right-hand side for our first score of the evening. Geelong up by a point. 2 minutes in. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Tom Stewart laid out, missing with what the club says is illness. He's also overcoming that hamstring injury from the final round, but not playing. Mullen takes his place in the team as Burton goes short to Burn Jones. In defence, ugly kick back to Burton. Has to try and pick one up on the hop. He does so. Hand pass over to Alir, fumbles it out of play. Boundary throwing, 60 out from the Cats goal.
That's the only concern for mine with Burn Jones down back is just his execution by foot. We saw there potentially just a few nerves trying to settle them. Just missed the target.
Cats by a point. Tossed in front of the Wanganeen stand. Stanley gets a hand on it. Tapped it straight down to man of the mature ager. Couldn't control it. Dangerfield can. The master of finals in his 27th. Gives it to Atkins. Now Holmes into the 50. Fell in a hole in front of the scoreboard. Bouncing 10 out. Stengel's lurking dangerously. The volley thrown from 10. Geelong with the hot start. And Tyson Stengel, the South Australian, strikes. 1-1-7 the Cats. Port yet to score. 3 played. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Luke Ball, Josh Franco.
Well, it's a good start, isn't it, Josh? The game just solely been played in Geelong's front half, and that's the order of the day, isn't it? Rain or no rain for the Cats in their front half. Get the ball to ground, let those dangerous forwards get to work. We spoke about it before the game, and you see it, the first goal there to Tyson Stengel. Good start around the clearances. Dangerfield getting his hands on the ball. Max Holmes already getting his hands on the footy as well with 2 kicks.
Just a couple of nervous moments for Port Adelaide. We mentioned Zerk Thatcher dropped that mark, which was a sitter, and then we saw the missed kick from Burn Jones. Great start for Geelong.
Last final he played in was the grand final of 2022. Kick 4 that day, Tyson Stengel. After the perfect start, the Cats. Sweet wins the hit out, but straight to Dangerfield. Hand pass to Watkins. Kicks to the wing. Ollie Henry the target in his first final. Shoved out of the way. Gets a second play out of his manner. Taps it down to him, but Henry slides out with Burton, and we'll have a boundary throw in. 70 out from the Cats' goal.
Interesting with Horn Francis starting on the bench. I just would have liked to say, I feel like he is one who's just going to love this moment tonight. He's a bit of a Dangerfield 2.0 for mine. I would have loved to have seen him start in the centre bounce alongside Patrick.
Boundary throw in. Stanley grabs it out of the ruck, hooks a kick inside 50. Bergman and Ollie Henry wrestle for it. Henry collects, hand pass to Cameron.
Oh, no.
Cameron,
oh, no.
You're kidding me. Jeremy Cameron. That is wizardry. From the left forward pocket, bends it through, and the Sharon's not meant to bend that way. Hooks it through for a sensational goal, and the Cats have kicked the first 2. They're 2-1-13. Port Adelaide yet to score 5 minutes in.
Well, I don't know if they can award Goal of the Year from a finals game, but that actually defied physics in terms of his left foot kicking and bananaing the ball and bending the ball away from the goals, but kicks the absolute impossible. But I think more to the point from Port Adelaide's perspective, already 3 minutes of actual game time gone. The contested ball getting pumped. The uncontested possessions Geelong's way. The clearances Geelong are all over. I mean, inside 50s at the moment, 3-zip. Port Adelaide need to start to switch on and get their hands on the footy.
Is it now that the mental demons will start to rise for the power?
It's a little bit early yet for that, I reckon. But they need a settler.
Sweet takes it out of the ruck. Speaking of, jams it towards the 50. A hat kick that tumbles through centre half forward. Humphries coming up in his crutch. Dixon caught him. Ball shoots out. Atkins did well. Composure from the veteran. A high wobbler to the broadcast wing. Fell a little short of manner. Bergman gets there in time. Spun in the washing machine. And has scored it over the boundary line by Ollie Henry. He tossed into play just wide of the logo. The Cats by 13.
And I'm totally in agreement with you too, Luke. We've got Horn Francis for Port Adelaide sitting on the bench, cold at the moment, needs to be injected into the game.
1 to Stengel, 1 to Cameron. Geelong forwards involved early. They lead it by 13 points. Boundary throw in. Ruck share it down. Spills to Burn Jones. Outskirts of the stoppage. Hooks a kick down to half forward for Port. Radaglia flies. No mark. Slapped back by the Cats. Comes to Radaglia again. Fights through. Got a hand pass away. Picked off. Holmes on the back flank. Hand pass to Jack Henry. Kicks in the middle of the ground for Geelong. Overshoots the kick. Burgoyne's at the back. Hand pass to Burn Jones. Tackled by the Rising Star. And Dempsey locks him up front edge of the centre square for the Cats. 13 points to zip. It's all Geelong early.
Good pressure early. It was a big tackle at the other end. Wasn't a welcome to finals footy for young Humphries. Charlie Dixon just absolutely monstered him, but Cats pressure good too at the other end.
Sweet one it down. Only found Bowes. Set upon by a couple of players in teal. We'll get another ball up. Spine centre half forward for the Cats. Sweet front position on Stanley. Won it again. Waiting there with a player in the hoops. Bowes releases Stengel. Now Duncan lowers the eyes. Chiseling at 30 out. Couldn't hit Cameron. Knocked away by Alia. He's under pressure. Did well. Hands it to Burn Jones. Boat now running out of room. Swings it across and hits up McEntee at right half back.
McEntee off the back flank. He's going long with the contest kick. Dixon the target. Blitzhart's right there with him. Radaglia floats through. Had 2 looks at it. No mark. Knocks it out to Butters. The little champ collects for Port. Kicks to half forward. Superb. Henrioli takes the mark on his chest. And Georgiades deep. And he's going to lay it off though to Burton, who kicks a cannon. Burton thumps it through. Porter in business. That is a 60-metre drop punt on the run. And Port Adelaide with their first goal of the final series. Comes 7 minutes in. Port 1 straight, trailing Geelong 2-1-13. Cats by 7 points. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, good call, Corby. That was a cannon. I mean, no Houston, no Farrell, no worries. Ryan Burton says, I'll pick up the slack here. There's a bit of light rain falling. It's still a warm night, we know that. So the ball is carrying at both ends, and he has absolutely pounded that. Under pressure too, it must be said, off 2 steps. That's a great finish. Well done, because it was under pressure, wasn't all the way down. Boak had a good possession, didn't he? But it's a great kick. I think he did have a look back and saw Willie Rioli in space. And then just a little bit of a lapse from Geelong's forwards there. You know, against Port Adelaide, you have to be on around that 50-metre arc, don't you?
And it can't be overstated how good a kick that was from Butters. Under all sorts of pressure to be able to hit and change the angle and find Rioli outstanding.
Geelong by 7. Sweet wins it down to Bowes. Spun around, got a kick away up to Manu. Towed it straight to Boak. Here come Port Adelaide. On the counter punch, Lockie Jones rolls one through centre wing. Broadcast side. Mead trying to use the body to free up Horn Francis. Can't do enough. Bruin knocks it over the line. True centre wing.
We've been going 9 minutes. We've had a goal on the boundary line. A left footer somehow running into the pocket and has bent it through. And now we've had a bloke from 60 out receive a hand pass and pump one through. We're 8 minutes into the finals.
Stoppage on the wing here. Look at Geelong's forward line here, Josh. Those 3 forwards, 3 staying at home, those 3 high forwards coming right up the ground.
Toss back in. Burton received the tap from Sweet, hit a brick wall in Bowes. Another ball up to come, true centre wing broadcast side. The Cats by 7. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Really test you out as a defence, don't you? Do you come up with them? You hold back, sit back, and they hurt you around the stoppage.
Sweet down to Horn Francis, locked up by Manor.
Fascinating tactical battle tonight.
Ball up again, umpire Rosebery chucks the yellow Sharon up in the air in front of the benches. Pinballs around, Bowes got a kick away, ricochets back though to Boak. Port Adelaide with it, hand pass to Mead. Hooks a kick into the middle of Adelaide Oval, bouncing footy in front of Evans, can't trap it, spills to home, slick hand pass to Close, links up with Duncan, one of their better users. Kick misses, Cameron on the lead, he's out after it, overruns it. Leah went with him, Ollie Henry goes and collects the footy. Hand pass back to Holmes, 55 metres out, kicks the Cats into the pocket, Manor takes the mark in front of the scoreboard. And Max Holmes ball running hot early.
Oh, he's everywhere. He is up to 4 possessions, but it's the metres gained. It's the carries at 150 metres gained already in those 4 possessions.
And Luke, even that handball in the middle of the ground, just the skill under pressure of these players in the AFL in the modern game is just exceptional.
Great point. He was involved in the middle and then just worked to the next contest.
What a story this guy is. Mature age recruit out of Werribee. Outside of the right boot. Sean Manor misses near side. Kicked 6, by the way, in last year's VFL decider and had 28 touches before he was drafted. And now in his debut year at AFL level at 27, he's played 11 games and here he is on qualifying final night. Geelong by 8 points after 11 minutes.
Another Burton bomb as he loads up to the outer side, nearly to centre wing out of the defensive goal kick. Hit the deck, Dempsey toes it, rolling up to Close. Lethal handball, Myers now, Wormburner into the 50, miss Manor, skidding towards Close, kept fighting, handed it over the top to Myers, now Manor, same spot, this time he finishes! The check side from the scoreboard, 15 out. Sean Manor in game 11 looks right at home in finals. Geelong up by 14, 3-2, 20-1, straight 6, 11 played, opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, premiership winner Luke Ball, All-Australian Josh Franco.
Sorry, I got excited. It's vintage Geelong, and that's what we spoke about. They were all involved in those 4 small forwards, all involved. They turned the ball over on the wing. Ollie Dempsey, smart play, not trying to overuse it, kicked the ball off the ground. Then it was Close originally, getting the handball to Myers. Over the top, Ollie Henry involved, and then Sean Manor had a sider, didn't he? That time didn't have as much time to think about it.
Josh Money, banana goal. Josh Money on the boundary.
I was just going to say, you mentioned those mental demons. The last 3 finals by 47 points they've lost. It's a nervous energy down here for the Port fans.
Of course, the last time they played it was Port Adelaide who punked Geelong out of the gates. I did that game way back in round 9, Friday night in Geelong. They kicked 8 goals to 3 in the opening quarter. Cats got back within a goal after falling 49 behind. And that's how it finished. Port by 6 that night. It's Geelong with a fast start here. Back in the middle. Atkins, hand pass to Bruin. Kicks to half forward. Finds Myers. Geelong are going inside 50 again. Trying to draw them out on the mark. Places the kick perfectly. And Blitzharv's darting inside 50. Marks true centre half forward. He'll kick from 45 out.
Well, Aaron just gave me a side look up here in the commentary box. He kicks this. All of a sudden, we talk about those demons for Port Adelaide. Do they start to come into play? All of a sudden, the margin... You know, it goes out to 3 goals, and at the moment, Geelong are playing a really sharp brand of footy. And again, in that centre bounce, just their ability to stay strong in the contest, connect inside forward 50, they look really sharp and dangerous.
Blitzharv's dead in front, right-footed drop punt, Sales, goalward. He hits the post. That's a let-off. 3-3 to 1 straight. 13 minutes in. Geelong by 15 points.
It's a let-off, but they like that matchup. They like Blitzarves against Charlie Dixon and that resting ruck roll. You just saw it there, and he was just too quick on the spread forward there for Geelong.
Logan Evans looks to go straight up the spine. They converge in the centre square. Hitting the deck, Wines bowled over, Dangerfield pounces, back into the 50 for Geelong. Stengel the target, tried the chest mark with Evans breathing down his neck. Rolls to the boundary line and stops on the paint. A millimetre the difference. Kick inside for Port Adelaide, cut off by Blitzarves. Dangerfield, the diving handball to close from 35, misses to the right-hand side. Cats up by 16, 13 play at opening term.
Tell you what, Luke, I'm having a look at some of the numbers, and Ken Hickley and his coaching staff would be scratching his head. Contested ball, uncontested possessions, the ground ball gets a real concern and clearance count.
It's a great example there, and the skipper's got to be better than that. Connor Rosie got out of jail there. He's got to spend the time over the footy, body line the footy.
Logan Evans kick out to a one-on-one. It's coming back. Cameron hooks it right to the behind line. Bouncing footy. Bergman grabs it, sees it through for a rush behind. Another behind, but Geelong creeping out and Port Adelaide under siege. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The Cats by 17 points after 14 minutes.
Evans spots up Lockie Jones. Down the corridor they go again, and Humphreys read it best. Intercepts, dinks it forward. A little bit too hot for Myers. Keeps fighting. Got it down to close. Thrusting the handball wide for the Cats. Coming out is Cameron. Bouncing off a couple of bodies. Uses Dangerfield. Wines wraps him up. The Brownlow medalist brings him to ground. We'll get a ball up left half forward for the Cats.
You set this up beautifully, Josh, pre-game about their game style. They want to go through the corridor. Yep. They like throwing caution to the wind.
Yeah, and that was a very, very low percentage kick from Lockie Jones. Turn the footy over and you get what you deserve.
Dixon palms it down for Port. Burn-Jones trying to slap it forward. There's a whistle. It's coming from the blindside umpire. He spotted a free kick for Wines. It's a hold, so takes it by hand on halfway. Hand pass to Rosie. Handball to Boak. The vet kicks inside 50. Not a great kick, and Jack Henry takes the intercept mark. Has it for the Cats at centre half back. He shares it laterally. Just got it to Duncan. Still inside defensive 50 for Geelong.
It's interesting, isn't it, Josh? I mean, when Charlie Dixon's not down there, their number one go-to target, start of the year, or played 3/4 of the year at full back.
Yeah.
Duncan to Bruin and now Bowes. They move it up the outer eastern side. Neal takes the mark in front of the Odie stand. Port trying their best to flood back. It's been pinpoint. Driving it into the scoreboard pocket. Rising Ollie Henry. Couldn't clunk it. Front and square Rosie set upon. Got it out. Logan Evans rushes it out of there. Hat kick. Diving across. Nearly the slips catch for Bruin, who caught a straight leg. He's in a bit of trouble. Whistle late. Non-controlling umpire. And the free kick will go his way. He's popped up. Bruin hands it to Guthrie. High kick into the 50, Bergman. Strong and composed. The plethora of bodies around him to cut it off.
This is a risky kick.
Yeah, they want to go corridor again. Dangerous ball. Got it to Wines. Now they're out. Hand pass to Drew. Off and running. Two giving chase. Drew kicks to centre half forward. He's got Rioli there. Punched away by Colajasny. Straight to Radicalier. Got it out for Port. Hand pass to Rioli. Tumbles a kick to full forward. Georgiani's got it. Mowed down. Tackled by Duncan. Affects the kick and it slides through from behind. So 1-1 Port Adelaide, 3-5 Geelong. It was better ball movement, but again living dangerously.
Well, again on that theme of taking risks through the corridor, we saw Lockie Jones turn one over, and on that occasion Bergman dodged a massive bullet there.
Cats by 16 points after 16 minutes. This is finals footy on ABC Sport.
Humphreys brings it in up towards the broadcast wing. Zerk Thatcher front and square. Should have taken the mark. Put it down. On Francis makes amends. Hands it off to Boak in game 3-6-9. The veteran looked to cash in as he arched the back. 25 out, but can't make it work. Minor score on the right-hand side. 1-2 Port Adelaide. Play Geelong 3-5, 16 play.
Well, he started well, hasn't he, the veteran? He's had 5 possessions. He's been one of the ones that's keeping it a minute.
Duncan shanks the kick out. It tumbles and rolls out of play, so boundary throw in 50 out from the Port goal.
Just one sign I haven't really liked from Port Adelaide's perspective. Zerk Thatcher again here on centre wing. I reckon he took his eyes off the footy, had to mark the ball. So again, the signs and how it's unfolding for Port Adelaide at the moment, not looking all that flash.
Dixon palms it down, 60 out from the Port goal. Drew bangs it inside forward 50. They come from all directions. Punched away by Humphreys, close to the boundary line. Collected by Mead, wants to keep it alive. He's tackled out of play. Ends up out with the ball, and nice work from Atkins. And he makes his tackle stick. We'll have a boundary throw in, 35 out from the power goal. They're kicking to the Riverbank stand end of the opening term. This is finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Aaron Bryans, Josh Franco, Luke Ball and Josh Money.
Tossed in, Dixon front position on Blitzarves, was looking for Rioli. Awkward bounce for the young speedster. Blitzarves there to Crum. Hands it off to Mullen.
Hat kick out of there, bounces straight to Burn-Jones. Left half forward for the power, chips it to Rosie all alone. 70 out, was looking for Rioli, just a little too low. Cut off by Guthrie for Geelong. Wants to move it quick up the spine. It's treacherous, but perfectly weighted in the end. Excellent delivery, hits up Myers, straight to half forward. Ollie Henry's there, brought it to ground, gathers, spun. Handball hits up Duncan, now right half forward. Dangerfield with some space, runs to 55 and sprays it. Out on the full in front of the scoreboard. Geelong by 15, but Port will have possession.
Luke, Geelong looked really sharp and clean and composed with the ball in hand. Again, we talk about that kick back through the corridor. That was absolutely perfect there from Geelong's perspective. Just couldn't quite get the finish with Dangerfield.
Burgoyne takes the free, goes long up to the wing. No mark for Guthrie, hits the deck. Guthrie's going to get a second play at it. Trying to win it off the deck, and it's going to be held in. We'll have a ball up front edge of the centre square for the Cats. Last 5 scoring shots in the game, all behinds. 3 for Geelong, 2 for Port. It is Geelong by 15 points as we tick into the 19th minute of this opening term finals footy on ABC Sport. From the restart, Drew kicks into the middle of Adelaide Oval. They all compete, hits the deck, falls to Radicalier, tackled by Humphreys. Hump says, I'll have it, and the ball up.
Yeah, great tackle. The youngster, he got crunched in a tackle earlier from Charlie Dixon, but he's responded really well. His first final.
Tossed in the air, sweet down from behind Stanley. Looking for Horne-Francis, well held by Atkins. Ball keeps rolling. Dangerfield, shoveled a handball out. Moving it forward, Mullen to close. Now to the logo on the broadcast side. Guthrie dinks it up to left half forward and racing across Mullen. The Irishman from County Mayo gives it off. Holmes darting it into the 50. It's a Chisler. Bullet pass to Ollie Henry, sliding in on his knees, 30 out, tight in the pocket.
Tell you what, that's unbelievable play there from Geelong. In terms of their precision, their hands in tight under pressure to release that runner, and then the connection inside forward 50. Tell you what, you don't see much better than that.
32-15 for the year, Ollie Henry. He'll open the angle, snap, it's curling just a bit too much on it. And it's a minus score on the left-hand side as it rolls into the hill, which is shoulder to shoulder at the Adelaide Oval. But they're all silent right now. The Cats by 16.
Geelong should be 5 goals up here.
Kick out from Logan Evans, out towards the back pocket for Zirk Thatcher. He turns and bangs it long up to the wing. Here's Horne-Francis, hits it at speed. Got it on the bounce. Swings a hand pass inside. Dangerous. Burgoyne couldn't trap it. Spills down to the big man, Sweet. His hand pass got it away, but straight to Humphreys of Geelong. Long hand pass forward to Manor. Between wing and half forward. Kicks inside 50. Stengel a little sharp, and Bergman lends a hand. Floats through. Takes the intercept mark for Port. In the back pocket, Geelong by 16 as we tick into time on opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Bergman in the bright orange boots. Up the eastern outer side. Players converge. Big fist comes in to kill it. Collar Jasny spun in the tackle at the ball drop. Gave it away to Butters for Port Adelaide. Dangerous kick back at the flight. Evans committed. Did well, couldn't control it against Duncan, but keeps going. Got a handball out to Wines. Into the 50. Port Adelaide and Mitch Georgiades. 1 out up against Shaq Henry. Too strong, too good. Takes it 20 out.
He did well, didn't he, Evans?
Unbelievable.
He went back with a fight, didn't flinch. The real 50-50 in the end. Duncan he probably didn't get there in time, did he, to really have an impact. But that commitment to that contest has resulted in this shot at goal from Mitch Georgiades, who needs to get his skates on.
His first final in his 67th game as a result of the knee injury last year. Mitch Georgiades on the big stage. Georgiades comes in and drills it through. Game on. Margin back down to 10. Geelong 3-6-24. Port 2-2-14. Time on in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Luke Ball and Josh Franco.
Well, again, fellas, just looking at some of the numbers, the contested ball numbers over the last 10 minutes have started to even up. So Port Adelaide starting to work their way back into this contest from a contested possession. The concern still for Port Adelaide is once Geelong get it on the outside, their uncontested game's cutting them up. But a much-needed goal there for Port Adelaide against the flow, considering the scoring shots are 9-4. And Geelong have missed a couple of easy ones, but a terrific mark, contested mark, really good forward craft there from Mitch Georgiades, and had to go back and finish and did.
Horne-Francis gone deep, resting in the goal square. I like that.
Geelong by 10 points. Time on opening term. Stanley, more telling touch over the top and straight to Wines. Hand pass releases Butters out the front of the stoppage. Handball away to Sweet. Sweet loads up from 60 out. Gives it a whack. It'll carry, but all the way through for a behind. Horn Francis trying to claim a mark, but the ball was already through, so a minor score for Port. Cats by 9 points, 23 gone opening term finals footy on ABC Sport.
Quick exit. Duncan out to Dangerfield. Some slight jeers. I wouldn't imagine there's many Crows faithful here as the former best and fairest winner marches up the outer side. No idea. Down the line he goes, and it's cut off by Burton. Got in front of my eyes, a slight height advantage there. Ryan Burton has it in front of the Wanganeen stand for the Power. Deep kick all the way up the wing to left half forward, and Georgiades presents, clunks it, hands it to Drew, into the 50. Horn Francis caught behind Mullen, hits the deck, he keeps fighting, Horn Francis rolls it through. Out the back door, the Hornet strikes. 3-point game at the Adelaide Oval. Geelong 3-6-24, Port 3-3-21, still 5 to play in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, he just looks so dangerous, doesn't he? I really can't believe he started on the bench. I know he's part of the midfield rotations, but I'd just like to see him. He's coming off. No, don't come off, Jason. Get back into that goal square. I thought Mullen actually did really well out of position to force a contest to get the ball to ground. But he's just so dangerous in that any sort of contested situation, and he's good enough to throw it on his boot. All started at half-back, though, didn't it? All of a sudden, they're starting to get their intercept game going. Yeah. Bergman's taken a couple of marks. Bergman and Burton.
Yes.
Both having terrific games in this first quarter. Ryan Burton's up to 6 possessions.
Plenty of bees.
A lot of bees, yep.
And Burton's been outstanding. We talked about the second goal for Port Adelaide, the long bomb outside forward 15, and you're right, Luke, he is starting to give some drive off half-back for Port.
Josh Franco and Luke Ball alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass, Aaron Bryans and Josh Money on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Rosie gets the centre clearance, soccers it out to half forward. Collected though by Guthrie, turns and kicks the Cats down the wing. Here's Bruin, collects on the bounce, hand pass away towards Dempsey. Handball inside of the runner, Holmes, works his way through traffic, puts a hand pass out in front of Nana. Comes up, collects, turns, kicks back inside 50 for Geelong, but Lockie Jones, well set up, takes the intercept mark at half back. Cats by just 3 points. Port have kicked 3 of the last 4. He goes short to Butters, still at half-back for Port Adelaide.
And that's been the difference. That ball just has to come to ground, doesn't it? Bring the ball to ground. When it's on the ground, Geelong forwards look so dangerous.
Butters switches through Zerk Thatcher. Beautiful kick all the way to centre wing on the broadcast side to Drew. Short pass down the line to Georgiades. Too far out to score. He's calling for some options. Had some tall target up long. Bangs it into the 50. Radagalier at the back. Couldn't claim it. Knocked away. Close charging. Turn straight to Connor Rosie. Bang! Heavy tackle brings him down. Ball up centre half forward for the Power. Down by 3.
Power fans getting involved after a quiet start. Sweet pumps it down, but straight to Holmes, who's been busy. Long surge kick forward in the box seat. Cameron knocked away from him by Lear. Down to Port's Burn-Jones. Kicks back to half forward for the Power. Stanley fumbles, regathers, kicks down the wing. Geelong with some numbers here. Ball slides out the back. There's a free going to Cats' way. It'll come to Manor. He's got it logo broadcast side. Ugly kick. Reaches close on the hop. He traps it. Hand pass inside to Bowes. Bowes kicks inside 50 and Cameron marks on the searching lead. He's got it left half forward. He'll kick from just inside 50.
Well, again, really good bit of play there from Geelong. All set up with that connect inside forward 50 from their ability and want to go quick through the middle of the ground. And again, from a defender's perspective, Aaliyah, change of angle of the kick, really hard to defend in that scenario.
It's a bit of method, isn't it? Yeah. The last 4 inches have been bombs, I think. And we've seen, Burton pick them off and Bergman and even Lockie Jones take an intercept mark. Lower your eyes. Bring those smaller and mid-sized players. In this instance, Jeremy Cameron into the game.
He kicked one earlier, which was just artistry. This more elementary, hits the post. Halfway up, second poster for the Cats. Since their last goal, by the way, they've kicked 5 straight behind. So Geelong 3-7-25. Port Adelaide a 3-3-21. Cats by 4 points, 27 gone opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Ryan Burton plays on. Up to the broadcast wing he'll go. Dixon presents. Blitzsav's right behind him and was holding his Guernsey. Free kick to King Charlie. Defensive edge.
First disposal for Charlie.
Hasn't played a lot this year. He's missed 7 games, but this kick is on track. Hits Logan Evans in the centre circle, now to the outer side. Burgoyne, the son of a gun. His father in the last premiership side, into the pocket. Excellent delivery.
Lace out to Georgiades. The start is approaching in front of the Rashudo stand. Man on the mark, 40 out.
And once again, we go back to that risk v reward, and Port Adelaide's want and thirst to go back through the corridor. On that occasion, it was Charlie Dixon, the long 45. I think it was Logan Evans who was on the end of it. It's one of those kicks, Luke, if you turn the ball over in the middle of the ground, it's coming back with interest, but he was good enough to hit the target and set up this forward entry, and a terrific connect again for Mitch Georgiades.
Ben Brown-esque approach. Mitch Georgiades with a lengthy run-up. Crosses the paint of 50. The crowd waits in anticipation. It's across the face and through for a minor score. Margin down to 3 again. Geelong lead with a minute to play in the opening term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Port had 9 of the first 12 scoring... Geelong had 9 of the first 12 scoring shots. As Guthrie on the kick-out goes long up to the wing, and an intercept mark for Zerk Thatcher. 1 of 7 for Port out there in his first final. He turns and kicks inside 50. Horn fronts his hands to it, no mark. Slips to Guthrie, hand pass to Mullen. He gives it away to Holmes. Kicks out of defence, and a good mark for Atkins. Reaching out in front, comes up with it. The Cats now trying to control the tempo. Final minute of this opening term. Looked as if in the opening 15 minutes they very well could have been 5 goals in front. The Cats, Port hung with them. The Cats a little wayward. Now they're within a kick the power. Geelong by just 3 points. Short kick to Tanner Bruin. Played finals footy previously with the Giants. He goes long up to the wing. Ollie Henry, early leap, and he completes the mark on his way back down to earth. He's got it right on halfway broadcast wing. Looks to go with time running out. Wheels around Ollie Henry into the 50. Blitz subs, use the body to free himself up and put down the mark. Will hand it to Stengel anyway. Looping over the top, Manor dancing, dodging in the pocket. Can't really make it work. Short wobbler, and Burne-Jones throws his body into the drop. Can't control it, but it's knocked over the behind line. They're going to give it to him in the end. So Darcy Burne-Jones with the mark, no score. That should take us to quarter time as Burne-Jones bombs it to the broadcast wing. Geelong will kick off the night with a 3-point advantage. 3-7-25 plays Port's 3-4-22. The goal scorers all individual. Cameron, Manor, Stengel, Georgiades on Francis and Burton. There was plenty in that. A couple of highlights and a change in momentum halfway through. Port Adelaide finishing the quarter strong after Geelong shot out to an early 18-point lead at one stage in that opening term. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
Saturday Night Country with Becky Cole for the best classic and contemporary country music with an Aussie bent.
Good God, I'm just getting started.
Each week, Becky features an artist and has a yarn about what they've been doing and what inspires them.
You got to kind of differentiate between people that just feed your ego and people that really believe in you.
Join Becky Cole for Saturday Night Country anytime on the ABC Listen app and on ABC Radio.
This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
As the curtain comes up on the 2024 Final Series, it's Finals Footy on ABC Sport. Kenny's Port Boys and Chris Scott's Cats. Now Holmes into the 50, fell in a hole in front of the scoreboard, bouncing 10 out. Stengel's lurking dangerously. The volley thrown from 10. Geelong with the hot start. And Tyson Stengel, the South Australian, strikes. Bergman and Ollie Henry wrestle for it. Henry collects, hand pass to Cameron.
Oh, no.
Cameron, you're kidding me. Jeremy Cameron, that is wizardry. From the left forward pocket, bends it through, and the Sharon's not meant to bend that way. Knocks it out to Butters. The little champ collects for Port, kicks to half forward, superb. And Rioli takes the mark on his chest. And he's going to lay it off though to Burton, who kicks a cannonball. Burton thumps it through. Porter in business. Wormburner into the 50, miss Manor, skidding towards close, kept fighting, handed over the top to Myers, now Manor, same spot, this time he finishes. Got a handball out to Wines, into the 50, Port Adelaide, and Mitch Georgiades. 1 out up against Jack Henry, too strong, too good. On the big stage, Georgiades comes in and drills it through. Hands it to Drew, into the 50, Horn Francis caught behind Mullen, hits the deck, he keeps fighting, Horn Francis rolls it through! Out the back door, the Hornet strikes. 3-point game in the Adelaide Oval.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Tom Stewart was a late out with illness, so he's not playing. O'Shane Mullen is in the Cats at 22. The two subs, Zach Tui for Geelong and Quentin Narkle for Port. No late change for Port. 1 quarter down, Geelong by 3 points, having led by as many as 17. Josh Franco and Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
I was going to say over to you, Josh. Anyway, we've just been talking off air. Terrific quarter, wasn't it? Real finals like quarter of footy. You spoke before the game. The Cats, they had to start well. We know that probably on paper, certainly Port's midfield looks a bit more dynamic, and I thought they did. I thought they were cleaner. You called it early. They were harder around the contest, and then they spread, didn't they? And when you look at the stats, really that's the thing that stands out. Geelong's ability to spread and get from contest to contest, from inside to outside, has been probably the difference in that first quarter. And in the end, you're right, they left a few shots out there, but they've had 10 scoring shots to 7 and kicked 3 goals, 7 to 3 goals, 4. So they probably could have been 4 or 5 up halfway through that quarter. And I thought Max Holmes is the one player that really embodies that. His ability to cover ground, to get from inside the clearance, inside the congested area, and then follow up. That contest-to-contest work rate was sensational. He's had 9 possessions leading all comers on the ground. But credit to Port, didn't they? They absorbed. They started to get their hands on the footy behind the ball. They took some intercept marks. I thought Burton had a really good quarter. Miles Bergman had some good moments as well. We questioned that defence without Houston and without Farrell. I thought they stood up, and then they started to get the game on their terms. And you spoke about, I like their brave ball movement. I like the fact that they try and access the corridor. I think when you look at their forward line, going up and down the line all day to Ravagalia and Georgiades, that's not the answer, is it? So they have to be a bit bolder. They have to change the angles. They have to get the ball off the line and access the fat side of the ground so their smaller and mid-sized players can get into the game.
Absolutely, Luke. And I think if you looked at the way that quarter unfolded, I reckon Port Adelaide coaching staff would be pretty satisfied the margin's only 3 points. As you said, Geelong started on fire. They did leave a few out there and missed quite a few shots on goal, but to their credit, they came to play, and they almost started to sow that seed of doubt in Port Adelaide. There was an uneasy sort of feeling and here at Adelaide Oval amongst the Port Adelaide faithful. But to their credit, they started to get, as you said, those contested numbers back on their terms. But the only concern at the moment is the uncontested game for Geelong and Port Adelaide's inability to be able to slow their ball movement down, particularly through the middle of the ground. And when the ball goes inside Geelong's forward 50, their smalls look so dangerous if the ball hits the deck.
They do, and that's got to be the message, doesn't it? Yeah, those intercept marks, especially when they're not to key defenders, key size players. That's just inexcusable. That's got to be the message from Chris Scott. The ball has to come to ground. Let's give our small forwards an opportunity to have an impact on the game, which, as you said, when it did hit the ground, they looked really, really dangerous. I like Manners' game. I thought, his first final, he's looked really dangerous. He's had the 7 possessions. Closest had 7 possessions getting high up the ground, and Myers 6. So they are involved. They are having an impact. They are really testing out the Port Adelaide back 6 who are undermanned, as we said. The other one's Horn Francis, and when you look at the stat sheet, he's only had the 3 possessions, having started on the bench, but you just get the feeling every time he's in the area, something happens, doesn't it? Yeah, and he kicked that really good goal that, something out of nothing to an extent. He's the one, isn't he? I like the fact that he's resting deep forward and having an impact on the scoreboard as well.
Paulie, you're one of our most intelligent people as part of our footy coverage, and as are you, Josh, by the way. You work at a school. I'm getting to it. I'm digging deep into our theorems of geometry, and what I'm hoping you guys can explain to me is how you meant to get a ball as a left footer in the left forward pocket from 35 out to bend and somehow make it through the 2 big sticks.
It's a 5 logic.
Not many can do it.
Physics, yeah.
I think maybe we've seen Eddie Betts do it from the other pocket at times, although he's probably more the banana, wasn't he? But it was a freakish goal. Maybe they are slightly more open, these pockets, Josh. But can we say that, maybe?
Perhaps.
We'll give him that, but it was a freak goal, unbelievable goal.
Yeah. If these guys can't work it out, I'm still scratching my head. What a goal from Jeremy Cameron to start the final series. Second term underway, finals footy on ABC Sport. Cats by 3. Sweet wins the hit out, but straight down to Max Holmes. And with match speed, he goes bursting away. 3 bounces, kicks Geelong inside the forward 50. Ollie Henry leaps, balls out the back, Stengel's there, goal! It took 16 seconds. Tyson Stengel kicks the first of the second term. He's got a couple. He kicked the first of the game. He's got the first of the second quarter as well. Geelong by 9. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco and Luke Ball.
Well, I tell you what, Luke, I know the Brownlow medal voting's only in the home and away series, but if we're given votes at the moment, Max Holmes has been absolutely everywhere. His ability to break from the centre bounce there and have composure with footy going inside forward 50. He pinned the ears back. Butters, who was chasing, has got some speed as well. Couldn't close the gap. And a terrific start to this second quarter from the Cats.
Geelong by 9. Josh Money on the boundary.
Look away, Luke and Josh starting on the bench this quarter as well. Jason Horne-Francis.
Must be a tactic. I mean, Kent knows better than us. But yeah, Holmes was the one. Can I say that I had him in the spotlight before the game, Josh? I just thought that, you know, the others are workmanlike and we know what Dangerfield brings. Holmes was going to be the difference maker, and so far so good.
Well, the concern for Port Adelaide at the moment, you've got Wines and Drew in there, so you're lacking that leg speed when the ball comes to ground. You've got Butters in there, but you need a little bit more speed around the footy.
Secondary stoppage in the centre square. Geelong by 9. Stanley shepherding the ball drop. Coming through Burton. Couldn't quite get boot to ball. Wines bowled over by Dangerfield, who locks him up. Overhead tackle will get another ball up.
It's 10 possessions for Holmes, but it's 360 metres gain. And you know, when it's him, it's that run and carry, and that was a prodigious kick that set up that goal to Stengel.
Willem Drew now shoulder to shoulder with Holmes as it's tossed into the air. Dangerfield falls into the footy. Couldn't extract it. Wines tried to jam it out of there. Rolls 5 metres to Burn Jones. He's wrapped up by Stengel. Ball up to come attacking edge for the Cats. Umpire tosses it up in the air. Stanley and Sweet wrestle each other. Sweet wins the hit out down to Butters. Moves through traffic, got it out. Hand pass to Drew. Handball to Burn Jones. Kicks to centre half forward. And Radicalia takes the sprawling mark. Still inside the centre square. The forward come defender come forward as he turns and kicks to full forward here for Port. Punched away. Getting back. Nice work from Colin Jasny, but picked up by Boak. Boak in the pocket for Port. Hand pass away to Georgiades. Feeds it back by hand to Rioli. Shakes a tackle. Snaps goalward. Didn't quite hit it. And Dempsey takes the intercept mark in front of the behind post and in front of the old scoreboard, which reads Geelong by 9 points. 2.5 gone second term finals footy on ABC Sport.
Even that inside 50 kick there from Radicalia, Luke, he's 70 metres out. Just a long bomb, I don't reckon's the answer. Potentially look for another connect to get a deeper entry.
Dempsey to College Asney and now Buse. Tighten the right back pocket. Kicking to the right-hand side of your radio dial, the Riverbank stand end. Up to the broadcast when he goes. Sweet paddles it out of there. Putting his head over at Drew, couldn't wrench it away. Sweet did and flung it with a Hollywood handball all the way to Boak. Wheels around, swinging it into the 50. Dixon nearly reeled it in with one arm. Goes low, may have been collected. Whistle stays away. Players dive in and we'll get a ball up in front of the scoreboard, 10 out.
Tell you what, Blitzarves did well there, not to cannon into Dixon, who I think was on the ground and give away a free kick. Used him as a hurdle. Did it well.
Josh Franco on ABC Sport. Ball up deep forward for the Power. Sweet wins it down. Top of the goal square, passing through Wines, knocks it close to the boundary line. Jack Henry's there to tackle him. Ball spits out, it's out of play. Then we throw in forward pocket. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Cats by 9. Geelong all in white premiership shorts and the navy and white hoops. And Port Adelaide, of course, their home final. They're all in black in their home jumper with the teal and white V and the black shorts. Tossed in, Sweet with a double tap down. Just missed Rioli. Becomes the tackler on Stanley. Ball upcoming, 25 out. So that crowd here at the Adelaide Oval to kickstart 2024 final series. Plenty of highlights early. Sweet won it down again. Slapped out there by Stanley though on the counter. Rolls down low. Bowes wrapped up by a couple, a bit of a pylon. Just inside the 50 for the Cats, for the Power rather, who are pressing.
Tell you what, if you're on Rioli at these stoppages, Luke, you are on high alert, aren't you? They're looking to block for him so he can get a decent run at the footy.
Simon Meredith tosses it into the air. Fisted out of there by Rosie. Straight to Radicalia. Looked for Drew. Didn't quite hit him. Tackle laid. Holds up Myers. Ball up to come. 25 out.
Yeah, no thanks, Josh. I'll hand that one over to a small back, I think.
Another stoppage inside the forward 50 for Port. One down by Stanley, down to Buse. He's tackled by Rioli. Ball up again.
Yeah, just see how high Geelong's small forwards get. Stengel up in the stoppage, as is Myers.
Sweet got it down to Wines. The Brownlow medalist hurried kick, puts it out on the full. So repeat stoppages inside 50 for Port Adelaide. Didn't amount to even a scoring shot at the end. Free kick for the Cats here next to the behind post. Geelong by 9 points. 5 gone in the second term.
That's a challenge they present with those forwards coming up, really condensing the stoppage. Plenty of numbers.
Jack Henry launched it out to the broadcast wing and Aaliyah was waiting to pounce. The All-Australian defender cuts it off. Racing inside, he'll put it up, 35 out. Dixon's on the charge, edged out of the drop. Wines was there, quick kick through traffic. It'll sit up on the goal line. Butters looking to get there in time, but Dempsey met it first and hands it through for a minor score.
Port Adelaide down by 8 now. Geelong 4-7-31. The Power moved to 3-5-23. 5 played, second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Guthrie comes very wide with the kick out. Hands on it from Holmes. No mark, and it spills out of play. Boundary throw in 60 out from the Port goal. Port to the Cathedral end in this second term.
And other than the first goal to Geelong to start this second quarter, it's been played in Port Adelaide's front half, hasn't it? Fielding pressure.
Josh Franco on ABC Sport alongside Luke Ball. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryans calling the footy for you. Josh Money on the boundary. Finals footy on ABC Sport. For the boundary throwing the rucks wrestle. Free kick, Geelong. And Stanley ripped out of the way in the ruck contest. Oh, one umpire blue advantage. And we saw this earlier in the year. Tyson Stengel threw the ball sort of rugby league style to Dangerfield. It's actually going to come back to Danger. So that's the free kick. He takes it on the back flank. Shares it with Holmes, who's been electric. Kicks inside the forward 50. Ollie Henry a running start. Out the back again. Cameron fumbles, regathers. He's still 50 out. Hand pass away towards Myers. He can get it back to Jezza. He overcooks the kick. Neal hits up. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Centre half forward for Geelong. Port win it. Wines. Hand pass to Francis Evans. Surge kick down the wing.
Thrust it out of dodge. Was looking for Radaglia. Couldn't control it. Did get front position. Coming in, Buse brings it to ground and hobbles things up.
Did well, Buse. He did superbly, didn't he, Luke? Radaglia takes that. Port Adelaide go inside forward 50. Outstanding contest.
Cats by 8. Stanley down, only found Wines. Hands it to Boak. The veteran up to the attacking edge of the square for the Power. Everyone falls over except for Bigasava. Charging into the 50. He'll hand it off to Georgiades. Now Rioli snaps from 35. A sublime finish from the Port Speedster. 2-point game in the second qualifying final. Geelong 4-7-31. The Power 4-5-29. 7 played, second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership player Luke Ball, 4-time showdown medalist Josh Franco.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's obviously been a lot of talk about Radaglia coming to Port Adelaide and playing as a defender. I reckon his game has been outstanding so far, particularly in this second quarter. And the last 4 or 5 minutes, he's been quite influential, hasn't he? He was terrific there in the contest. And just looking at the replay, you give Rioli time and space inside 450. Yeah, absolutely. He is going to make you pay every single day of the week, as he did on that occasion.
Yeah, Jack Henry will want that back. I mean, it's not the matchup really they want. He got caught out of position, but you just ball watching 10 or 15 metres, and that was enough for Willie Rioli.
Port have not led tonight. We're 8 minutes into the second term. They trail by just 2. Back in the middle. Sweet wins it down. Here's Wines. Hand pass to Horn Francis. Breaks one tackle. Now the walls close in. Got a hand pass away though to Rosie. He'll get it back to Horn Francis. Still inside the centre square. Turns, loads up. Kicks Port Adelaide deep forward. Big fly from Willie Rioli. No mark. Spills down. Shot goal with McEntee. Pops it through. And Port are on top for the first time tonight. From 17 down to 4 in front. 9 minutes gone in the second term, and this game has changed shape dramatically. The Power 5-5-35, Geelong 4-7-31. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Just starting to feel it turn a bit around the clearance, aren't we? And this is where Port starting to flex their muscles. Ollie Wines at a big quarter. He's already up to 6 possessions. Jason Horne-Francis there. He was so strong. He attracted 2 tacklers, didn't he? It looked like Geelong had him cold. But what that did was let Ollie Wines get out the back, and then it was Horne-Francis involved again. Deep entry, and Willie Rioli almost took a screamer. Jed McEntee getting to that lane 1 spot that all good small forwards should find themselves in. Nice snap, and his first real impact on the game. Danger signs here around the centre bounce clearance for the Cats.
Port have kicked 4 of the last 5 goals in the middle. Sweet wins it down. Only found Stanley. Sidesteps Horne-Francis. And the boy from Berry with the torp into the 50. Hit the deck. Cutting it off was Aaliyah. Coming in Bergman. Got a handball under pressure. Straight to Bowes, who arches the back from 20. Jack Bowes. The former sun rising in Adelaide. And Geelong, just like that, are back in front. They move to 5-7-37. Port 5-5-35. 10 played, second term to silence the crowd. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you talk about the importance of winning centre clearance. A terrific counter punch there from Geelong, and just probably a little bit critical there of Miles Bergman in D50. He had possession of the footy, potentially could have held it in to create a stoppage, released the ball, and as we spoke about at quarter time, Luke, those small dangerous forwards from Geelong, once the ball hits the deck and the ball's loose, they come into their own, and Jack Bowes on that occasion, under all sorts of pressure, just slammed it on the boot and somehow found a major.
Josh Franco, one of footy's sharpest minds, with us in the ABC box tonight. Josh Money on the boundary. Josh.
Bit of a concern on the Cats bench. Max Holmes has been electric to start this game, having his ankle strapped, a few painkillers as well. Looks to be in a bit of discomfort.
That is a concern.
No doubt.
Clearly been their best player to this point. Hopefully just getting some repairs and gets back out there soon.
Cats quick break out the middle. Here's Atkins. He gets the centre clearance, kicks to full forward. Bergman stands in front of Ollie Henry, takes the intercept mark at fullback and reloads. Long kick out to the ruckman. Sweep the target. Stanley breaks it up, slides out the back to McEntee. Got a hand pass away. Back to Sweet. Hand pass to Burgoyne. He kicks down to right half forward. Radaglia does well to break it up from the back. Not well enough, says the umpire. Gave away a free. Dragged down Jack Henry. Free kick for Geelong, left half back. Cats by 2 points, a dozen minutes gone in the second term.
Henry on the 45 to Bruin. Crowd getting restless. Had a taste of glory, quickly slipped away. Bruin down the eastern wing. Stanley direction and Dempsey floats across. Takes the mark and goes. No one on him as he races to the attacking edge. Into the 50 looking for Neil. Zerk Thatcher got a hand in. Bergman comes across and is brought to ground in a tackle. 30 out. Left forward pocket, Riverbank stand end.
Good battle that, isn't it? Bergman, Ollie Henry. Bergman's out, pointing him a couple of times in the air.
Forward 50 stoppage for Geelong. Sweet wins it down, but straight to Dempsey. Arcs around onto his right boot. The rising star to full forward. No mark. Duncan spills to Ollie Henry. He goes. It's another one from inside the goal square for the Cats. And an easy conversion for Ollie Henry. And Geelong jump back out by 8 points. 6-7-43, Port Adelaide 5-5-35, 12 and a half gone second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco and Luke Ball.
Right on cue. It was, Bergman's in the air, strangely. Well, Ollie Henry, we know, is pretty well equipped in the air as well, but Bergman has outmarked him already 3 times tonight. That time he just got lost, Miles Bergman. The ball cleared from the stoppage, and you get caught ball watching, and a smart forward's always going to slip out the back, Josh. And that's what Ollie Henry did. An easy goal that just...
They've kicked a few.
Yeah, they have. I was going to say that. That's right. That'll just be a little bit concerning for the Port Adelaide defensive coach and Ken Hinkley in particular.
The overlap has been a problem for Port Adelaide across 2024. Just the high press catching them off guard. High bounce in the middle. Dixon now in the ruck up against Stanley. Didn't win out. The Cats get the clearance. Bowes rushes the kick. Hooking it towards the 50. Manor presents. Got it to Myers. Low and hard. Drilled it straight to Zerk Thatcher. Reading it best in the left back pocket for the Power.
Reading it best. I reckon if Brian Myers has got the ball and you're a forward, just a little tick lead back at him for that 20-metre kick. You'll be disappointed there in Shannon Neal.
Zerk Thatcher, the broadcast wing. Dixon forced to spoil against Blitzarves coming through. Mullen thrust a handball out. Myers over his head, only found Horn Francis. Right place, right time. The Waterman product up through centre wing. Bounces straight to Radaglia. No look handball straight to Boak. Not a lot ahead of him. The check side bouncer. Georgiadis out of the arc. Couldn't control it. Has to wrap up Kolajasny. Brought him down. Ball shoots out. They're under pressure, the Cats. Guthrie did well. Got it to Blitzarves and he booms it out of dodge.
Long kick up to the wing, and there's Burton who floats through, takes the intercept mark. So Burton on the logo, broadcast side, reloads for Port Adelaide. Kicks to centre half forward. Blitzarves reads it best, takes the intercept mark. Incredible mark, Blitzarves. 85% in defence the last 3 games. Hadn't played any percent of game time there in the opening 21 rounds. Goes across the half-back line to Kolajasny. Shares it by hand with Humphreys. He goes short to Buse. Hughes hand pass back to Humphreys. They're off and running. He's going to get a 3rd touch in the chain. Gives it to Duncan, gets it back. And Isaac Humphreys kicks to halfway, finds Bowes. Geelong now moving the footy well from the defensive 50 up front. Kicks to close, reaches for it, no mark. Ball spills down to Zerk Thatcher, a Port. Hand pass to Lockie Jones. Handball away to Burgoyne. He swings a hand pass inside to Butters.
Port Adelaide on the counter punch. Butters looks inside to Boak. He'll hand it off. Willem Drew just behind the logo. Chisels it on the 45. Turning is Rosie, the skipper. Standing and delivering. Hits up Mead. Turning at centre half forward. Pops it into the scoreboard pocket. Georgiades used the body. It freed up McEntee at the back. Hands it back to Big Mitch. Looks inside. Unselfishly, it's a treacherous kick. Looking for Dixon, who was shoved into the ball drop. No whistle. Here come the Cats on the slingshot.
Guthrie, long kick to Dempsey, took the mark, never broke stride. Kicks inside the forward 50, tackle affected the kick. Aaliyah turns Cameron inside out, wins it for Port on half-back. Hand punch to Jones, short kick to Zerk-Thatcher at centre half-back.
Not you, Corbin, I'm talking about both teams. Just take a breath, get a bit of composure with the ball. It's been zinging up and down like a pinball machine.
Geelong by 8 points, 15 goals second term.
It's fast, it's frenetic, it's finals footy on ABC Sport. Bergman now for the power into the 50. They come together and running Aaliyah. 2 bites, not paid the mark. Came in from behind. There is a plethora of hands. And in the end, it's ricocheted to him.
Bit ambitious, big save.
Quickly tossed into the air, Geelong win out. Myers hands it to Duncan, just missed Manor. He's bowled over by Mead, diving in boat with the pylon. Almost a starfish to hold things up in the centre square. Geelong by 8, and this game has lifted to another level.
Sure has, Aaron, sure has.
As said, Geelong by 8, halfway through this second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Bows from the stoppage, high up and under, into the middle of the ground. Stengel just throws a boot at it, turns out okay. Neil takes the mark and it'll be paid. Front edge of the centre square for Geelong, kicking to the Riverbank stand end. Goes deep to Jeremy Cameron, one out in the cage, trying to mark, unsuccessful. Close throws a boot at it, across the goal face. Myers skidding in, right there with him, Burgoyne trying to rush it through like a rugby try. He takes it over the line in the end. And we'll have a ball up. Will we have a ball up? No, we'll have it behind. So a minor score for the Cats. Josh Money's on the boundary. Josh.
Yeah, Corbin, 9 minutes on the bench for Geelong's number 9, Max Holmes, with that ankle injury. Just turned to his physio and said, I'll give you the family-friendly version. It's really, really sore. So it looks like he wants to come back on, but at least he's going to be hobbled.
He did well. Sorry, Corb. Aaliyah there. Looked like Jeremy Cameron had him cold.
9 touches in the opening term, Max Holmes, and we haven't seen him since. In the middle, Burne-Jones launched the exit. And it's cut off in the centre square as Drew is wrapped up in a tackle.
Just on that behind, Geelong by 9 points, 17 and a half gone second term, finals footy, ABC Sport.
Dixon wins the hit out, Boak put his head over it, rips the footy out of there and wobbles it to the outer side. Needs a kind bounce and it works for Mead. The son of Darren, the 3-time premiership Magpie, can't cash in with a handball. Port Adelaide were out. Mullen cuts it off. Back to Humphreys in game number 10. Dempsey! The shooting star in the Adelaide sky. Big mark in a big moment. Dempsey wants to go. Hands it to Humphreys. Takes a bounce. Into the 50 go the Cats. Left forward pocket. Neil on the charge. Both mitts in front. Sticks 25 out. Tight angle.
I tell you what, this game has been played at an absolute frenetic pace, and we saw a terrific mark there. And a connect and a kick inside forward 50 to find
Shannon Neal.
Shannon Neal.
Yeah. I mean, how good is Logan Humphreys played? How good's Humphreys played?
Yeah, he's played terrific.
Doing his best to keep Tom Hawkins out of this side. Shannon Neal starts in front of the Rashudo stand. His first final, his 19th game. Neal can't squeeze it in. Minor score on the left-hand side, and the Cats are up by 10. 6-9-45, plays 5-5-35. Approaching time on in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, good news for the Cats, Corbin. Max Holmes back into the game. Looks a little proppy, one to watch.
What a hot start he had too, so hopefully that doesn't impact his night too much. Logan Evans on the kick-out sells a bit of candy around Stengel. Return the favour. He's done that to plenty over the years. Long kick up into the middle of the ground. Ball hits the deck. McEntee on the bottom of that. Numps has ball up.
So frenetic. We're getting a few names mixed up here. I think I went for Logan Humphreys. Of course, it's Logan Evans and Lawson Humphreys. Terrific contest this.
Out it comes towards the wing. Bouncing footy in front of Drew. He collects. Shoots a hand pass forward to Boak. Boak at high half forward. Long kick inside the attacking arc for Port. Down there is Rioli. It's punched away from him. Hughes does well. Knocks it out of bounds. A throw in forward pocket for Port. All right, let's take stock. Geelong by 10 points as we tick into time on second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Aaron Bryans, Luke Ball, Josh Franco and Josh Money on the boundary.
Toss back into play. Sweet front position with a double tap. Only found Atkins. Turned straight into Mead and bounced off him and went. That is a monster talk all the way to the centre circle, and the Cats are out. Stengel will turn, flaring it up to right half forward. He's tried to put it in the path of Myers. Just missed his target. And Burton can cut it off for Port Adelaide. That was dangerous.
Too cute, wasn't it? He had Cameron. He had to go the longer one. I mean, they had a lead back, and that's. I mean, Geelong, when they get numbers so high, sometimes they just need to wait for the forwards to reset, but felt like he had to go the longer one there, Cameron.
Short pass to Frankie Evans, and now Drew up to half forward.
Oh, big climb for the back. Georgiades again took it on the way down. Almost had feet on the deck before he marked it. Kicks inside 50. Horn Francis caught at the back, becomes tackler. Nice work out of it. Jack Henry clears the defensive 50. It's coming back with interest. Bergman hits up, takes it, gives it by hand to Butters. Hot hand pass to Jones, and now to Aaliyah, and he flares the kick out to the wing and finds Burne-Jones. He's down in defence in the absence of Farrell and Houston. Was won an All-Australian there back in 2020. And for back flank, Darcy Burne-Jones goes short to Bergman. And all the players in one section of the ground. In front of the scoreboard where this kick is headed inside Port's attacking arc. Dixon has his run block. Ball hits the deck. Spills down to Lawson. Humphreys. Hand pass away towards close to the Cats. Handball out wide. Ball to Holmes, who fumbles back on the ground after having his ankle restrapped. Ball spits out. Pack forms next to him. Ball comes back to Holmes. Hand pass away to Stengel. Kicks hurriedly to a one-on-one on the wing.
Neil up against Aaliyah, neither one, but Jones coming through, surging by, gathered for Port Adelaide, hands it to Sweet, winds now into the 50, racing out. Georgiades had to spoil, knocked down and bowls over Mead in the process. Geelong have the numbers. Duncan in, under pressure, his handball didn't get enough acreage. Dangerfield back to Atkins. This time handball from Kolajasny. Henry now knocks it back and Manor will walk it over. Not a lot of pressure, but enough bodies around him. Minor score. Geelong by 9 with 5 to play in the second.
The Cats have kicked 3 goals to 2 in this quarter. They lead it by 9 points. After leading by as many as 17 in the opening quarter. We have had a lead change, a couple of them, in fact, in this second term. Port hit the front for the first time. In the very next centre break, Geelong scored to snatch it straight back. They have led most of the night, the Cats. Lawson Humphreys, who won a reserves premiership for Swan Districts in the WAFL last year, so not a league WAFL premiership in the Magoos. And now he's in an AFL final the following September. Goes out wide to the back flank. The kick from Myers comes down the wing. Bew's got a hand pass away to Holmes, who's back up and running. Handball over halfway down the wing to Cameron. Gives it to Atkins. Handball to Manor. Kicks deep to full forward. Stengel back, takes the mark and walks it in for another. Stengel's got 3. And the Cats have kicked multiple goals from spitting distance. They move to 7-9-51. Port Adelaide 5-6-36. Double-digit lead restored. Geelong by 15. Time on second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Josh Franco and Luke Ball.
Well, we've talked about how this game has been played at an absolute frenetic pace, and it was probably the first time that Geelong showed some sort of composure with the ball coming out of their D50, but then when they were able to get speed on the ball, it was almost undefendable, and the ability of the Stengel streaming towards goal, and the kick was absolutely perfect. That was an unbelievable bit of play. You talk about a review on Monday. I'm tipping that bit of play will make the highlights package. Outstanding from Geelong.
Tyson Stengel had 4 goals in their round 9 matchup. He's got 3 tonight. Port do not have an answer. Down by 15. High bounce in the middle. Sweet holds his ground as Stanley tried to launch. Ball hits the deck and Drew's there. Gathers and gives it to Rosie. Putting on the Jets. The skipper into the pocket for Port Adelaide. Jack Henry, the courage. Jumping back into the leading target. Cuts it off with the intercept mark.
He's had some terrific moments in the last 5 minutes, Jack Henry.
Up to the broadcast swing. His brother launches. Oh, he couldn't control it. Bit too hot. And rolls out the back over the line through centre wing. Geelong by 15. 24-minute mark, second term, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Just keep an eye on Charlie Dixon. I'm not sure he ever looks like he's moving 100% these days, does he? But he just looked a bit proppy there in that marking contest. Henry too athletic.
He's like that every week.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Henry showing. Sweet gets it down towards Boak. His kick smothered, ricochets to Burne-Jones. Hooks another kick down to half forward off the pack. Spills down to Duncan. Sweeping hand pass for Geelong, away to Atkins. He turns and kicks to half forward. Logan Evans and Ollie Henry rise. Henry had a fair piece of it, no mark. Spills front and centre to Dangerfield. Bursts through with speed. Hand pass to close. Handball into the pocket. Got it to Myers. Myers gets it on the boot. Squeezes it through. And the Cats are rolling. As the rain starts falling, the Cats have kicked 4 on the bounce. It's out to 21 points Geelong's way, as wide as it's been at the 26-minute mark of the second term. Geelong 8-9-57, Port Adelaide 5-6-36. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, it's vintage Geelong, isn't it? Josh, look at that. How's that pick up from the veteran, Paddy Dangerfield, at full speed with some rain falling? That is just magnificent. 34 years old. That was unbelievable. But nothing pretty about that. Just keep the ball moving forward. That's Geelong at their best. And we've spoken about the danger that these small forwards posed. And we spoke about it before the game. First quarter, they look dangerous. In this quarter, they're starting to take over, aren't they?
And if you're a young fella watching this and you hear your coach talk about drive your legs, watch Patrick Dangerfield, drew defenders, created the overlap. Superb bit of play there from the veteran.
Game high 21-point lead to the Cats. Sweep down, put it in the path of Horne-Francis. Didn't quite get the ball as he was tackled by Stanley. Holding free kick. Put Adelaide race away. Drew into the 50. Bit too high for Radaglia. Another whistle. The push against Port Adelaide this time as Jack Henry was shoved into the drop. Free kick to the Cats. Backman.
Well, Georgiades might have got a little nudge then too, but maybe he was the second domino to fall.
Whole pack collapsed, but Geelong win out. Buse with the footy. Dinks it to Atkins on the 45. Places it well. Short pass to Bowes. Charging up the broadcast wing. To right half forward for the Cats. Alir there to read it best. Couldn't control it. The fumble. Dangerfield pounces. Gets it to Cameron. Cameron is that good. He's got 2 in the qualifying final. Geelong by a game high 27. 9-9-63 to 5-6-36. Still a few minutes to go in this second term, but it's slipping away for Port Adelaide. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, all Australian midfielders, Luke Ball, Josh Franco.
Well, you talk, Luke, about senior players that have been there and done it before, imposing themselves on a contest in the last couple of minutes from Dangerfield.
The cream rising to the top, isn't it?
Absolutely it does,
yeah. Dangerfield. So clean again. Rain falling. It looks like a sticky wet ball. Jeremy Cameron at the other end.
That was the Sally too, chatting to the bloke across the front seat. He said, mate, did you have a good angle of that?
He had some advice for him, didn't he? He said, you didn't mean that, did you, Jezza? He said, you didn't see the one at the other end? That is shelling peas for me. That's just brilliant. For a 6'5" bloke to do that.
The other thing, Luke, we've still got 3 minutes of game time, a really dangerous period here for Port Adelaide.
He's left his mark on 2 pockets tonight as Sweet knocks it down to Horne-Francis, gets the centre break. Inside 50, Jack Henry hands to it, no mark, spills to Bowes. Cats reload, only as far as Horne-Francis. Marks right on the 50.
Well, he's the one. We spoke about Dangerfield. This bloke here, he's going to be critical to Port Adelaide, and you wouldn't back against him going back here and taking this moment. Team needs a goal.
You guys love him on ABC Sport. Finished 4th in the ABC Footballer of the Year, equal with Marcus Bontempelli with 22 votes.
Distance will test him though, I think, Corbin.
Yeah. Jason Horne-Francis has to kick it all of 55 metres. Oh, that's an ugly looking kick as it spins like a helicopter and in the end is whacked through for a behind. So Geelong by 26. Time on in this second term. They have kicked the last 5 goals of the game after falling behind. Port Adelaide have led for literally a minute tonight. Apart from that, it has been all Geelong. They led by 17 early, fell behind, and have now fought back, flexed with the next 5 goals of the game as we close in on half-time.
Bowes brings it into Holmes, right back pocket, flirting with the boundary line, had to be pinpoint. Dangerfield presented, couldn't quite control it under pressure.
Just repeating, no Tom Stewart, so he was a laid out. Club listing him as ill. He, of course, was fighting that hamstring injury as well that he sustained in the last game of the home and away season, or the last round. Geelong, interestingly, in the last 3 years, are 6-1 without him. So they win a lot of games, and they've won 6 of their last 7 that he's missed.
Tossed in, Stanley won it down, but it ricochets off Burton back to the boundary line. Oisin Mullen, the late in, thought he may have a hard tag, but haven't seen a concrete match-up across the night, Ball.
Been good, though. No, I haven't had, but you're right. Across half-back, he's been really good. Looked really solid and certain with ball in hand. Been impressive.
26-point lead to the Cats. Double fist from Sweet, finds Rosie, rolls it up towards the 50. Coming out Bowes, caught in the chicken wing tackle from Mead, holding the ball. Didn't have a lot of time, but didn't release the footy either. Jackson Mead too far out to score. He'll share it with a short pass. Burton probably in his range. A good 55 out. Left half forward takes the mark. He stepped way off his line and finally is called to play on. Burton will set it up. Top of the goal square. Throw a blanket over them. Radagalier tried to get a launch. Front and square was Boak. Dancing, dodging. Hands it to Rosie. Shrugs off the tackle. Looks to Delight. The check side from 20. Just squeezes home. And the skipper, the captain says, I will guide you through the turbulence. Margin back down to 20. Geelong 9-9-63, Port 6-7-43. A minute to play in the second term. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's all the big guns, isn't it? That's a big goal against the Tide there from the skipper. And Geelong will probably just rue they had all the numbers back. Who was it there? Bowes, who got pinked holding the ball here at half forward. Just a missed tackle late in the quarter. Fatigue sets in. Just those millimetres, isn't it? And Connor Rosie good enough to shake the hips, get free of the tackle and kick a terrific goal. A much-needed goal. His team absolutely needed it.
Look, yeah, you're right. You talk about important goals in the context of the game and the quarter. Massive goal there for Port Adelaide. I was just about to mention, we spoke about Dangerfield and the influence he's had. The Butters, the Rosies, the Wines needed to start getting going and imposing themselves on the game as Rosie did on that occasion. Terrific captain's goal.
Cats by 20. Tom on second term. Stanley wins the hit out back at the restart. There's Horn Francis and Dangerfield going at it. You wanted that matchup, ball.
Oh, yeah.
Ball hits the deck and there's a pack forming around Dangerfield. A ball up.
A couple of balls there.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Jason wants that matchup too. Although Mullen comes up now and goes to him, recognises the danger.
Another ball up in the centre square. Stanley slaps it down straight to Logan Evans. Kicks Port Adelaide, the centre half forward. Hands on it from Lawson Humphries. No mark. Slides out the back towards Connor Jasny. He's spun around in the tackle and the ump says, I'll have it. 45 metres out from the Port goal. Can they pinch another one in the final minute here of the first half? Geelong by 20. They did lead by as many as 27.
Tossed in the air. Stanley down. Racing by on Francis. Left it behind. Rioli toes it straight to Holmes for the Cats. Back to Myers, rushes it out of there, bursting across. Dangerfield put it down. Zert Thatcher will slam it back in, and it's cut off for the Cats by Mullen.
Been good. Been really impressed. Late inclusion. Looked really sure.
24-year-old in his first final. Loads up down the broadcast wing. Diving across Zert Thatcher, couldn't control it. Dodging through. Getting out of traffic was Manor. High wobbler. Marked by Bruin, wants to go as the clock ticks down. Cameron buffeted off the ball drop, and Aaliyah floats across to cut it off.
Aaliyah from the back pocket, go long to the wing. And we're halfway through in the second qualifying final, and the Cats lead it by 20 points, 9-9-63 over Port Adelaide, 6-7-43. A 20-point advantage for the road team. Interestingly, in the last 2 months of the season, Port are the best defensive team in the game. So they are number one for points against. Yet they've conceded 18 scoring shots and 63 points against the Cats in the first half of their opening final. Port have got work to do. Neither of the subs used so far, Zach Tui or Quentin Narkle, at his half-time at Adelaide Oval in the second qualifying final. Of course, the winner here goes straight through to a prelim in week 3. That will be at home, or at least in the home state for Geelong fans. And of course, the loser will get a second chance. They will play at home next week, the loser in a semi-final, week 2 of the 4-week final series. 3 for Tyson Stengel, 2 for Jeremy Cameron, and then singles for Manor, Bowes, Myers and Ollie Henry. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, individual goal kickers, all 6 of them. Rosie, Burton, Rioli, Horn Francis, Georgiades and McEntee, all with 1 each. All right, the thoughts of Luke Ball and Josh Franco. Finals footy on ABC Sport. The Cats by 20 at the half.
Well, a pulsating quarter, wasn't it, Josh? It was frenetic. It was up and back. It was tough. The big guns, the cream rose to the top. Big guns took their moments. In the end, when you look at the numbers, pretty even again around the contest. It did feel like Port's midfield was starting to get on top around that centre clearance halfway through the quarter, but Geelong again were able to wrestle the momentum back, and in the end it's the efficiency. I mean, inside 50s, I think Geelong went in 14 times, kicked 6 goals too. Port Adelaide go in, my numbers have just gone. Port Adelaide go in 21 times, and my computer's broken down, kicked 3 goals 3. Thanks, Corby. So really that's the difference in the end, and it was it was a combination, wasn't it? It was some brilliant ball use from Geelong, moving the ball from one end of the ground to the other, and getting the one out the back. That's the one that's really hurting Port Adelaide at the moment. with Stengel in particular, that quarter looking so dangerous. And then some Jeremy Cameron brilliance off the back of some Dangerfield brilliance later in that quarter as well. So Port do need to lift. You mentioned it there, Corb, going to half-time. You look at the numbers, Butters, only the 8 possessions. Horn Francis has looked dangerous, but he's only had the 8 possessions as well. And Connor Rosie, 10, Ollie Wines, 10. So that midfield group, who we thought were probably going to be the most dominant on the day, haven't really fired as yet.
Well, that's been the issue, I reckon, for Port Adelaide. How many times have we sat here at half-time of a Port Adelaide game? We've seen Rosie, we've seen Butters, we've seen Wines and Horn Francis really dominating the game and having a huge impact on the contest and the outcome. At the moment, we see Travis Boak, who is the leading possession winner for Port Adelaide to half-time. And, guys, you said, guys like Rosie and Butters haven't really been able to, except for when Rosie was able to kick that goal against momentum, they haven't really been able to dominate the game and get the game on their terms for any real length of time. So at the moment, Geelong, the real concern, I reckon, for Ken Hinkley and the coaching staff at Port Adelaide is how they can slow them down off half-back, because when they go, and probably the glaring stat at the moment is the uncontested possessions to half-time. Port Adelaide are 84, Geelong are 115, and their ability to use the ball by hand and get speed on the ball, and as you said, they look really dangerous going inside forward 50, and those smalls, when they're running full face of goal, are very, very difficult to defend.
That's right. When the ball's out in space, it looks like Geelong are more dangerous, doesn't it? So, I mean, look, going into the game, Port Adelaide, number 2 clearance team across the competition, number 2 score from centre bounce. Geelong, clearance differential 17. So they wanted to make it more of a clearance game, more of a contested game. When the ball gets out into open space, we've seen Holmes, haven't we? We've seen Myers, we've seen Manners being good. He's had a real impact on the game. So we've seen Geelong being able to spread the ground and look really dangerous. So the game, that's great coaching. That's the game getting on Geelong's terms, isn't it? In that first half. Let's see if Port can really address that and get the game back on their terms and make it a bit more of a clearance to clearance game in this second half.
You were in a coach's box, 5 minutes ago at AFL level? It feels like now we're lucky enough to have you obviously here with us on ABC Sport. But we had Brendan Goddard in studio last weekend, who of course is an assistant coach with St Kilda, friend of the ABC family, Brendan Goddard, for many years. And he made the comment when he was analysing these games that the Cats are the hardest team to coach against. And so we got him to try and explain as much as he could on that front. And basically he said, look, at stoppages they do something different every time. So it's not as if you can basically coach your midfield to say, hey, this is what they're going to do. It is a complete crapshoot the whole time. And it's not random in the sense that we think about it. They all have this great synergy and know where each other's going to be and what they're going to do. What is it about Chris Scott coach teams that he's been able to have cause such headaches for opposition coaches' boxes, Josh?
Well, I think in the end what he's able to do is he's obviously built a side, and I think, Luke, you mentioned it pre-game that he has the luxury of Dangerfield and these guys that have so much experience playing at the level, and you can't compensate for that. So when you talk about the synergy at stoppages and they give you a different look every time, sometimes it might be just a nod or a wink or a point or something like that, whether it's a set play or not, but they just are all on the same page through, I guess, time spent playing together. And that is really difficult to coach against. So when you're coming into a game and you're doing the opposition scouting and you're trying to look for themes and patterns, it's very difficult to coach against and counteract against, because if they give you different looks, you can't actually get any patterns and coach against that.
The thoughts of Josh Franco alongside Luke Ball. It's half-time in the second qualifying final as the 2024 final series begins. It is the Cats by 20 points. They have led most of the night. Second half action not too far away. Plus the teams for the rest of the weekend. We'll bring you those shortly. All still to come. But for now, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Clive Hunter. The peak body for Australian GPs says it's taking legal advice on whether doctors are allowed to charge membership fees for patients to access bulk billing. Data shows almost 100 clinics around Australia are charging memberships, even though experts in the health department say it's a breach of Medicare rules. Nicole Higgins is the president of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. She says they're looking into what's allowed.
What we do know are that Medicare rules are very, very clear in that you can't bulk bill and, charge a fee on the same service. But it is a real grey area around membership fees.
And Federal Health Minister Mark Butler says audits will likely follow, but he's declined to specify what action will be taken against those found to have broken the rules, including whether they'll be made to repay any Medicare benefits. Some economists say the Reserve Bank's determination to fight inflation is harming Australians and slowing the economy. In a speech today, the RBA Governor Michelle Bullock acknowledged the struggles of high interest rates, but says fighting inflation is extremely important, even as the Australian economy grows at its slowest pace since the 1990s recession. Economics professor from the University of Queensland, John Quiggin, says while the RBA keeps its focus on inflation, Australians are feeling the pinch.
Well, there isn't a good solution within our current framework. When the Reserve Bank has control of interest rates with no input from the government, effectively. So as long as the Reserve Bank has determined that 2 to 3% inflation is the only real economic outcome that matters, I think we're going to look forward to some tough times.
The Defence Minister, Richard Marles, says Japan could send Marines to Darwin in the future as Canberra and Tokyo build closer defence ties. Mr Marles and Foreign Minister Penny Wong have sat down with their Japanese counterparts near Geelong for talks. The United States Marine Force already rotates a team through Darwin every year or so for training, and Mr Marles says in the future Japanese Marines may join them.
This is a really huge opportunity for our 3 defence forces to operate in an amphibious context.
Bill Shorten will take over as Vice-Chancellor of the University of Canberra from February after announcing his retirement from politics. He'll remain in government until then. Fellow Minister Tim Ayres says Bill Shorten will be remembered as a champion for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, Bill's contribution that I think Australians will remember, that is so central to this Labor government and indeed the last Labor government, that enduring legacy of the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
And Opposition Leader Peter Dutton says despite disagreeing with Bill Shorten on politics, he's a decent person.
He has contributed an enormous amount to this country during his time with the unions. Everybody will remember his efforts around Beaconsfield, and people have seen him as a local member, a hard-working local member, and somebody who has contributed to a number of governments.
A Climate Change Authority report has found nuclear power is not feasible as a short or a medium-term solution for lower emissions. The new chair of the Climate Change Authority and former New South Wales politician Matt Keane has released his first major report in the role, and he says while he's not ruling it out entirely, nuclear now is too expensive.
The CSIRO saying that. That's the Australian Energy Market Operator saying that. They say that the cheapest way of delivering reliable energy is via firmed renewables. The cheapest way to deliver new electricity generation is not nuclear. It's a combination of wind, solar, pumped hydro and batteries, along with transmission upgrades.
Overseas now, and the suspect in a shooting near a Nazi history museum in Munich has died at the scene after being shot while exchanging fire with police. German police say they shot and hit the suspects, and there are currently no indications of other suspects. The centre is near the Israeli Consulate General. And pupils at Appalachia High School in the American state of Georgia have been describing the fatal shots of a teenage gunman who killed 4 people earlier today. The 14-year-old opened fire at the school, killing 2 fellow students and 2 teachers and injuring 9 others. The student says she and her classmates hid.
I just heard the first shot go off and everybody just looked to the door. And I didn't think much of it. I thought it was just like a loud bang, you know. I just thought maybe someone made a noise or something to scare someone. And then I think 3 other shots went off, and then that's when I looked, and then everybody started looking around. And so we went to hide, and more shots went off.
And the boy was arrested by 2 officers. ABC News.
ABC Sports coverage of the footy finals is in full swing on the ABC Listen app.
Back to steady and pull the trigger.
But we also have a massive summer of sport coming your way.
It's gone for 4. Australia have won.
T20 and one-day international cricket, the BBL and WBBL, the Women's Ashes. Plus, the Test series between Australia and India.
Unbelievable.
Take ABC Sport with you wherever you go with the ABC Listen app. This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
Sweet wins the hit out, but straight down to Max Holmes. And with match speed, he goes bursting away. 3 bounces, kicks Geelong inside the forward 50. Ollie Henry leads, balls out the back. Stengel's there, goal. It took 16 seconds.
Everyone falls over except for Big Asama. Charging into the 50. He'll hand it off to Georgiades. Now Rioli snaps from 35. A sublime finish from the Port Speedster.
Turns, loads up, kicks Port Adelaide deep forward. Big fly from Willie Rioli, no mark. Spills down, shot goal from McEntee. Pops it through, and Porter on top for the first time tonight.
Cutting it off was Aaliyah, coming in Bergman, got a handle under pressure, straight to Bowes, who arches the back from 20, Jack Bowes! Before the sun rising in Adelaide.
Handball over halfway down the wing to Cameron, gives it to Watkins, handball to Manor, kicks deep to full forward, Stengel back, takes the mark, and walks it in for another. Stengel's got 3. Hand pass to close, handball into the pocket, got it to Myers, Myers gets it on the boot, squeezes it through. And the Cats are rolling.
Forward for the Cats. Aaliyah there to read it best. Couldn't control it. The fumble. Dangerfield pounces. Gets it to Cameron. Cameron is that good. He's got 2 in the qualifying final. Radagalier tried to get a launch. Front square was Boak. Dancing, dodging. Hands it to Rosie. Shrugs off the tackle. Looks to Delight. The check side from 20. Just squeezes home. And the skipper, the captain, says, I will guide you through the turbulence.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
They needed a charging station. Port Adelaide, they find one at the half. They're down by 20 points. It is the visitors, Geelong, who lead at 9-9-63 over the Power, 6-7-43. Corbin Middlemass and Aaron Bryant's calling the footy. Josh Franco and Luke Ball, your ABC Sport analyst, and on the boundary is Josh Money. Half-time in the first of 4 finals in week 1. Of course, you'll hear them all here on ABC Sport and through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that AFL button. It is finals footy on ABC Sport. The Cats by 20 at half-time. All right, before we get into the teams for the rest of the weekend, it is now time for your 2-minute Paralympics update with Ned Hall. Ned.
Thanks, Corbin. Well, an update on day 8 of the Paralympic Games. Another gold medal for Australia, another gold medal for Lauren Parker to add to the one that she won in the women's triathlon. She's won in the road cycling today, the women's H14 category there. A wet day, and they delayed the start of the race for some time, but she powered away from the field, won by more than 4 minutes. She's won 3 medals at these games as well. Makes up for missing out in Tokyo, where she was beaten on the line in the women's triathlon and walked away with a silver medal that took some time for her to get over. Elsewhere, disappointing news in the archery, the mixed team recurve. Taman Kenton-Smith and Amanda Jennings have just gone out. They got to a shoot-off against India, but unfortunately they lost. And also Samuel von Einem has missed out on the gold medal match in the table tennis. He went down against the Korean player Kim Ji-tae 3-1. He does, though, walk away with a bronze medal. In the swimming, Tim Hodge, who so far has had 2 4th-place finishes and a 5th-place finish. He did win gold in the mixed team relay, but individually, he's missed out on the medals so far. He was swimming in the 200 metres individual medley SM9 class, fastest through to the final by more than 5 seconds. He looks a good chance of finally picking up an individual medal in these games. Lakeisha Patterson made it through to the final in the women's event, 7th fastest, and Jenna Jones set a new Oceania record, finishing 2nd fastest in the women's 100-metre breaststroke SB12 class. Disappointing on the track earlier this evening, Luke Bailey finished 7th, Samuel Rizzo finished 6th in their heats in the men's 800 metres T54 class. They missed the final, but coming up overnight, Vanessa Lowe will be jumping for gold in the women's long jump. And that is your Paralympic update.
Thanks, Ned. Stay close. Keep us updated with what's happening there in Paris as the Paralympics continue. Corbin Middlemass alongside Aaron Bryant, Josh Franco and Luke Ball in the box. Josh Money on the boundary. It is finals footy on ABC Sport. Now, the other 3 finals this weekend. First of all, tomorrow night, the Hawks up against the Bulldogs. Josh Ward is the lucky man who comes into the Hawthorn team. He takes Cam McKenzie's place, who's out with that hamstring injury. James Harms comes back for the Bulldogs, his first game since round 12, and Artie Jones is the man that misses out.
Quick little bit of news as well, whether it's news or not, you can make your decision. But Sam Edmonds reporting that Jack Ginnivan is out at a tavern tonight on the eve of Hawthorn's elimination final in Richmond. So maybe a bit of history repeating, where last year he was at the races before the grand final. Collingwood ousted him for it. Now he's at Hawthorn and he's out at the pub. No word if he's drinking or not, but certainly on the town the night before an elimination final. Isn't it a great look?
Old habits die hard, Bally.
Well, I mean, unless he goes there for dinner every night, every week before the game. Oh, God.
What do you reckon, Josh?
Plead the fifth there.
There's a lot of head shaking going on in this
If
box.
it is the case, that's staggering.
Meanwhile, for the Swans, McInerney, Papley, Heaney, McCartan, so the big four all in. Francis injured, Cleary, Fox and Taylor Adams omitted. So they're the changes for the Swans. Daniels, Ash and Cumming come back in for GWS. Out goes Thomas, Callum Brown and Haynes all omitted. There's no Bedford and there's no Riccardi, so Keith holds his place in that team. And then the Saturday night final, of course, a cutthroat final between the Blues and the Lions. 6 changes for Carlton. Only played 23, so more than a quarter of the side has changed since their last outing against the Saints. Doherty, McGovern, Mackay, Williams, DeConing, Chera all in. So there's no Curnow, there's no Martin. Meanwhile, Chincotta, Carroll, Moyer, Binns and Lord all lose their place. Always is suspended. And for Brisbane, Payne and Starcevic, no surprises, they come back. Joyce and Sharp, the unlucky duo for the Brisbane Lions. So that's the rest of the weekend. You can hear it all, of course, on ABC Radio this weekend. Great calling, ABC team. Well umpired. Football is excellent. Crowd noisy, making for a ripper second half. Clarko of Clarkson in WA. Nice to hear from you, Clarko. Rich from Ocean Grove, loving the call. Listening to my beloved Cats while making homemade... It's a Kim Chai in the kitchen. Loving the new and younger Cats, doing so well.
Kimchi, is it?
What is it?
Kimchi.
I've never had that ever in my life. What is that?
Kimchi.
It's like a cabbage, like a cabbage type dish. It's a Korean dish, is it?
On today,
come on, Aaron, help me
right
out.
Up your alley.
I'm today years old when I've give me
it's like a pickled sort of cabbage. Delicious.
Okay.
It's a garnish.
I'll take your word for it, Rich. Appreciate that.
Garnish.
Rich, text in again, Rich.
Have you never heard of it?
Oh, thank you, Josh.
I'm with you, Corm.
I thought I was one out. Josh is with me. And
get out, you blokes. Stop going to the pub for dinner. Get out.
From Port
Do
Adelaide.
you reckon Jack's having that at the London Tavern tonight? G'day, fellas. It's Owen here. I'm out of breath just listening to how fast this game's played out. Great call from all of you as usual. And go the Cats. Owen from Bruce Rock. Nice to hear from you guys. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. If you can, Hinkley, Josh, what are you saying at half-time? Adjustments for the Power here, down 20.
Well, there's a few things I'll be saying. Dixon needs to get going and impose himself on the game and have some sort of influence, not just in the air, but if he goes in the ruck to get some ground balls, but somehow he needs to have an influence on this contest, because at the moment he's had one touch to half-time, and that's not what you want from one of your big tall forwards. Another one that needs to start to impose himself in the game as well is Jace Burgoyne. Has had a pretty good season this year, breakout season for Jace Burgoyne, but just not touching the footy enough. But the two I'd be putting real heat on is a Connor Rosie and Zach Butters to start to influence the game that we know that they can. Because at the moment, we saw Rosie in that second quarter against the Flow kick that really good goal to the northern end, but other than that, there hasn't been a huge amount of output from both those two, who are normally prolific ball winners.
Yeah, he spent most of his time outside the centre bounce, hasn't he, Connor Rosie? He's been forward largely. Butters, of course, been in and out. You just know that Ken's got the sort of relationship with his captain, and with Zach Butters, to be able to look them in the eye and say, boys, I need a lift. I need something from you.
That's the important bit before the start of the second half. Kimchi is actually a traditional Korean side dish. Consisting of salted and fermented vegetables. So just to clear that up. 0437 774 774, the SMS. Cats by 20. Finals footy on ABC Sport. You're with Aaron Bryans.
Well, Port's finals demons rear their head. Can they answer back against the Cats? In the middle, Stanley launches first, didn't get a clean tap. Drew hacks it out of there with the exit clearance. A wobbler up to the attacking edge. Awkward bounce, but Bowes makes it work for the Cats. Hands it to Atkins, now back to Tui. And across, College Asney will chip it to Holmes. Through the broadcast wing they go. Dangerfield, wheels, high arcing kick into the 50. 3-on-3, Neil outmatched. Couldn't get a hand to it. Knocked down. Burton fumbles. Charging across Neil. Run down by Bergman. Ball up to come. 35 out. Straight in front for the Power.
Oh, wow. Big news coming on Port Adelaide's bench. So there's about to be a change down there. We'll get to Josh Money in just a moment. Out of the middle, Atkins. Hand pass away towards Cameron. He feeds it off by hand to Mullen. Shoots Goldwood. He's across the face. And he misses out to the left and behind. Is Geelong by 21 points.
So Butters out? Do you know what he's done?
No. We'll get down to Josh in just a moment. Get the latest from the boundary, but Zach Butters is looking as if he's moving towards the back of the bench, and that is a problem for Port Adelaide. More from the boundary coming up in a few moments. Cats by 21.
Burton bangs it to half back. Aaliyah will bring it to ground and gather cleanly. His kick is out. Straight up to the logo where Guthrie is waiting. He'll share it wide to Jeremy Cameron. Josh Money downstairs.
Apologies, you probably heard me trying to find out what was going on, but Zach Butters, a huge blow for the Power, subbed out of the game, waiting for an update on his injury, but Quinton Narkle into the game, huge blow.
Dual Australian out as Manor sends Geelong inside 50, slips through the midst of Ollie Henry. At the back, though, is Dempsey. He can pounce and unselfishly hooks it in. The swinging kick to the top of the goal square and finds Bowes right in front. It'll be a gimme goal for the Cats.
Well, Luke, you talk about composure with ball in hand, and Dempsey didn't blaze away, just had enough time and space. Admittedly, there wasn't a lot of pressure coming on the ball carrier, but spotted Bowes. That was just an outstanding bit of play there from Geelong.
That Butters story is enormous if he's subbed out of this game.
Yes.
Jack Bowes, the offloaded son, trots in, and he's right at home with the Cats.
Huge.
He doubles up in the qualifying final. Geelong pushes out to a game-high 27-point lead, and Zach Butters is out of the game. Massive news here at the Adelaide Oval in the early stages of the third term.
So Ken Hinkley's just been quoted, by the way, speaking to the television broadcaster, saying he's actually a little bit sore, so he might have to make a decision early in the second half on how he's going. And we'll see what he does in the first 5 or 6 minutes. He did the warm-up, and that was it.
He lasted 5 or 6 seconds, or not even. Yeah, he came in under a bit of a cloud, didn't he? Did he not? Was there a report during the week that
it was an eye infection?
Oh, it was an eye infection. Okay, well, I don't think it's that. So, anyway, big news, big story, and a great start from Geelong. Just Dempsey, you're right. Just such a composed head for a young player.
But Luke, just looking at some of the numbers, I know we only played a couple of minutes in this third quarter already. Uncontested possessions 13-1. Disposal 16-3 Geelong's way.
Hit out to Stanley, knocks it down straight to Rosie though. Kicks inside 50, turnover, and blitz arms the intercept mark. And Dixon can't halve that contest. Just had the one disposal, Charlie Dixon, in that first half.
Well, he's in no danger of being subbed out now, Charlie. He's going to have to dig in and find a way to impact this second half.
Butters subbed out. Big story developing, and Port Adelaide playing catch-up big time. Holmes receives the kick inside the defensive 50, goes long down the wing, out the back. Jones has his pocket picked. Stengel gets it from him, gives it to Dangerfield, and links up with Ollie Henry, who takes the mark, bursting out from the goal square, right half forward against the boundary line.
And Luke, just going back to Charlie Dixon and the lack of influence he's having on this game, it's almost worthwhile just putting him exclusively in the ruck. Puts Jordan Sweet forward to give you a contest ahead of the ball to try to somehow manufacture Charlie Dixon to actually get some influence on this contest.
Quarter 2 and 5 in their last 7 finals. Their 2 wins came in qualifying finals against the Cats. It's not tracking well so far tonight. Long kick across the goal face from Ollie Henry, punched into the behind post. And a boundary throw in deep forward for the Cats. Josh Money on the boundary.
So Corbin, Port Adelaide is saying it is a rib injury that's seen Butters subbed out of the game. You could hear a pin drop in this crowd. We know all about their finals record, and it is deathly silent.
Cats by 27. Sweet tapped it down straight to Manor, who strikes from 20. Port Adelaide's worst nightmare is coming to fruition. Their superstar is out, and Geelong have pounced. They're up by 33. 4 minutes into the third term of the qualifying final. Geelong 11-10-76. Port 6-7-43. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Luke Ball and Josh Franco.
Well, you called it, Josh. They're just winning contests, aren't they? They're winning the ball on the inside. And we know what they're like when they're spreading out into space. You can picture the contest, the 50-50 out on the wing there between Jones and Stengel. That Stengel won and got the ball forward, and they're able to lock it in. And then just a forward 50 stoppage, really. And Sean Manor getting to the right spot. He's been brilliant in his first final. What's he had now? 12 possessions,
couple of goals.
6 score involvements and 2 goals, 4 inside 50. So, I mean, the Geelong forwards, that small brigade, have all had their moments where they're just looking so dangerous. We spoke about it before the game, and it's playing out.
Just even looking at that previous stoppage where Manor kicked the goal, Burn Jones was directly opposed to him, had no body whatsoever, too much space, too much latitude.
Sweet wins the hit out for Port, down towards Drew. Hand pass away to Rosie.
Pinged him for a
throw going against Drew, so we'll come back to Geelong.
Good call. Yeah, good call. Umpire Brett Roseby right there.
Best in the game, the players tell us. They love Brett Rose for his talent. Goes on a bit of a run out towards the wing. Kicks down to half forward for the Cats. Slapped on once and twice. Guthrie clever. Knocks it into the space here of Stengel against the boundary line. Oh, he misses near side. Behind from Tyson Stengel. Kicked 3 in last year at 2022's prelim, kicked 4 in the grand final, and now he's got 3 tonight. So
You got the licence to have a shot from out there, do you reckon, Josh?
he does, surely.
Yeah.
That would have been the dagger too, I reckon, for Port Adelaide. Just hanging on
34,
at the moment, Port.
34 points, the Cats lead. 7 gone in the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sports. Stengel, 10 goals in his last 3 finals.
Burton, long all the way to the outer wing. Off hands. Burgoyne volleys it out of there quite tonight. This was good. Up to Georgiades, too far out to score. He smears it into the path of Dixon, too wide. The big man may have been tugged slightly by Blitzabs. Whistle stays away. And Mark Blitzabs bounds it over the boundary line. 30 out, right forward pocket in the Riverbank stand.
Well, you can yell at the umpire, Charlie, but I'd turn around and yell at your teammate. That was a horror kick. That just didn't give him any chance whatsoever. And there might have been a little tug, but I just think, it's just summing up Charlie's night to this point, unfortunately.
Well, it was the right play, wasn't it? It was just poor execution from Georgiades.
Tossed in, Sweet, one hand down, straight to Drew, off a step, snaps, he's got to get the kind curl, it's coming across the goal line, hit the deck, and off hands, Humphreys knocks it through, it looks so good, just curled too far late. Minor score, Geelong by 33, 7 played third term.
Port have led for 1 minute so far tonight, and from that point on, the Cats have kicked 7 of the next 8 goals in the game, including 5 in a row at one stage. Cats work it up to the wing. Burgoyne sends it back in the other direction. Rioli has a fumble. Now the pressure on him from Mullen. Loose ball, centre square. Francis Evans whacks it out the back door, but it favours the Cats. Atkins has it. He's tackled ball up in the middle of Adelaide Oval. Zach Butters out of the game with a rib injury, subbed out as the third quarter begins, so he's out of the game. Narkle into the action. Huge moment here, and Port Adelaide already in chase mode. Back in the middle of the ground. Another pack will form, and we'll have another ball up as the Power fans are appealing for holding the ball, not to be.
Oh, what an opportunity for Quinton Narkle against his old team. Hasn't had a lot of footy, senior footy this year. Gets a good crack at it here to have an impact on the game.
Counts by 33, 8.5 gone in the third term.
Tossed up just outside the centre square, Sweet down. Holmes was there, quickly wrapped up by Rosie. We mentioned it in the pre-game, Patrick Dangerfield, his importance, Joss. He's had 8 first possessions. When he's not in the side, Geelong are the worst in the league for that stat.
Been phenomenal tonight.
Whistle out of the stoppage, non-controlling umpire spotted a free kick, and it's going Geelong's way. And the crowd's getting restless. Sold out to the point where our boundary rider can't even get a seat. On the outer side, Atkins releases Manor. High towards right half forward, 2-on-2. Cameron nearly clunked it, but the free kick's going to go to Ollie Henry anyway. 55 out, leans back, checks the kick in front of the scoreboard to Neil. Everything's coming up Geelong. Tight angle, 10 out. Shannon Neal have a shot on goal.
Well, Luke, I think also what happens when you're up against the forward line, as Geelong is in terms of their tools and their smalls that have got electrifying speed, when the ball comes in like that, as a defender, I hit the panic button a bit. So drew the free kick, held on to Henry. Was it Henry? Yep. I think it was, and then inside 50.
Shannon Neal starts on the fence.
Well, good, Neil.
This will be something special. Goes hard, low and wide. Through for a minor score on the right-hand side, and Geelong back up by an equal game high, 34 points as we approach the 10-minute mark of the qualifying final. Aaron Bryant's Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, Josh Franco with you.
Burton on the kick out, trying to link up with Drew. Can't complete the mark, ends up out of bounds with Duncan, and a throw in 70 out from the Cats goal. Cats go into the scoreboard end, the cathedral end, in quarter number 3. Geelong with 7 of the last 8 goals in the game. Zach Butters now subbed out with a rib injury early in the third. Back underway from the stoppage. Horne-Francis hits it at speed under pressure. Got a hand pass away to Burton. Hand pass went in behind Logan Evans. Bangs bodies with Cameron. Cameron onto it. He's done it once tonight. He shoots from the left forward pocket. Bends it too much across the face. Dempsey in the opposite pocket trying to keep it alive. There is Boak. He got it out by hand to Zerk Thatcher. Kicks to half back for Narkle. Kolajasny breaks it up. Half forward for Geelong. Down to close. Centering kick. Bruin marks.
Wow.
Back in the corridor. He'll kick from 35 out just right of centre.
Once again, Luke, just the composure with ball in hand from Geelong. Didn't blaze it at goal. Just had enough composure. And again, admittedly, not enough pressure on the Geelong forwards on that occasion, and spotted up. Nice little connect inside forward 50. And you talk about daggers to the heart of Port Adelaide. He kicks this. The margin almost becomes unattainable.
Tanner Bruin spins The yellow Sharon in his hands as he moves in. Drop punt is good. Big fist pump. The Cats are purring. And Port Adelaide have big problems. This is getting out of hand for the Power. And the Cats are up by 40 points at the 12-minute mark of the third term. Finals footy on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Josh Franco.
Oh, it's good pressure, isn't it? Forward half pressure. Dempsey, the wingman, getting back and getting involved there. And it was College Asney actually who closed the space, wasn't it? It looked like Narkle might be able to take the relieving mark out of the back half, but College Asney closed the space, affected the spoil. And then it's just Geelong jumpers everywhere, isn't it? That's what's standing out at the moment. Close was there and didn't blaze away, lowered his eyes. These Geelong teams over the last couple of decades have been so good at that, being unselfish and finding a good shot inside 50. And this Port team, who I think you said were the number one scores against for the second half of the year, have just looked like a sieve tonight, haven't they? They've looked far too easy to score against.
And just to highlight some of the numbers, disposals 33-15, uncontested possessions 22-4, contested ball well in favour of the Cats.
Geelong by 40. Dixon taps it down to Rosie, races out of the stoppage into the 50, clucked. College Asney too good. Outmatched Georgiades and Radagalian, no easy feat. And the Tasmanian goes to the broadcast wing. One-on-one, Blitzabs. Stood his ground, caught a spear tackle for his effort. Mead brings him down, but the mark is paid. And Geelong, utility, slows things down.
Adelaide don't even look like scoring.
Long ball up to left half forward. Bergman, couple of bites at it, shot out like a bar of soap. Manages to wrench his way out of Ollie Henry, but gave it away with an errant handball. Straight to Manor. Had more time than he thought as he rushes his delivery to the 50. It rolls over the boundary line. We tossed in on the paint. Geelong by 40.
Must admit too, I sit here and if I'm Ken Hinkley, I actually don't know what to do if you're Port Adelaide and what changes you can make to somehow change momentum.
Yeah, well,
the way the game's unfolding.
Dixon's gone into the ruck as you called for, Josh. So I think that's it, isn't it? Throw the magnets around.
Yeah.
Stanley wins the hit out down to Drew. Hand pass to Burne-Jones. Kick smothered superbly by Bruin. Got it out to Dangerfield. His kick smothered. And Drew with the 1%er forces it out of bounds. A throw in half forward for Geelong.
You look at Radagalian back. I mean, he's just having no impact at all. Big Sava. Do you swap him with the Lear just to try something? Lear might be able to take a mark inside 50. Who knows?
Fourth time in the last 5 years they've qualified in the top four, the Power. So you haven't made it to a grand final and out of a prelim in that time. And last year they went bang out in straight sets. Down big here, 40 points the deficit. Port trying to work it forward, they cough it up. Manor, hand pass out to Myers, he squeezes a kick wide and the mark taken by Duncan, high half forward for Geelong.
Beautiful strike as he wheels around and Duncan inside 50 to Bowes. Takes it 35 out. Cute angle to the left.
Yeah, good experience there. Every chance they get now, take 30 seconds off the clock. They're controlling the game now, Geelong.
Yeah, and we talk about composure with ball in hand. What about Myers here on centre wing? Didn't blaze away, just spotted up someone. Almost that peripheral sixth sense and set up this inside 50.
Blitzarves too, the pressure to come forward and turn the ball over. He's been brilliant tonight.
Jack Bowes, the set shot from the tight angle. And it's sprayed all the way out on the forward to the left-hand side. It was eyeing off a career-high 3 in the qualifying final, but will be no score in the end. Geelong remain up by 40.
There's a quarter and a half to go. There's a lot of footy. Port, though, have to do it without Zach Butters. Already missing Farrell and Houston self-inflicted. Down by 40 points in the qualifying final at home. A Geelong team minus Tom Stewart. As the Power work it up to the wing, it's whacked back by Duncan. Humphreys, hand pass through in front of Bruin, wet without it. Narkle, the fresh legs, goes flying through, grabs the footy. Got it out to Burne-Jones. Sweeps a hand pass to the back flank to Burgoyne. He's got it for the Power. Hand pass back to Burne-Jones. Hooks a kick down the wing. Radagalian presents. No mark. Slips through to Jack Henry of Geelong. Still on halfway. Hand pass to Guthrie. Sweeps a hand pass to Myers. Back to Guthrie. Works his way through traffic. Ball knocked down. Port back with it. Georgiades. Hand pass ends up out of bounds. And a throw in between wing and half forward for Geelong. If you are sitting in the crowd or perhaps a Port Adelaide fan listening around the country somewhere and you're trying to run ahead what this all looks like, keep in mind the loser tonight gets the winner of the Bulldogs and the Hawks, two red-hot teams in the competition. So they play tomorrow night and the loser will host a semi next Friday night against the winner of the Dogs and the Hawks.
It's an ominous matchup. The side that knocked you out in straight sets a few years ago, or the side that's rocking and rolling is the youngest in the comp. Off the boundary throw-in, it's pinballing around and finally escorted back to the line.
Look, we've spoken about Geelong and the way they move the ball a lot throughout the first 2.5 quarters, but I reckon one of the standout features of their game tonight has been their pressure.
Yep.
It's been absolutely outstanding. Port Adelaide denied time and space. Every disposal they get is under pressure.
Geelong by 40, Dixon down, only found Manor, turned into the Burton tackle and escorted to the turf. Crowd's getting very, very restless. We saw it in the showdown a few weeks ago. It just takes a moment. They'll flip. Blitzabs trying to take it out of the ruck, put his head over the footy. The bulldozer caught by Drew and dumped on his head.
Oh, yeah, played it late.
Almost the weight mismatch. Just tried his best to bring him down. Maybe looked at, but wasn't a lot of force behind it. Free kick, Blitzabs hands it to Duncan. Into the 50 for the Cats, and Dempsey's all alone.
How does that happen?
Out of the goal square, races to 25, puts it on the chest, unpressured, straight in front.
Lockie Jones, instead of tracking the footy, he was worried about his man, and then there was a huge hole behind him and a chest mark. 25 out straight in front.
Trav Boak, the direct opponent, rolling back as the winger. And it was just a kick to dangerous space, wasn't it? On a slowish play, you'd expect Port numbers to be back there, but
from rookie draft to rising star, Ollie Dempsey misses. It's a very wayward kick off the side of the boot. Just through for a score on the right-hand side. Geelong by 41 points. Approaching time on in the third term. Zach Butters out with a rib injury. Port Adelaide capitulating. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Josh Money downstairs.
So our Mark Blitzabs came to the bench after that dump tackle from Willem Drew. Told the doctor he's fine, but certainly one the MRO will look at. They've already lost Butters. They dare not lose another.
Thanks, Josh. As Drew marks the kick out, goes wide to the wing. Mark taken there by Francis Evans. Pokes the kick along the boundary line, turns it over. Colin Jasny with the intercept mark.
That's probably been the difference too with the two teams. Inability to hit the target, whereas Geelong, every time they've come off half-back, have been able to slice Port Adelaide's defence apart.
Yeah, kicking efficiency this quarter. Geelong 74, Port Adelaide 47%.
Colin Jasny, long kick, turns it over. Bergman marks at half-back. Power hit the front only for a minute tonight. It was at the 9-minute mark of the second quarter. They held the lead for 1 minute before the Cats snatched it back. They have kicked 8 of the next 9 goals in the game, Geelong. Kick to centre half forward to a pack, spills down towards the Cats, and Guthrie spins his kick out wide to Dangerfield. Marks, turns, plays on, goes long to Neal. Shannon Neal holds off the defenders and takes the sprawling mark. 15 out, dead in front.
Contest here at half-back, wasn't it? Again, ball comes to ground, more Geelong jumpers in the frame. Really, that's what it comes down to. And just your point, right from the start, they've been cleaner, haven't they?
Yeah.
One grab, handball release, Dangerfield again, winning the 50-50 ball out on the wing, spreading into space. And I really like Shannon Hill. I thought he set the tone early. He took 2 marks in the first 5 minutes in that first quarter. Hasn't taken his chances on the scoreboard yet, but I really liked his game.
1 of 7 in his first final. Shannon Neal with his first goal in September. Geelong almighty. What a night it has been for the Cats. As we tick into time on in the third term, the Power are at breaking point. Geelong by 47 points. Down Butters, a couple that didn't come up. And already Port Adelaide are staring at a long, long way back. 13-13-91. Port 6-8-44. Dare I say it, Paulie, it's a Geelong way back from here. Luke Ball and Josh Franco on ABC Sport.
Well, you'd almost say that the stadium's just in disbelief at the moment, and it's a book that Port Adelaide supporters have read all too frequently in the last couple of years, and their inability to get over the line in finals. Now, we're already probably calling time, and we've still got a quarter and a bit to go, but just the way that this quarter's unfolded, and some of the numbers are quite damning for Port Adelaide in terms of contested ball, uncontested ball, inside 50s, 10-3. It looks like boys against men at the moment.
It's unravelling fast. Here come the Cats again. Atkins to Dangerfield. Thrusts it wide, looking for Duncan. Charging to meet the ball drop. Bounced off Burgoyne. The veteran wins out. Gives it to Close. Screwing kick into the 50. Slipped through Henry's mitts. At the back, though, is Jezza Cameron. Curling it from 30. Misses to the right-hand side. Already got 2 tonight. Looking dangerous. Geelong by 48. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
I'll tell you what, if Geelong had a kick straight, the margin would be 15 goals.
The other thing is that this is a qualifying final. So it's not as if it's an elimination final where sometimes the back of the game can break. They've got to get their game up and going and try and take it into next week, the Power. Even if it doesn't go their way. Burton marks the kick out, kicks up the middle of the ground. Another drop mark from Georgiades. Turn and tumbled forward. Francis Evans on the kick. Cats again with the numbers. Hughes collects. Bursts away for Geelong. Weighted hand pass. Sets up Dangerfield. Takes it. Fights through the tackle. Hand pass to Lawson Humphries. A left footer kicks along the boundary line and Stengel marks.
Ryan Burton needs to be better there. I know he's tackling one of the bulls of the competition.
Stengel delivery. Thumps it into the chest of Ollie Henry, who marks it left half forward.
It's an absolute direct result from a really poor tackle from Ryan Burton. And as I said, I know Patrick Dangerfield, he's a bull of the competition, he's strong, but Ryan Burton, you have to be better on that occasion because now you're paying the price for a really poor, insipid tackle or attempt at a tackle.
Ollie Henry, of course, was at Collingwood the year the Cats won in 2022. It was at Geelong the year the Pies won in 2023. So here he is in his first final. It's been a good night so far to be a Cat. Ollie Henry's drop punt misses out to the right. And the pain continues for the Power. They're down Butters, subbed out with a rib injury at half-time. And now they're down 49 points. It's a game-high margin the Cats' way as we tick into time on here in the third quarter finals footy on ABC Sport.
10 of the last 11 scoring shots to Geelong. Port do not have an answer as they move it through the broadcast wing. Burgoyne to McEntee. Back to young Jace. Riding shotgun, he heads into the 50 for Port Adelaide. Looming large, Stanley had his arms chopped by Radagalier. Again, the whistle stays away. Guthrie wrapped up by Francis Evans. Ball up to come.
Well, it's the first time it feels like this quarter they've been able to at least halve a contest forward of the ball. They've only had 4 inside 50s, Port.
Brett Roseberry tosses it into the air, sweet straight down to Myers, buffeted off his kick. Horn Francis launched back to the flight. It was tunnelled by Evans. They collide in the air. Horn Francis pops up. Evans stays down. And the kick from Geelong is wayward as Bowes tried to move it up the broadcast wing. So young Logan seems to be okay, a little proppy. Horn Francis is just hungry for the footy. Geelong by 49.
He set it up pre-game, Bally. The Dangerfield Horn Francis generation next to Danger 2.0, and there's a little collision in mid-air between the two. Eyes only for the footy. There's Logan Evans, one side of the centre square to the other to Bergman. He goes back and across to Aaliyah. It's a full house. It all came for a Port party. It has not turned out that way. They are 49 points down and struggling to get any kind of mid-forward connection. Gives it to Zerk Thatcher, kicks to a 2-on-1, sits it up, and Stanley takes an easy intercept mark. And that has been a problem all night, headed inside 50 for the Power.
Just talking about the contrast in leaders v leaders, Geelong v Port. Dangerfield, as we've said, dominating proceedings here tonight. And Port Adelaide, Connor Rosie, just the 2 disposals this quarter. Ollie Wines hardly touching the ball. Horn Francis just the 1 disposal. They need their senior players and leaders to stand up, Luke.
You spoke about the defence in the second half of the year. Just looking at this forward, it's hard to believe this forward line carried them to second on the ladder, isn't it, really, when you look at it? I know it's been a rough night to this point, but Radagalier, as we said, spent most of the year at full back. I mean, Dixon's not out there now. Todd Marshall's not out there, is he? Georgiades is the 3rd tall. I mean, really, without Rioli aside, none of them look dangerous at all, have they, ahead of the ball?
What about the half-backs, though? To be able to get that, like, no Houston, no Farrell as a build-up. How significant is that?
Yeah, I know it is, I mean, Houston's a star. He's an all-Australian player, and Farrell was having a career year, so big holes to fill.
After chipping it around, the Cats have coughed it up. Narkle inside 50 for Port Adelaide. Horn Francis was lurking, rose up, couldn't claim it. And it's killed over the boundary line, 25 out, right forward pocket.
The only thing I would say to that, Corbin, is that ball movement hasn't really been the issue, I reckon, for Port Adelaide tonight. It's been able to, or their inability to slow them down, and their smalls have been electric. I'm not sure Houston and Farrell would have made a huge amount of difference in terms of the result of this game thus far.
Geelong by 49, 3rd term of the qualifying final. Sweet drop down to Horn Francis, who's collared. Caught one high. And the young Hornet will have a set shot on a grim night for the Power to give them a little bit of hope. Man on the mark will be 30 out.
Well, we've seen that all year, haven't we, with Horn Francis, his ability to rip through the stoppage, and I guess that's why the football world makes such comparisons to him and Dangerfield, just his ability to explode through the stoppage, and he's very, very difficult to stop in that scenario. And when he's in full flight, he's very, as I said, very difficult to slow down and nullify his influence around the scramble and stoppage situation.
Jason Horn Francis crosses the paint of 50. Starts left and it's never a chance of coming back. Minor score. Geelong by 48 as we close in on three-quarter time. Aaron Bryant's Corbin Middlematch, Josh Franco, Luke Ball with you.
Cats are off and running. Max Holmes, he's a runner, he's a track star, he's off and going, takes a couple of bounces, kicks down the wing, unkind bounce for Dempsey, and in the end it'll slide out of play, so we'll have a throw in on halfway.
I reckon his ankles are right.
I mean, how good's that, isn't it? I mean,
19 disposals,
one player, yeah.
585 metres gained.
All of a sudden the ball's already at halfway. It's a weapon, isn't it?
Cats by 8 goals, boundary throw-in. On the eastern wing, spills down Port's way. Here's Rosie, hand pass inside over the head of Drew. Goes back, collects, got it out. Hand pass to Narkle, he left it behind. Cats back on it, Guthrie. Hand pass away to Manor. He can kick Geelong down the line, looking for Dempsey, 2 wide. Out of bounds on the full, free kick for Port. Final 2 minutes of the third quarter. Geelong lead it by 8 goals. Approaching three-quarter time, finals footy on ABC Sport.
Made into Burton, looking to switch across half-back. Bergman for the power. Drives it long, up to right half forward. Perfectly weighted. Mark taken by McAtee. What was that kick? Turned off a step. Had plenty of options. Gave it straight to Kolajasny. Here come the Cats on the slingshot. Kick to Stengel could have gone, but Cameron was edged in a push. He'll take his free kick.
That kick there, wow.
Methodical.
Yep.
Cameron had to be precise, straight to the boundary line and hits up Bowes. Couple of centimetres in. Bowes looks inside 50. Coming out, Ollie Henry. Fist away from Bergman. Aliir under pressure, gave it straight back to the Cats, and Henry just shanks it, or it may work.
Oh.
Dangerfield sliding in, looked to land in his lap, but just missed time the drop, and escorts it over the line. Couple of metres out, left forward pocket in front of the hill, where the Port fans are in stunned silence. Geelong by 48.
Tough sledding for the Power tonight. Boundary throw-in, Stanley palms it down to Burn-Jones. Hand pass to Rosie, took on one tackler, caught by the second, holding the ball. And a free kick going Geelong's way. Manor will get it. 45-degree angle, 15 metres out. And now the captain stopped in his tracks.
Well, it hasn't been Connor Rosie's night other than a goal that he kicked in the second quarter. Just the 13 disposals. He's kicking at 33% efficiency as well. So I know we've talked about he spent quite a bit of time forward, but just, again, hasn't been able to influence this contest.
Manor hooks it around the body. He puts it through for his third. And the Cats have flipped this final series on its head. Geelong by 9 goals late in the third term. The Cats 14-15-99. Port Adelaide 6-9-45. There's Jules on the floor here. And the footy world will have to sit up and take notice. The Cats are going to be there deep again.
Well, it's just pressure, as you said. They've just been at them. And we've spoken about how dangerous they've looked offensively, the Geelong forwards. But, I mean, that's the beauty of them too. Stengel was involved then, putting pressure on. And Sean Manor, gosh, what a game he's played. His first final, he just looks like a guy who loves the big occasion. He's had 17 possessions, 8 score involvements, kicked 3 goals himself. Just been brilliant.
Career high 3 now after doubling up 4 times. Josh Money downstairs.
Aaron, I'm getting round 15 flashbacks. The fans are starting to stream out of Adelaide Oval. Not yet three-quarter time.
Oh, Josh.
Be careful walking home.
Tackle him to stay.
It's going to get dangerous out in Adelaide. In the middle, Stanley takes it out of the ruck and hands it to Bruin. They're surging forward. Manor into the scoreboard. Pocket to close. Courageous. Looked like a car crash. Players coming from all directions. But he slid into Plunkett. Low to ground. On the three-quarter time siren. We've still got a quarter to go. But it's all over. Brad Close. The Mount Gambier product in his 100th game. Got the chance to be at the coin toss tonight as well. On a ground he's won a flag at. Comes in and misses to the right-hand side. Geelong by 55 points as they raise the bat at three-quarter time. 14-16-100 to the Powers 6-9-45. The goal scorers heading into the final term. 3 to Stengel and Manor, 2 to Cameron and Bowes. Singles to Bruin, Myers, Neal and Henry. That's Oliver. Meanwhile, for the power, all individual, McEntee, Georgiades, Francis, Rioli, Burton and Rosie.
Josh Money's on the boundary. Josh, give me a heat check. How are the Port Adelaide fans as the coaches walk out at three-quarter time?
Well, I'm trying to keep up with them as they try and exit the ground, Corbin. Just to give you an insight into the nerves and the nervous energy that's been in this crowd in the last quarter or so. We know that Port have been a great regular season team in recent years. Their finals record has been abysmal. They lost their last 3 finals by 47 points. And the criticism of Ken is that his game style doesn't get it done in big games. I know it's only a qualifying final, but as someone who covers this town and footy in this town week in, week out, the temperature tomorrow will be absolutely red hot on Port Adelaide and Ken Hinkley.
They'll have 8 days before next Friday night semi-final. That is a long time. There is footy to be played, but it is going to be a hot week for Ken Hinkley in these parts. He's coaching his 272nd game tonight. He's the longest serving coach without winning a premiership. He's in his 12th season. As the guys here have outlined, that the conversation has not been whether he's a good coach. We know he's a very good coach. The question is, can he get it done with all the chips on the line? And since taking that team to the preliminary final run in 2014, this side is about to go 2 wins and 6 losses in their next 8 finals. They finished top 4 in 4 of the last 5 years. No grand final appearances and multiple preliminary final stumbles. And, of course, last year out in straight sets. It's looking wide again here with a quarter to play. Cats by 55 points. More news out of the Jack Ginnivan files in just a moment, and the thoughts of Josh Franco and Luke Ball. This is Finals Footy on ABC Sport.
ABC Sports coverage of the footy finals is in full swing on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger.
But we also have a massive summer of sport coming your way.
It's gone before. Australia have won.
T20 and one-day international cricket, the BBL and WBBL, the Women's Ashes. Plus, the Test series between Australia and India.
Unbelievable.
Take ABC Sport with you wherever you go with the ABC Listen app. This is the 2024 AFL Final Series with ABC Sport.
Zach Butters, a huge blow for the Power, subbed out of the game, waiting for an update on his injury, but Quinton Narkle into the game, huge blow.
At the back, though, is Dempsey. He can pounce and unselfishly hooks it in. The swinging kick to the top of the goal square and finds Bowes.
That was just an outstanding bit of play there from Geelong.
Jack Bowes, the offloaded son, trots in and he's right at home with the Cats. He doubles up in the qualifying final.
Port Adelaide is saying it is a rib injury that's seen Butters subbed out of the game. You could hear a pin drop in this crowd.
Sweet tapped it down straight to Manor, who strikes from 20. Port Adelaide's worst nightmare is coming to fruition. Their superstar is out and Geelong have pounced.
Kolajasny breaks it up, half forward for Geelong, down to close, centering kick, Bruin marks.
You talk about daggers to the heart of Port Adelaide. He kicks this, the margin almost becomes unattainable.
Tanner Bruin spins the yellow Sharon in his hands as he moves in. Drop punt is good. Big fist pump. The Cats are purring. And Port Adelaide have big problems. Spins his kick out wide to Dangerfield. Marks turns, plays on, goes long to Neal. Shannon Neal. 1 of 7 in his first final. Shannon Neal with his first goal in September. Geelong almighty. Boundary throw in, Stanley palms it down to Burn-Jones. Handpass to Rosie, took on one tackler, caught by the second, holding the ball. Manor hooks it around the body. He puts it through for his third. And the Cats have flipped this final series on its head.
This is the 2024 AFL Finals.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
It was Geelong who came in without their superstar in the multiple-time All-Australian Tom Stewart, laid out with illness / a hamstring complaint. He didn't play. Oisin Mullen took his place, and yet Geelong have led all bar 1 minute tonight. Port hit the front at the 9-minute mark of the second term, and from that point on, the Cats have kicked 10 of the next 11 goals in the game. The Power, to make matters worse, as you heard in the highlights, lost Zach Butters to a rib injury early in the third quarter. After completing the warm-up, he didn't step on the field in the second half. Geelong by 55. We spoke about the Sam Edmund story earlier tonight about Jack Ginnivan being out and about again on the town in Melbourne. It's just the Ginnivan files of people reporting sightings of Jack and what he's doing the night before the game. Sam Mitchell and the Hawks reportedly aware and okay with Jack Ginnivan's plans and movements night before a final. he replied to Sam Edmonds' tweet basically with a cup of tea to say that Jack's at home, ready to go to bed, and we'll see him tomorrow night at the MCG. We can put that to bed as well ourselves on ABC Sport. Josh Franco and Luke Ball. It's three-quarter time. Cats by 55.
Well, I mean, it's clearly been a dirty night for Port. I want to focus on Geelong here, though. They have just been superb. They've been ruthless. You spoke at that quarter, Josh. You spoke about their pressure. They've just absolutely harassed and pressured Port Adelaide into their worst kicking efficiency performance of the year, and then their ability to go forward, be ruthless with their efficiency as well. I mean, that quarter, that 14 inside 50s had scored 12 times. They kicked 5 goals, 7. I mean, it should have been 9 goals, 3, or even 10 goals, 2. And this game could be really, really ugly. So, just so impressed by the Cats' performance, all ends of the ground. Their leaders, their young players have picked up the slack. Unbelievable performance.
55 points, the lead for the road team as we start the final term. Stanley wins it down. Dangerfield went without it. Like looking in a mirror as he sees Horn Francis burst away with speed. Kicks out to the wing but turns it over. Buse there for Geelong. One of their 14 premiership players as he kicks down the line, and Myers takes the mark, moves Burn-Jones out of the way. In front of the benches.
On the 45, stabs it too low, rolls straight towards Mullen, who slipped as he gathered. Rioli collected him, the ball shoots to Narkle, kick up towards the 50 for Port Adelaide. Ratagalia gathered, handed it off. Georgiades missed Dixon clean. He was all alone.
He doesn't like him.
Port Adelaide's night has been abysmal. Geelong with the easy counter. To the outer wing, the kick's a miss. Blitzab straight to Aaliyah. Squares it up to Horn Francis. My goodness. That entry is disgraceful. Horn Francis into the scoreboard pocket. And
he's angry, Charlie.
To Blitzabs, and Dixon launched very late over the back of Mark Blitzabs and fell on him, which is pretty brutal, the big man on your back, but he's popped up okay.
Blitzabs hand pass to Cameron, goes short to close. Is it a performance from the Cats, Bally and Josh, that changes your opinion on what they're capable of?
Absolutely.
100% it does.
It's right. I mean, this is the team that won the flag 2 years ago. And there's a lot of blokes out there that played in that are still playing good footy.
Kick down the wing, turnover. Aaliyah takes the intercept mark. So what's their ceiling now? Can they win it?
Absolutely.
Yep. For what I've seen tonight, absolutely.
2 ticks. Cats by 55. It has been an incredible transition again from Chris Scott as the Power look to switch the footy. They turn it over. Dangerfield in the front half, spun around 360 degrees. Hand pass releases Mana. They're on out the back again. Kicks for Myers in the goal square. He'll take the mark, and he's got it 1 metre out.
Going to take 30 seconds off the clock. Smart player, Grindmore. I was always thinking, I mean, that was an unforced error, wasn't it? And okay, they're trying to make something happen. Port Adelaide out of halfback, as is their want, but another turnover kick. Dangerfield involved again, and Mana, unbelievable game from him.
Business trip to Adelaide, and the Cats do business as he pops it through. It's 6 in a row. It's 11 of the last 12. And it's a Geelong party in the city of churches. 3 gone in the final term. The Cats by 61 points. 15-16, 106. The Power 6-9-45. Josh Franco, Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Well, I guess the storyline coming out of this game tonight is Port Adelaide and the demise once again in the finals, and at the business end of the season. We spoke at multiple times, haven't we, throughout the course of the season, Aaron, where it doesn't matter what they do in the home and away, they're going to be judged by what happens in the finals, and it's easy to focus on them. But to your point as well, Luke, at the three-quarter time, Geelong have been absolutely outstanding. And again, that was just the epitome of the captain, Patrick Dangerfield, standing up, strong in the tackle, Port Adelaide's inability to apply enough pressure to turn the footy over, and once again, it was just a far too easy goal for the Cats.
Geelong by 61. High bounce in the middle. Stanley wins it down to Dangerfield. Wrestling out of the Drew tackle. Got a handball out. Only found on Francis. Big fend off on Mana. Arches the back to the outer side. Exploding out of the middle. Kick up to Narkle. Turns. Had Boak on the overlap. Doesn't use him. Narkle looks inside. Sweet collects Rioli, and he's lucky that young Willie got the mark, because, gee, that was calamitous. The 2 power players coming together. They will get the set shot. Willie Rioli, 45 out.
One of the few times in the second half, probably perhaps the first, where they've had some clean ball movement and been able to find a target inside forward 50. And as you said, they nearly butchered it. Sweet and Rioli going for the same footy.
The only premiership player on the Powers list, Willie Rioli, in one of their live wires tonight. Trots in, Needs a big kick. Too low. Straight to the top of the goal square. No one was there except Zach Guthrie.
I think it was touched on the man on the mark. Yeah, the umpire called play on.
So we will get a ball up. 10 out. Port on the attack.
Up it goes. The ruck share it down. Comes to Guthrie, though, at Geelong. Hand pass away to Dempsey. The rising star in the back pocket. Kicks to halfback. They're outnumbered here, Geelong. Knocked down by Burne-Jones. Hand pass away to Rioli. Puts Port back inside 50 and hitting up. Mark taken here by Wines, leading out like a key forward. He's got it. Centre half forward. He'll kick from 45.
Started the game okay, Ollie Wines, but it's really drifted out of it. It's been symbolic, really, as there's a lot of his teammates he had. This will be possession number 16, 10 contested. Just hasn't really fired a shot, certainly in this second half, the Brownlow medalist.
A couple of years ago in 2021, as Wines moves in, drop punt, fades, too much, out to the left and behind. How important is it to finish well? And at least, I know it's the old adage and coaching speak and everything else, but they got to at least get their game up and going, don't they, to take into next week, the Power? 60 points the margin at the moment.
Look, I think they do, but I think there's so much damage done now.
Well,
it almost becomes irrelevant what happens now.
Their confidence will take a huge hit.
Massive.
Out of tonight.
And on the flip side, Geelong can start to think about probably managing a few. They've got Zach Tui on the bench. Brian Myers was getting a fair bit of work done at three-quarter time. Maybe him or maybe the old boy Paddy can sit out the last 10. Yep.
Geelong move it to the broadcast swing. Players converge, throw a blanket over them. Horn Francis wins out again. He stood up early in this final term, but it's too little too late. Kick inside, Boak. Off to Drew. Wide to Bergman. Dodging his way past Stengel. Kicks around the body hurriedly, looking for Radaglia on the bounce. Didn't favour him. Blitzav's the other way. Did well to buffet it out wide. Holmes underground handball was looking for Buse. Boak stands up. Brushes him off, gathers back to Logan Evans. Port Adelaide inside 50. Flying Jack Henry got a hand on it. Rioli lurking. Did well to thread the needle. The kick to Burgoyne and he puts it through on the goal line. Margin down to 54. Late gift for young Jace. Geelong 15-16, 106. Port moved to 7-10, 52 at the 6-minute mark of the final term. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, all Australian midfielders Luke Ball and Josh Franco.
Well, I was just looking at, and we've spoken a lot about the composure with ball in hand from Geelong on that occasion. Probably twice in the last 2 or 3 minutes, Rioli just showed terrific poise with the footy. Didn't blaze. And just looking at the replay, spotted up Jace Burgoyne and just kicked it to advantage to allow him to manufacture Port Adelaide's 7th goal.
Brilliant, really, wasn't it, from Rioli? We just haven't seen it enough. He looked a bit dangerous early, but same thing. It's really drifted out of the game.
Well, it's interesting as well, Luke. Paddy Dangerfield sitting on the bench at the moment. I'm not sure we'll see him again tonight. If I was Chris Scott, I'd be putting him in cotton wool.
20 disposals, half of them score involvements for Patrick Dangerfield tonight. 9 goals, the lead for Geelong. Start of the final term. Sweet back in the middle, wins the hit out in front of Horn Francis. Being pursued by Atkins. He takes him on a jinking run. Back on the left peg. He kicks back into the centre square. It'll work out okay. Logan Evans needs a kind bounce. Doesn't get it. Through to Burne-Jones. Hand pass away to Mead. Gives it to Burgoyne. 60 out. Kicks inside 50. Leaping over the back. Blitz arms, no mark. Falls through to Holmes. He's drilled in the back and gets a free kick.
Well, but that's probably the difference as well. Jace Burgoyne kicks inside forward 50, had Radaglia leading up. All he had to do is lower the eyes and connect with Radaglia. Decided to kick long and turnover. Poor decision.
Well, it's a 4-time showdown medalist Josh Franco on ABC Sport. Geelong by 54 as Buse drives it to the broadcast wing. Fires in a one-on-one. Hand stuck in, knocks it to the boundary.
You know how earlier I said you couldn't spot a spare seat? You can't say that anymore. It is thinned out.
Yeah,
it's fair to say. Reports as Josh told us earlier, and plenty of people streaming out. So a few Port fans, rather than sticking around and showing their displeasure, they've taken it elsewhere.
Austin, sweet down to Wines. Skies it up towards the centre square. Back with the flight Logan Evans launched. Francis Evans was the one who gathered on the bounce. Wrapped up by Duncan. Will get a ball up. Not quite the problem you'll have tomorrow night, Corby, getting out of the MCG with the Iron Maiden concert across the road. In the middle, Stanley down to Duncan. Releases Bruin, tucks it under one arm. Now Holmes. Up to left half forward. Searching kick. He's looking for Henry. Beaten too easily as he's bowled over by Bergman. Links up with Port Adelaide on the counterpunch. Up through centre wing. totally lost McEntee there. A little wide, awkward bounce. Did his best to make amends, but Kolodjasny did enough. Did he? Handed it over the boundary line.
Free kick coming back, so McEntee just hung on to Kolodjasny there as the pair tried to get up right in front of the umpire. He said, you can't do that. Free kick for a team that came in 8-1 after the booing episode here in round 15. They have looked like a different version of themselves tonight. Port Adelaide playing now with a complete lack of confidence as Bruin sends the kick down to half forward for Geelong. Picked up by Burton, who's then helped over the boundary line, a throw in between wing and half forward for Port.
They were labelled a top 4 pretender during the year. Still feel that way, Bally?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I'm loath to say that because it's such a gruelling 24, or was it even longer season this year. You deserve to finish where you do. So, no, I thought their second half of the year was terrific. They beat all the contenders, so it's just been a really dirty night for them.
From the reset from the boundary throw, and we've got another stoppage here, ball up on that outer wing. So Port will play the winner of the Bulldogs and the Hawks, and it'll be fascinating to see what shape the winner gets out of tomorrow night. That'll be next Friday night back here at Adelaide Oval. Port Adelaide versus either the Bulldogs or Hawthorn. While for the Cats, it'll be a prelim at the MCG. They will skip week 2 and go straight through to week 3. Handball chain here. Atkins gives it to Myers, kicks goalward and pops it through. More pain for the Power. They continue to pile them on the Cats. And Brian Myers has 3 of his own. Geelong by 10 goals neat. 11 goal on final term. 16-16, 1-12. Port Adelaide 7-10-52. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Josh Money on the boundary.
Corbin, a nice luxury for the Cats. Zach Tui is changed and ready to come into the game. Patrick Dangerfield's just asked for a jacket and sitting down. He can have a couple of weeks off.
So 3 each, Josh, to Myers now, Manna and Stengel. And Close probably could have had 3 as well. I mean, this is a real weapon, isn't it? Yeah. This is something, and we know in finals, I mean, rarely does a big key forward get on hold of a final these days and kick a big bag of 5, 6 or 8. It just doesn't happen anymore. So this, and you heard was Brendan Goddard talk about it, this unpredictability, this dynamic forward line, and the thing that stood out tonight as well, their ability to apply pressure, not just do it with ball in hand, but their ability to defend as well. To me, that's what really does say that they're an absolute contender to go all the way again this year.
The master coach, Chris Scott, steering Geelong towards another prelim. Out of the middle, winds diving handball to Dixon. The Bronx cheers because he's had a brutally bad night. Kick up towards Narkle, missed him. Wide. Bose Gazzers didn't know what to do with it. Handball smothered by Logan Evans. He's under pressure. They're closing on the hunt. And Francis Evans wins, holding the ball.
Darren, you called it. The ball missed Narkle, but he missed the ball. Took his eyes off the footy.
Yep.
And again, symptomatic of what we've seen all night with Port Adelaide.
Francis Evans, casual kick to the top of the goal square, slipped through a couple of hands. Rosie had a bite, towing it towards the goal line. Rolls through for a minor score on the left. Geelong by 59. Still 11 to play here at the Adelaide Oval. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Staggering margin, staggering record, Chris Scott. So 14 seasons, 12 finals appearance, 10 times in the top 4. Obviously those 2 premierships and again a heavy turnover. So the flag from 2022, which was only year before last. There's only 14 premiership players out there tonight, so I've got 9 different faces. I'll take you through them in this final term as the Cats work it up the wing here, and here's Dangerfield who marks in front of the benches, so it's a little more burn for the Cats. Goes short down to Guthrie. Hand pass to Zach Tui, the sub who's on the park, the retiring Irishman. He slips a tackle from Georgiades, drives the kick to full forward. Offhand, spills down to Wally Henry. Hand pass, sets up close, snaps goalward, hits the post. No cigar. 13 goal on final term. Cats by 61. Josh Money on the boundary.
Corbin, you just called his name, so clearly Dangerfield hasn't been subbed off. I promise you he was trying to. He's definitely signalled for a jacket, but it's Brian Myers, who we know has been getting a lot of work done, who's now on the back bench, so he's been overruled.
The Irishman Zach Tui into the game. Burton down the spine, was looking for Drew. It'll come straight back. Jeremy Cameron, the bulldozer, just barges through the tackle. Links up with Duncan and kicks wide as he flares it to Humphreys, who marks 50 out, bang on the paint. Wanted to share it, handed it back to Jezza, who barges past Connor Rosie. Fumbled, though, with his momentum. And off hands, it's knocked over the boundary line. 25 out, left forward pocket.
One stat I would like to be able to find here on our champion data spreadsheet is missed tackles from Port Adelaide. And I don't know if we can, but they have missed So many tackles tonight, and again on that occasion, just the inability to bring down the Geelong player with possession of the footy. On that occasion, I think it was Jeremy Cameron.
For the boundary throw in, Dempsey chucks it on the boot, kicks to full forward, ball's allowed to bounce. Rolls Goldwood. Tui bangs bodies with Aaliyah. Aaliyah wins that battle. Kicks out to half-back, but again, Geelong well set up. They chop it off and blitz halves.
Been super blitz halves. All the defenders, really. I mean, they just had contributors all over the ground, Geelong. Everyone's played their role. The blitz halves, Colajasny, Henry.
Blitz up 70 metres out, lays it up for close. He's caught at the back. Bergman takes an intercept mark in the back pocket. 60-point lead for the Cats here. We've travelled, 14 and a half gone final term. As Bergman pulls the trigger long down the corridor and Guthrie leaps up, takes the intercept mark. Just forward of halfway for Geelong. They lead it by 10 goals and are surging towards a prelim in a fortnight.
Could his older brother join him in 2 weeks? Cam Guthrie in the VFL this weekend. Gives it to Humphries. Kick a little wayward inside 50. Broome makes it work. Blind turn. Chip. And hits up Cameron on the charge. Jeremy Cameron, 35 out. Slight angle to the left. Looking for 3.
It's party time now, isn't it? Everyone getting involved. I mean, talk about Paul, but it's a great opportunity here for particularly these young Geelong players. I mean, Humphries, what a first final he's had. Broome growing in confidence. Jack Bowes has had his moments. All getting in on the act.
The now 4-time All-Australian Jeremy Cameron comes in, leans back on the kick, starting left and misses. Geelong by 61. An equal game high margin with 8 to play. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Look, I know this is a rhetorical question, but can Port Adelaide bounce back from this? I know the answer is they're going to have to, but can they?
Well,
they've been absolutely...
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they really have.
Port mark the kick out and then go hurriedly through the corridor. Kick goes up in the Dixon direction. Georgiades, they all fly for the same footy. Spills down Port Adelaide's way. McEntee with it. Caught holding the ball. Didn't make enough of an effort to get rid of it on the bottom of all that.
I mean, their midfield's really been down tonight. It's been their one wood all year. They've been really poor tonight, haven't fired a shot. There's some real concerns forward of the ball for mine. I don't know who's waiting in the sheds, if they can bring, I don't know if it is Marshall or whoever it is. Maybe Radaglia needs to go back. Maybe they need to try something a bit different. But to me, forward of the ball, they've just looked completely inept almost tonight.
Cats forward thrust picked off, so Port back with it. Drew kicks into the middle of the ground. Atkins breaks it up. Live footy alongside the centre circle. Atkins clipped high. Free kick. 61-point lead for Geelong. Looks for Bowes. Takes the mark inside the middle of Adelaide Oval. Hand pass to the run of Zach Tui. The fresh legs gets to 50. Pulls his kick to Dangerfield. And he takes the mark wide out at right half forward. He'll have to kick it all of 50.
He was sniffing a goal, wasn't he? The Irishman. But a smart play there. Just lowered the eyes and found a mark inside 50. I mean, defensively, it's been against the trend, hasn't it? You spoke about their defence the second half of the year. They've just been so easy to score against today.
Oh, tried to pass short to Stengel, overcooked it, touched on the way through and knocked out of bounds. So the 9 changes from the premiership, Gawley and Josh. So Smith and Selwood both retired. Parfitt, Guthrie, Hawkins, O'Connor, De Koning, Rowan and Stewart all out. Some of them emergencies. And the new faces, Bruin, Manor, Holmes, Bowes, Humphries, Dempsey, Neal, Mullen and Ollie Henry.
See, I mean, Smith and Selwood obviously, but you wouldn't say they're that worse off, that far worse off.
Tossed in, fist from Stanley, found its way to Stengel, the sidestep. He dances and he delights for his 4th in the qualifying final. Tyson Stengel, a damaging blow to the power. Up by 67 points. 17-18, 120 to 7-11-53. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryant's Corbin Middlemash, Josh Franco, Luke Ball with you for the call.
Well, it's interesting when you talk about Port Adelaide again, focusing on them tonight because they are the big story coming out of this game. And again, posing the question, how do they bounce back from this? Also with compounding the issue of the result tonight is Butters with his injury, potentially William Drew with that dangerous tackle. Who knows where that sort of ends up in terms of the tribunal, but they just look a shell of what we've seen throughout the home and away series. They haven't been able to, as you said, I think, in terms of the midfield, fire a shot and ever really get the game on their terms. So it's been a really disappointing performance tonight from Port Adelaide.
Full post-game coming up. Luke Ball and Josh Franco to talk you through it. Josh Money will be in both rooms. We'll get reaction from the Cats camp and the Power camp. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. And in keeping with the theme of the season, the final series turned on its head on opening night as Holmes hand pass away to Dangerfield, kicks out wide for the Cats, and it'll slide out of bounds with Logan Evans and Close seeing it out. It is 67 points, so it's not just that they've been beat, they have been poleaxed tonight, Port Adelaide. The stuffing knocked out of them by this Geelong team that knows what it's like to win in September, knows what it takes, and for Port Adelaide, they've done that far too infrequently over the past decade.
It's tossed back in front of a mob of Geelong supporters who are underneath the Rashudo stand, and they're having a field day.
Oh, they was.
Meanwhile, for the other 48,000 or so in attendance, they're marching for the exits. The hill is thinning out. There are pockets everywhere. 50,342 in. It's about 25 now. Tossed back in. Tap down to Stengel. Gives it to Cameron. Snaps from 30. Cameron's got 3. At home or far away, Geelong are the final specialists. They're up by 73 at the Adelaide Oval. 18-18, 126 to the Powers, 7-11-53. Time on in the fourth. Finals footy on ABC Sport. Josh Money downstairs.
You talk about Port's inability to score. That's 3 now for Jeremy Cameron. If my numbers are right, goals from their key forwards in the past 3 matches, so Showdown, Fremantle a couple of weeks ago and now tonight, just the 3.
Yeah, well, we spoke about their challenges forward of the ball. But, all eyes on Geelong here. What a performance. Just how ruthless with their efficiency. 54 inside 50s for 36 shots and left a few out there as well. We know that. That's the... that forward line, it's going to pose a huge problem for whoever they come up against in that prelim final.
Stanley wins the hit out. They'll find themselves on the other side of the bracket. I'll take you through that in just a moment as Bruin gets a hand pass to Dangerfield, to Humphreys, now to Stanley, now to Holmes. So they are perfectly in sync, the Cats. Short kick to Cameron, who marks again right on 50. So Geelong will find themselves on the other side of the draw, and that will include the winner of Brisbane and Carlton. It will also include the loser of GWS and Sydney. So that is the side of the draw they'll find themselves on, the Cats. They'll get hosting rights, obviously with minus Carlton. The other 3 of those teams are all non-Victorian sides. It will be at the MCG.
Am I right in saying as well, Port Adelaide, if they progress to a prelim, they play it in Sydney?
They will now.
Yeah, wow.
Given that qualifying final on Saturday. Cameron pulls the trigger and bangs it through. He's got 4. He's running to the bench and he's on his way back to
You're
Melbourne.
done. You're done, son. Chris Scott said, I've seen enough.
Another prelim for Jezza in a fortnight. Party time for the Cats. It's out to 79 points. And this is tracking to be Port Adelaide's worst finals defeat since the 2007 grand final. That still haunts Port Adelaide and that 119-point drubbing. It's 79 at the moment. Time on final turn.
Well, don't mention the war. Don't mention the war. But that was training. That was a training drill. This quarter has really been, and you mentioned it, you'd hope that Port would, with a view to next week, try and finish with a bit of life and a bit of zest and go into the sheds looking forward to next week. But they have just been trounced again this quarter, and really the last 5 or so minutes has been pretty uncompetitive. That was training drill stuff from Geelong.
You've processed that by now, Josh, surely? Jeez, that's bad company that we're talking about.
The trauma of the Power faithful will be Aaron across the state. Out of the middle, Drew hands it to Warren Francis. Bursting away from Atkins, takes a bounce. Up towards the 50, only finds Guthrie.
You know the irony of the 119?
Yep.
The letterbox number on our house is 119. So I've got to see it every day. You go, no, I'm not past it.
I thought you'd have to move house.
Oh, dear.
Sharing it across defensive 50. Guthrie to Jack Henry, now Holmes. To the eastern outer side, places it in the lap of Blitz Sabs in front of the Odie stand. Playing his 25th final tonight. Flurry of experience for the Cats in this finals campaign. Down the line he goes, clunked by Neil. Stuck it in his mitts in front of Bergman. On hands and knees. Releases Humphreys into the 50. Bit too long for his target. At the back, Burne-Jones mops it up for the Power and shares it with Aaliyah.
It's an incredible record. I mentioned Chris Scott since taking over 14 seasons, 12 final series. They finished 12th last year. It was Geelong's lowest ever finish in VFL AFL footy, have never finished lower than 12th where they did last season. And incredibly now, with victory tonight, they will be in a 14th preliminary final in 21 years. So 2 in every 3 years, they're in the last 4 in the games that really matter. How good would it be to be a Geelong fan for the last 20 years?
Yeah, no wonder they're so happy over there in whatever that bay is. Yeah, incredible club.
4 minutes to play, margin 79 points. It has been a horror show again for Port Adelaide in September. They lose Zach Butters to a rib injury. He'll be watched closely all week. And Ken Hinkley will have a bit of work to do as both kicks to Dixon. And there's the response for Charlie Dixon.
Not a big night for Charlie, just his third, or coming up for his third disposal for the evening.
Picked over Todd Marshall, and he's getting the Bronx cheer as he catches it out wide here at right half forward. The service to him hasn't been great, but Charlie Dixon has not had an impact at 33. The drop punt misses near side. It's a behind. Cats by 78 points or 13 goals, however you want to chop it up. 25 gone final term. Geelong 19-18. Port Adelaide 7-12. Finals footy on ABC Sport. And it's a horror show for the Power.
Big wrap-up coming your way with you for the next 45 minutes. Get in touch. 0437 774 774. One listener just says, torn apart. It's going to be a rough night for Port Adelaide fans. Geelong, meanwhile, relishing in what will be another prelim. They exit towards the broadcast wing, and offhand it's knocked over the boundary line. As it stands, it's currently the equal 4th biggest victory over Port Adelaide. For the Cats, they'll win their first final here in South Australia as well. A couple of losses at the Adelaide Oval and Footy Park. Toss back into play, sweep down, found Dempsey. Atkins now for the Cats, steers it out of the stoppage. Finds Manor, hands it wide to Bruin.
What a kick.
Up towards the 50, well placed. Neil charging back with the flight. Zerk Thatcher breathing down his neck. Had to be pinpoint, and he finds him. Big Shannon Neil, 35 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
And once again, just the lack of pressure on the ball carrier, able to pinpoint that pass. It's been the story of the night again for Port Adelaide, and their inability to be able to defend that ball coming quickly inside their forward 50.
On the flip side of things, it'll be Asava Radagalia's 4th game in a row without a goal. Charlie Dixon's 7th of the 17 he's played this season. Their Twin Towers fumbling. Shannon Neal at the other end is demolishing the Power. Feasting on what's been a magnificent night. Neal's got 2. Geelong up by 84 points. 2018, 138 to 7-12-54. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, isn't it a massive night on the stats sheet, Shannon Neal? But I thought he really did set the tone earlier. I like the way he got his hands on the ball. He's taken 9 marks. He's had 9 possessions, but he's taken 9 marks. And his hands have looked really sticky. And he gets some reward here with a second goal. So, I mean, that's going to be a story, isn't it? As we look ahead for 2 weeks' time, you can imagine Tom Hawkins back in Melbourne. He'd be in the club. He'd be in the recovery chamber. He'd be doing everything he can to give himself an opportunity for one last fairy tale. But
it's going to be a massive decision, isn't it?
Well, it is. And, yeah, I mean, you just couldn't see a change to this team, certainly for 2 weeks' time. Who knows what happens beyond that. But Neil's been, certainly done his job tonight, I think.
Cats by 14 goals. Out of the middle go the Power. Haven't said that too often tonight as Rosie kicks it to Horn Francis, who takes the mark. Turns, dabs the pass to centre half forward. Drew the target. No mark. Spills down to Rosie. He's tackled. Ball comes out. Centre half forward for the Power. McAtee collects and becomes tackler, and a ball up centre half forward for Port Adelaide. $84 points. Just in keeping with the craziness of the season from the stoppage, Burton kicks out wide and marked at right half forward is Wine. So the team that hosts the qualifying final here is going to lose by 14 goals. And that team beat the minor premiers by over 100 points a couple of weeks ago. And all that in season 2024. A year that it's impossible to draw form lines or stack up results against one another. What a year where we've been treated to. And Ollie Wines has missed the whole set here, near side. So no change to that score. Geelong by 14 goals, 29 gone final term.
Colin Jasny will bring it back into play.
Long ball to the outer side. Wines will cut it off in front of the Odie stand. I reckon 1 in every 4 seat is filled at the moment. Port fans have flooded out of here. Wines back into the 50. Back with the flight caller, Jasny with the fist. Whistle going Geelong's way. Free kick in front of the scoreboard. Zach Guthrie will receive it. On an almighty night by Geelong as they put the competition on notice. Up by 84 points.
Guthrie kicks wide to Holmes. And one thing we didn't anticipate at the start of the night was the Geelong chant echoing around Adelaide Oval. And a bit of kick to kick as they peel the last seconds off the clock, the Cats. Colin Jasny trying to go back to Guthrie. He's tackled out of bounds and will have a boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Power. 84 points at the moment, the Cats lead. So rich in storylines coming in, and it's going to be exactly the same way. Headed out for the boundary throw-in. Sweet palms it down to Burgoyne. Hand pass away towards Wines. His kick smothered. Comes to Holmes. He's locked up and tackled. That'll do us. It's an upset, but it's no accident. The Cats get the September cream and flip the final series on its head, while Port stumbles again in the spring.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
A 14th preliminary final in 21 years. 2 in every 3 years. If you support Geelong, your team is playing on preliminary final weekend, and so they will be again in 2024. They make a complete mess of Port Adelaide. It finishes 14 goals the difference. Geelong by 84.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dawn, down at Gardenia Park.
We'll see you on preliminary final night, Geelong. The Cats to the MCG in a fortnight. And what a statement in September in a familiar place on prelim weekend. While for Port Adelaide, all their fans leave disheartened. Their side is not the team they thought they were. Or perhaps they're exactly that team. Geelong by 84 points. The reactions of Josh Franco and Luke Ball. Finals footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I must admit I'm actually speechless in terms of Port Adelaide, and I guess equally speechless of how clinical and how good Geelong were tonight. And, you know, right from the get-go, we spoke about a pre-game. And I must be coming and walking to the ground tonight thinking that if Geelong start well and start to get a bit of a sniff and sow that seeder down in Port Adelaide, you know, were we going to get a repeat of what we've seen over the last, 3 or 4 years in terms of Port Adelaide's finals campaigns? And that's exactly what we got. Port Adelaide were never really in the contest, I think. We said throughout the course of the night, Corbin, that they led once.
For 1 minute.
For 1 minute.
Yep.
And then other than that, they didn't ever really fire a shot. And look, I'm going to focus on Port Adelaide here because obviously that's a huge story coming out, and the backlash and fallout will be massive in terms of the heat and the pressure coming their way. But at times, probably for most of the game, it looked like men against boys, and the way they were able to move the ball, Geelong, from their back line into their forward line. And I think you mentioned it again throughout the call, Luke, that their smalls were just absolutely dynamic and helped by their ball movement, and also helped by Port Adelaide's inability to slow their ball movement down. But equally as good as the way they were actually able to play the game in terms of offence, their defence and pressure on the ball was outstanding as well.
No, I totally agree, Josh. Yeah, just so impressive, the Cats. And I mean, you look down at the stat sheet, and it was a perfect blend of experience and youth, wasn't it? I thought their leaders right across the ground, blitz halves, controlled things down back to me.
Yeah.
Dangerfield's impact through the middle of the ground. Even Stanley, the ruck, I thought battled pretty well. And then, those forwards, that unbelievably dangerous mix of forwards that they've stumbled upon. With Manna really coming into the team as another little X factor as well, both doing it with ball in hand, as you said, and then the pressure that they were able to apply was just too much for Port Adelaide. They were ruthless in defence, and then just ruthless with their efficiency, which these the great Geelong teams have been. Their ability to be able to work the ball, they were clean with their hands, weren't they? They ran, they committed numbers. There was always a Geelong jumper there to be able to feed the ball off to if they got in trouble. And then more often than not, I mean, maybe if you're being totally critical, you'd say that they left some chances out there in that second half and missed some pretty easy shots at goal. But they were always able to find a good shot at goal, weren't they? They've been so good at being able to do that. How many goals did they walk in, from inside 10 metres? It was just an unbelievable performance. And set up by Jeremy Cameron as well. That first, who can forget that goal in the first quarter? Another one in the second quarter. So they just had a perfect mix, didn't they, of grunt and hard work and blue collar work, and then some real brilliance to be able to take the chances that you need to take, particularly early on in a final when you're travelling. So, hats off to them. Full credit. They're the Geelong. They're, to me, plenty of footy to play out over the weekend, but on that performance, they're absolutely entitled to be right up there with favourites now for the premiership.
Well, interesting.
From what I saw tonight.
Interesting as well, Luke. And just looking at some of the numbers, and so we talk about finals footy, and it goes up a notch in terms of the contest and intensity. And contested ball was +6 Geelong's way. But probably the big couple of stats. The ground ball gets 91 to 77 Geelong's way, but the uncontested possessions, again off the back of Geelong's ability to pressure Port Adelaide, but then get their game going on their terms. It was 228 to 154.
Yeah, so that's work rate, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can picture Max Holmes and those small forwards just getting up high, and then when they turn the ball over through pressure, then they spread and made the ground big and just worked their way through the Port Adelaide defence that have been the number one defence in the second half of the year. So that is it's great coaching, isn't it? It's coaching of their strengths, and it's players stepping up and taking their chance. And they're beautifully positioned now. They're going to get a very well rested. I mean, where does Tom Stewart fit back into that team? Do they bring DeConey back in? They're going to be good problems to have, aren't they? So it looks like they get through the night with a clean bill of health, and they can freshen up the senior bodies and have it all out of Salt in the prelim final in 2 weeks' time.
And I guess conversely to that, in terms of Port Adelaide and the story that comes out of Alberton, is probably the couple of the big issues for me, and it's a book that we've read before. Rosie, Butters, Wines, Dixon, the senior players never really fired a shot. And I guess there's a flow-on effect, and as a byproduct of that, you've got guys like, I've written Lockie Jones, Logan Evans, Jace Burgoyne, Radaglia, Jackson Mead, McEntee, almost look like they weren't up to it tonight.
They did.
Yeah.
Yep. Ultimately, that's it. Yeah. You can sort of, don't mince your words. That was the, and look, that can, when another team gets on a roll like that, that can happen. But it did look like, you're right there, and we did touch on that before the game. Without Houston and without Farrell, maybe that would expose the bottom six, if we want to call it that. Well, that certainly played out tonight, didn't it?
But in the modern game, where we talk all the time about system and everything over individual flair, is that stage fright? Like, what is that? That these guys can just look like such a lesser version of themselves?
Oh, I reckon that's what Ken Hinkley's probably asking himself and the Port Adelaide coaching staff right now is how do they perform so well in the home and away series, but then continually come out and I guess, brutally speaking, dish that absolute rubbish up.
Certainly the players that have played a lot of footy and have strong CVs and those guys that you mentioned who you ain't entitled to expect better from. That's a reasonable question to ask.
We'll talk Port and plenty of them, but if you're a Geelong person in the house at Adelaide Oval, you've made your way to the surrounding rows and the block that is near Geelong's race. Here they come into the Geelong rooms. Josh Money's there for ABC Sport. Josh.
Wow. Corbin, hasn't that just flipped the premiership race on its head? Came into this game as big underdogs, certainly before Tom Stewart was out, even bigger after that, but they have now made Adelaide Oval a bit of a happy hunting ground. 5 of the last 6 for the Cats at this ground, and that is an enormous win. Against the odds tonight with their backs against the wall, this song will be sung with plenty of gusto, you dare say. No Hawkins, no Guthrie, of the Cam variety at least, and no Tom Stewart, and now they're just one win away from a grand final.
The greatest team of all. Hey, we are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, at home or far away. We're our flying high from Belter down to Kardinia Park.
Plenty of feeling in that one. We'll be back with an interview shortly.
What a moment for the Cats, and what an incredible record. So 13th prelim since 2007, if you want to actually trim it back a little bit. So that's 13 in 18 years. I said 14 in 21 if you want to include the 2004 prelim, which they lost to the Brisbane Lions and then had to sort of dip back before they came back and made that run. But 2 in every 3, and better than 2 in every 3, really, from 07 onwards that they've been in the last 4 in the competition.
And Corby, we love to give Mark Thompson, Chris Scott credit for their coaching prowess, but what about the recruiting from Geelong? So 7 players in their first final tonight, 2 of them off the rookie draft, 2 of them from other clubs. The other 3, Sean Manor, pick 36, Isaac Humphries, pick 63, Shannon Neal was a second rounder as well. They just find superstars deep. They don't need first rounders to get it done.
That's a great question too. It brings into the whole nature v nurture. Is it the recruiting? Is it the environment that they walk into? How much are you putting it all down to?
Yeah, it's a bit of everything. I think you can never really pin it on one thing, but clearly they've got a great ability to identify talent and need, don't they? Lawson Humphries, what a story he's been to be able to walk into that side off the back of what was he doing playing waffle seconds?
Waffle
incredible, isn't it? Yeah, to think of that. So I think, that to me that does talk to their development and their system when they bring them in. They make no secret about the fact that, or how they attract players like Cameron, and there's plenty of talk about them going for Bailey Smith or the different players, looking into next year and what they offer in terms of senior players coming down to Geelong and the lifestyle and the way they treat them at the club. And I think, and part of that is, it's interesting, part of that is off the back of the success that they've had, that they've got the trust in their players to be able to look after themselves and present, and Chris Scott gives them lots of time away from the club. When they come in, they clock in, and then when they clock off, that's it. So they've just got it beautifully set up at the moment. They've got a great culture, and they've got great people in the key roles at the club. All the talk over the last couple of weeks about Melbourne as an example of where that can go wrong. Geelong are the poster child for it.
That Lawson Humphries pick as well was the steak knives of the Radicalier trade. Just sliding doors moments where Geelong consistently get it right, and Port have failed over the last few years.
We'll get some reaction from the Cats rooms in just a moment. It feels like every team this year had their moment where it felt like the line was being put through them. It's been that kind of a season, hasn't it? When it goes for 25 weeks, it allows teams to come in and out of form. Obviously, the Cats started red hot, and then they had a stretch where they lost 6 out of 7 games. They played Carlton at the MCG, lost by over 10 goals, by 63 points. And Chris Scott was fielding questions about whether they should rebuild, and is it now time to completely change what they've been doing. Incredibly, from that point on, they lost 2 more games. They lost to the Western Bulldogs in round 19 at Kardinia Park by 47, and lost to St Kilda in the penultimate round by 3 goals, a match which they had in their keeping to half-time, and then the Saints completely turned that over in the second half. But apart from that, they've ticked a lot of boxes, and here they are through to another prelim.
Am I right in saying it was the Port Adelaide game at Kardinia Park which was the start of the rot for them?
That was their second loss.
That was their second loss, was it?
Out of that stretch where they lost 6 out of 7. So dropped the game to Melbourne and then dropped the game to Port next week.
It has been an amazing season, hasn't it? Obviously, it's been well talked about and documented that every side's been through a bit of a dip. And I know we sat here 2 months ago about Port Adelaide thinking, where are they going to end up? And then Geelong the same, and everyone's got their own story.
The first year in the history of the game where every single side has lost 4 games in 6 weeks. Yeah. So everyone's had a rough patch.
And the tightest percentage, wasn't it, between 1 and 8, I think.
Yes.
So that's another great example of how tight the year's been. But that's where Chris is so great. Through those periods, he never wavers, does he? In the way he presents after the game. What we see publicly, we know that when he's talking like that, he's talking to his players as well, and you can bet that he's absolutely the same behind closed doors. He's very level, he's very pragmatic. He understands that if you're off, like the St Kilda game, he said, look, sometimes you just get beaten by a side who gets on a run, and we're not going to jump at shadows at this performance. And sure enough, they get to work and turn it around. So he's an amazing coach, isn't he? And who knows, in 3 weeks' time we could be talking about him being one of the greatest coaches of all time.
Well, it's interesting, Ian, when you talk about going back to culture and what they've been able to create at Geelong, even having spent time in the industry at Sydney and Gold Coast, you hear sort of murmurs and rumours and rumblings around how they structure their week to week, and I must admit the stuff that I've heard has been nothing but positive. But also as a player, I think I wouldn't mind of playing under that or in that environment, and under those sort of
parameters, guidelines,
absolutely, yeah. All the guy and the way they do it. And I know we've spoken about this before, and I've said I almost equate it to every other side in the competitions, like going to high school. Whereas I reckon Geelong's a little bit like going to uni. You're a bit more carefree. When you're there, you work, but get away from the club and enjoy your life outside of the four walls.
And you're entrusted to do your work in your own
Absolutely.
time as well.
Yeah.
I think, and clearly they've got the senior players who drive that as well. I think that obviously helps. And really tonight, the lack of leadership from Port's point of view, the lack of ability to stand up in a physical moment. And their leaders are still young, we know that, and obviously Zach Butters had a night to forget, so they'll get there. But to me, that's what stands out, and that's why we continually write them off. But that's why this time of year, when we know that that's what finals footy demands, Geelong are always there when the whips are cracking.
And just an incredible profile, different to what you'd expect of premiership teams from years past. And I think that's the other thing to keep in mind. You mentioned the closeness between first and eighth, and the year that we've seen that's been so up and down. You don't have to beat the premiership team from last year or the year before that. You just got to be the best team this year, and it feels like it is right there to be grabbed by any team. And Geelong have sent a hell of a statement tonight, an 84-point win over Port Adelaide. They're 11th in the competition for clearances and 16th for contested possessions. Third last in contested ball. And yet, we always say, how important is midfield battle and win the clearances, win the contested possessions, and Geelong are into the last four, first team there.
Yeah, that is an outlier, that stat. There's no doubt about that. We talk about usually top four, top six at least, but top four attack, defence, most premiership teams, and also very high up contested ball. That's a really interesting stat. Let's see how they go over the next 3 weeks, though. After tonight's performance, sometimes you're right. They can just time their run and steal themselves for a 4-week assault where they're number one in the contest, number one defence, number one attack. And we saw all phases of the game tonight. They were just dominant, weren't they? They were brilliant.
Go and watch the 2022 grand final. There was no doubting who the better clearance and contested ball team was that day. They were phenomenal. So 9 of their premiership players from 2022 weren't there today.
So, go through those again.
2 of them retired, Smith and Selwood.
Okay,
so take them out.
Yep.
The other 7 are interesting conversations. So Guthrie and Hawkins, we know, are going to play VFL on Saturday, both coming from a little way back from injury. Parfitt, O'Connor,
so let's say
not in the team.
So they've been replaced by, say, Bruin and Jack Bowes. Yep.
De Koning, who I'm sure they would love back, was an emergency today.
He's coming interesting, back, isn't it? Like, I think Blitzard's going back behind the ball has been huge for them. Just his leadership, and he played a lot of footy there in his first few years. I just think he looks so comfortable there. Because when sometimes he gets thrown around, he's on the ball, he's playing the ruck. I love the fact that he's settled behind the ball. So that's going to be an interesting one, Sam De Koning.
Rowan, who isn't in their team at the moment. And the other one, of course...
Well, it's Manna. Yeah, so Manna's come in and played that role.
He's their 5-time All-Australian Tom Stewart, who is the late out with illness.
Squeeze him back in, maybe.
So
we'll a spot for him.
We're looking at Stewart, absolutely, needs to come back in. Probably De Koning, depending on what happens there. Guthrie and Hawkins all in the mix. So that's going to be the conversation, I'm sure, around the Cats. And what a great problem it is for Chris Scott to have. They're into another preliminary final. A 14th in 21 years. What a great reward to be a Geelong fan. They win by 84 points. Let's get into the winners' rooms with Josh Money.
Well, this is a very timely interview when you talk about Tom Hawkins not being in the team. We've got one of the men keeping him out in Shannon Neal. Shannon, 2 goals for you tonight, an enormous performance from the team. Just how big was that win?
Yeah, definitely. It's always a challenging environment here in Adelaide, and certainly against Port Adelaide. They're a very, very good outfit. We had to bring our best tonight, and the boys all contributed. We came here with a plan and we executed, and it's a great win, great feeling here now.
The team have just listed some of the outs. You lose a superstar in Tom Stewart before the bounce. In a way, can that unify a group? Can you say, we've got nothing to lose here and just go for it?
Definitely. But at the same time, you can't win premierships if you don't have depth. Stewie is a big out, no doubt about it. But the guys that stood in and played his role and filled in his gap all contributed really well across the board. And in his absence, I think the boys stood up, which is great.
An enormous performance from you tonight. Speaking about another key forward, have you ever seen someone do the things that Jeremy Cameron does at his size?
Oh, no. You got to really admire it. This sort of goals where you're a bit of a fan to his work out in the field, but that's what we speak about. You've got to enjoy it, and you've got to certainly enjoy being in his company and being in his presence, and I've got so much to learn still, and what better than himself and Hawke as well. So I've definitely invested myself in those two key forwards, and but yeah, there's some stuff you just can't learn or replicate that he does. It's just very unique, and he's a great player of our game.
And your Smalls were on fire tonight as well. Since we're in Adelaide, I know a lot of people at the Crows were really sad to lose James Riley as their forwards coach last year. A lot of people crediting their downfall in scoring to losing him. Just how big has he been for your group? Is that understated, his role? Oh,
definitely. I think he's not spoken about enough, but yeah, he's just a real honest coach. He doesn't shy away from the things that we need to get better at. He's demanding in a good way. He demands the best of us as a group and individually, and I think when we walk in on a Monday morning and we go through our edits, he's just very like, you do this well, but you also need to do this better, and I think that's something that I needed. Previously I probably come through and probably had, you're doing this really well, but probably didn't hear the learnings I needed more. And he's something that sort of filled that gap for me personally, and yeah, he's demands the best of us, and at the same time gets the best out of us. He embraces us as individuals, but as individuals we need to work together and be dynamic, and that's what we speak about a lot, is being a dynamic forward line, adapting, and just filling holes where needed. So yeah, he's greatly underrated, and geez, we're lucky to have him. So
well said. I'll throw you up to our experts.
Oh, Shannon, well done. Congratulations, and well done on your performance. You've had to wait around, haven't you? You've had to do your time. I think you were drafted back in 2020, and really it's only been this year. I think you played tonight was your 14th game this year, so you've had to bide your time. But to me, and I called it early on, you set the tone a bit. You didn't get the reward on the scoreboard until a little bit later, but your hands were sticky. I think you took 9 marks, and you look like you're really confident out there now.
Yeah, definitely. I've had to develop. There's no doubting that and hiding that. I knew I came in and had a lot of work to do, and I still have a lot of work to do. But as I said earlier, it's just tapping into those resources I have. I'm so lucky to have Jeremy Cameron, and Tom Hawkins, and even our smalls I can learn a lot of. Shawnee Manor coming in, Tyson Stengel. I've learned so much from everyone. I can take little bits and make it my own, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. I wouldn't. I like working for what I get. It's certainly not sort of given. I've still got to work for it. Hawke's out at the side, and fingers crossed I can play with him and alongside him in our upcoming games. But yeah, it's been a journey, and we speak a lot about the journey, being process driven and not outcome based. And yeah, like I said, I wouldn't have it any other way, and I just want to sort of make my own and learn as much as I can and be a sponge in that area.
Sean Manners had a journey, hasn't he? Speaking of players that have had to wait around and work their backside off to get their opportunity, I thought he was just magnificent tonight. He had 13 score involvements, kicked 3 goals. To me, he looked hungry. He looked like a player who relished playing finals footy.
Oh, mate, 100%. It's his journey in itself is something that I can look at and be grateful for. We took I don't want to say a punt, because it's really not that. He deserves it, but more than anyone. But obviously, being a bit of a mature age recruit, there was plenty of opportunity for other clubs to get him. He landed here, and yeah, isn't he amazing? He's such a role player, but at the same time, he has such a massive impact for us, and he's a bit of an X factor. But we really encourage the little things and celebrate the little things, and the amount of little things he does really inspires us all out in the field, and it's great to play alongside him.
And Shannon, congratulations on the win tonight and your performance also. Just wondering if you can give us a bit of an insight into the culture and why Geelong have been so good for so long. We hear rumours around how your sort of week to week is structured. It's potentially not the same as your more traditional sort of weeks are structured at other AFL clubs, but can you give us a bit of an insight into what's so different about Geelong and how you can create this wonderful winning environment?
I think it's just embracing each other. Everyone's different, everyone prepares different. The week to week for everyone is different, so everyone around the club, the staff and the players allow that. Obviously, being a bit of an older group, there's a lot of families around, so the club allows people to spend time with their families and ultimately makes them happier and want to come in and work when the hours are there to come in and put your head down. So it's an environment where a lot of people can embrace themselves, spend a lot of time away from footy and enjoy the things that make them who they are. Whether that's study, whether it's family, whether it's could be gaming for all that. But it's really doing what you love, and when you come in, you really work hard. And I think it's the balance. It's the balance of off field and on field, and I think Geelong's got it really, really good. I'm really lucky to land here.
Shannon Neal's with us on ABC Sport after Geelong won the qualifying final by 84 points here at the Adelaide Oval. Shannon, it's Aaron Bryans here. I've got to ask you about Chris Chris Scott. So a 9th prelim under his regime in 14 seasons. I think a lot of people were dissecting the top 4 and how it could play out, but the most terrifying part of it all for me was Chris Scott sitting on his couch for 2 weeks, being able to dissect an opposition side. Can you tell us when he kind of decided on the tactic heading into tonight? Did it advance over the last fortnight, or was he pretty clear-cut in what he wanted?
Oh, he's very clear-cut in what he wanted. Me personally, sorry guys, I'm losing my voice here a bit, so I apologise, but no, I think when I sit in meetings, I look up with a little grin on my face and really admire and really invest in what he's saying. The way he speaks just grabs our attention, and everyone just buys into what he provides. And he's so well prepared, so well executed. And like I said, when he just speaks, everyone just really admires what he's saying. And I think in the larger scheme, everyone's really invested in not just him, but what he's trying to give us all. At the end of the day, he really makes sure that he tells us he works for us. He's here to provide whatever the staff and himself can for us to be the best players we can be. And I think that's something really great about him. And yeah, I'm really fortunate to land in a spot where I can whether I retire or whatever happens down the line, I can tell my family, my future kids, whatever it may be, that I was coached by Chris Scott, which is something that, not a lot of people get to say, so I'm really fortunate in that area.
You can tell him you played a huge role in a qualifying final victory as well, Shannon. It's Corbin Middlemass here. Congratulations on the win tonight. Tom Hawkins, obviously, in his looming return that's going on in the background. He's playing VFL this weekend. You're the current key forward that's obviously in the team and came in when Hawkins went out. How do you compartmentalise that at such a young age? You're only 22, to be able to put that in the background and think, look, all I can do is go out there and take care of my role. And we saw what you were able to do tonight across 4 quarters. How have you been able to do that?
Like I said, it's learning off him. But at the end of the day, he's a mate of mine. He's a friend. Whether, fingers crossed it doesn't happen, but if he comes in and I slide out, at the end of the day, we're here to win premierships, and he's retiring, so I know my opportunity is going to be there down the line. Obviously, I just want to come out, play my role for the team, do my best individually and contribute to the team and get results like tonight. But, I love playing alongside him. He's such a presence, such a leader, and it's shown. Like, we've played together throughout the year, so I have full confidence that we can play together, but at the same time, it's what's best for the team at the moment. And, we've got a really good opportunity in front of us, but he's retiring. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know where to go with this, but fingers crossed I can play with him. But that's up for the coaches, and I'm just trying to put my best foot forward every week.
If it's you, Shannon, you will not look out of place. Congratulations on the win tonight. Well played, and hopefully we'll see you in a fortnight.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Shannon Neal from the Cats, kicking a couple of goals tonight up front.
Very impressive.
Gee, spoke well, didn't he?
Yep, terrific.
Yep. So soon after the final siren, 84-point win. That's right. If you've just flicked on the radio and you think 84 points, a qualifying final tonight, that's right. 3 beat 2 by 84 points. It was 14 goals, the margin in the end. The Cats by 84 points. The spreader goal kickers, Jeremy Cameron finished with 4, as did Tyson Stengel, 3 for Manor, 3 for Myers, and then 2 each for Bowes and for Neal. Singles for Bruin and for Ollie Henry. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, 1 each for Rosie, Burton, Burgoyne, Rioli, Horne-Francis, Georgiades and McEntee. For the Cats, Guthrie and Hawkins will both play VFL on Saturday. Tom Stewart was laid out with illness. He's expected to be right for a preliminary final, and Sam DeConing waiting in the wings as well. So a few to watch from Geelong's perspective. 14th preliminary final in the last 21 years for the Cats. It was an absolute bloodbath. They fell behind for only a minute in the second quarter, and from that point on, they completely powered away with it. From that point on, they kicked 16 goals to 2 after falling behind at the 9-minute mark of that second quarter. That is a phenomenal finish. 16 goals to 2 from that point on, Geelong's way. It's not even an elephant in the room. It's the obvious sort of talking point and the thread that I'm sure will dominate footy shows and discussion for the next week. Where does it leave Ken Hinckley's men? Josh Franco, as a former Port Adelaide person, still a Port Adelaide person, but as a former Port Adelaide player, a 14-goal loss on a qualifying final night at home against a Geelong team minus Tom Stewart with so much optimism. I was about to ask you how you picked the pieces up from that. We might be able to hear it directly from the power. Josh Money's in the power rooms.
Thank you, Corbin. Got Will and Drew here. Will, thanks for your time after a disappointing night. How do you dissect that one early on after such a brutal loss?
Yeah, obviously extremely disappointing and not how we wanted the game to unfold, and sort of Kenny just touched on it there, but look, a little bit of shock and it's going to hurt, obviously. Obviously, the supporters are going to be hurting as well. But for us, we've got a second chance. So now we, move forward to next week. And, we put ourselves in a position to get a second chance. So we've got to make the most of it.
Everyone in the footy world highlighted your midfield as the key advantage heading into this game. So to be a part of the group that was so badly beaten in there tonight, can you put your finger on what happened?
Oh, probably nothing in particular, and as you said there, it was extremely disappointing, and as a midfield group, we definitely sort of let the team down, so definitely have to do a fair bit of work on that during the week and see sort of went wrong, so obviously just flat.
You lost one All-Australian to suspension and then Zach the other at half-time to a rib injury. Can you give us an update on what's happened there?
Yeah, at the moment, he's got sore ribs, so I'm not too sure how bad that is or what the sort of extent of the injury is. So, hopefully we have him next week. He's obviously a superstar, and we need him playing.
There's still scars around finals. Do you think that's you've lost your last four now? That was a bigger margin than the Bulldogs horror show a few years ago. Are there still scars there now that you've run out and played in another one?
Oh, look, I don't think internally there's scars. It's probably from the media and whatnot, people saying that sort of stuff. But as you've said, the record doesn't sort of go our way, so it's definitely something that we have to sort of look at and definitely improve on.
I'll throw you up to our experts.
Willem, Josh, Franco, commiserations tonight. You mentioned talk about working hard this week, and obviously you've got I think it's 8 days before you play again and try to turn your form around. What does that look like?
Yeah, well, look, for us, we came into the finals in really good form. We know what works for us, and tonight, I suppose our pressure and our ball use and things that we pride ourselves on definitely wasn't up to the standard. And I'm sure the coaches will have a lot for us to go through and fine-tune a few things. But for us, it's about our pressure, and if we can get back to that next week, I'm sure we can get back on the winners list.
Hey, Willem, the late change for the Cats, Tom Stewart coming out. How much did you plan to combat him? Did that throw a spanner in the works in the build-up?
Oh, obviously Tom Stewart obviously is a very good player, so we did plan for him a little bit, and I think the last few times we've played them, we've sort of put someone on him, and I didn't change too much, we just went about our business, but that obviously didn't work.
Willem, you've been in this position, not quite this position, but halfway through the year, obviously the team, the back was up against the wall, and you came out of that. I'd imagine you mentioned Ken spoke to the boys. I'd imagine that was the message. It's not time to fracture. We've got to stick together here. We've got 8 days. We've got another opportunity. So wake up tomorrow morning, the sun will come up, and head down to the beach and all stick together.
Yeah, that was pretty much exactly what Kenny said, to be honest. We did change that around halfway through the year, and Kenny did touch on that. So, obviously it's going to hurt for probably 24 hours and whatnot, but, as I said, we've got an opportunity, and we need to come back into the club with great energy and pick ourselves back up and put our best foot forward.
Hey, Willem, rough night. Appreciate your time so soon after it, and we'll see you here next Friday night.
No worries. Thanks for having me on. Cheers.
Willem Drew from the Power after a 14-goal loss. Another one who spoke incredibly well, given the night that it's been for Port Adelaide. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of frustrated Port Adelaide fans driving home. So Geelong are through to a prelim in a fortnight. That'll be at the MCG. Day to be confirmed, depending really on what happens in that other preliminary final, the other qualifying final between the Swans and the Giants. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, they will be here next Friday night. They will get the winner of the Dogs and the Hawks.
Corby, you mentioned the elephant in the room. I think there's two of them, and the biggest one is Charlie Dixon. Have we seen his last game at the Port Adelaide Footy Club? If he doesn't play next week and they lose, even if they get through to the prelim, he was abysmal tonight. Hasn't really been damaging this campaign. He struggled a bit with his mobility and his scoring prowess, and he could easily be replaced by Todd Marshall next week, and that's curtains for a great career at the Port Adelaide Footy Club.
It's funny, when you reflect on the season, sitting up here in the ABC commentary box, how many times we've seen and said, gee whiz, Charlie Dixon looks like he's 150 years old, but tonight he looked about 250. And he's been a warrior for Port Adelaide, whether it's his last game or not, who knows, but he does look banged up, and he does look like he needs to be put out to pasture based on the performance tonight. Now, that's not to say that he can't turn his form around and all the rest of it, because, as I said, we've had these conversations previously, and he's come out and played some reasonable footy at times throughout the course of season 2024, but it just made no impact whatsoever.
Well, just a broader issue too, like to me, on tonight, that's not a forward line that's going to take any further next week. I just feel like And I know it's held them in really good stead, we know that. And that's where it's a bit perplexing, isn't it? Because, their last 2 months of the season was terrific. It was built off their defence, we know that, and their midfield. And to me, Horn Francis looks like the most dangerous forward. So they need two of him. They needed him in the centre bounce, and then he was the one. Rioli had his moments, of course, but probably doesn't get it enough, whereas Horn Francis is the one that looks the most dangerous forward, and that's a problem, isn't it? They've got their full-back from the first half of the year playing as a key forward. Georgiades is lively, isn't he? But he's a third tall and not much else around that. So to me, that needs... their midfield and Willem put his hand up and own that. They have to be a lot better to be any chance against whoever they play next week. But that front half, to me, that needs some whether it is, I don't know, if Todd Marshall's ready, worth a go, I think.
Well, what I would say as well, just to clarify the comment around Dixon, it was the right call, in my opinion, to play him and Radaglia and leave Marshall out. I think he'd missed he played one of the last concussion.
Yep.
Yeah, he had the concussion, and his form leading into that hadn't been setting the world on fire by any stretch. So I think that the call tonight was right. But again, it'll be interesting to see what Ken Hinkley and the staff do moving forward for next week's game.
What was your other point? You said you had two?
Oh, it was mainly just he had a second elephant in the room. So Ken Hinkley, obviously, in danger, and now, Charlie Dixon as well.
Yeah, so the Hinkley one is, we can chop it up any way we want, but you can distill it down to a very simple question. Is Ken Hinkley coaching for his job next Friday night?
Oh, gosh. History says that he probably is, isn't he? And if you read the tea leaves, and I'm just, I'm still of the mindset that it's, bloody hard to get to. And we've lauded Geelong for those numbers. Port Adelaide have had a fantastic decade as well. Okay, there's something that happens when they get to this moment, isn't there? Be it physically or mentally, they don't quite step up to the mark, isn't there? But just to get here is a great effort. So, I think you said it earlier. There's no doubt that he's a terrific coach.
No doubt.
But I guess everyone has that moment where they have the... have I been here long enough? Is it time for a new message, a fresh message? That's going to be the question.
But then I think it's ludicrous to sit here and think, how can you sack someone who's finished second on the ladder?
Yeah, that's.
And to your point, Luke, it is so tough. It's such a difficult competition. You finish second on the ladder, and he's done a phenomenal performance. And admittedly, yes, he can't get it done when it really matters at the pointy end of the season, but he's finished second.
So if they lose next week, his record in the last decade in finals will be 2 wins and 7 losses. I know we're skipping ahead. There's still next week to be played out and everything else. He's got 1 year to run on his contract. There's Josh Carr there waiting in the wings. And the other thing for Ken's point of view is West Coast Eagles are looking for a coach. If they came to him and said, hey, mate, we want you to rescue our club the same way you did to Port Adelaide, it's a sea change, here's a 4-5 year deal. It's just as a business guy, you kind of go, am I going to stick and coach 1 year that, given how hot it was here in round 15, imagine if he went into next year having won 2 of his last 9 finals, and he's got a year to run on his contract.
And it really did look like it took its toll on him, didn't it? You saw the response after that. So my question would be, mate, you still want to... Have you had enough of this? Like this sort of cauldron here, can you, and your family, have they had enough of it? Is it time for you to have a fresh start? And, we know he loves coaching, and he's a very good coach. So is it time to go and get a fresh set of troops underneath you, and just remove a bit of that heat that seems to be permanently on here?
Yeah, and I think the other thing as well, and you mentioned Josh Carr's waiting in the wings, and I guess the question to that is, but what's he going to do differently? He's been under Hinkley for how many years now? 3 or 4?
Yep.
So what are you going to get different from him? And I'm not saying you don't get something different, but what do you get different from him? So then I think you sort of start to look through the list and say, do they have the right list profile to get it done at the pointy end? And we heard Willem Drew, as you said, Luke, he talks about the midfield let him down, and they did, and they've been terrific all year. But I reckon we had the same conversation after the Giants game last year when the Giants came over here and put Port Adelaide to the sword.
Yeah, see, both ends of the ground, to me, still look a bit underdone in terms of a top 4, a genuine premiership contender. So you look at that one way, he's done an amazing job to get them to finish second.
Yeah.
And the numbers didn't lie in the second half of the year, and they beat Sydney, they beat the Bulldogs here, they had some great performances. But tonight, it really did stand out, didn't it? The quality in that bottom 6 in particular, and Houston and Farrell, clearly that doesn't help. But that's when, if you're a top 4 team, your depth, your Humphreys, your Manor, they come in and play a role, don't they? And it doesn't drop away.
And I think, absolutely. And I think the other one as well, you got Powell Pepper as well.
Yeah, I know sure. I haven't seen him all year.
And he's a huge out as well, particularly in games like tonight.
Have either of you done votes, by the way? I know that.
Do we do votes for the finals? I suppose it's the Gary is.
Yeah,
what
I was about to say, historically we haven't, but I'm just going to make an executive decision on air. We will do votes this final series, and mainly because there is a Gary Ayres award for the Premier Player of the Finals. I thought it would be a good idea.
That's a big award too.
For us to be able to go through and track our own ABC Footballer of the Year and our finals player. So I'll give you a minute to think about that. The rest of the weekend, of course, tomorrow night at the MCG, it is the Western Bulldogs and Hawthorn. Teams are in. James Harms is back for the Dogs. Artie Jones misses out, and Josh Ward gets the call-up. He comes in for Cam McKenzie. And then on Saturday, the qualifying final, the other side of the draw, and also the elimination final, of course, between the Lions and the Blues. The Blues bring in 6. Doherty, McGovern, Mackay, Williams, De Koning and Chera. There's no Curnow and there's no Martin. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, Payne and Starcevic come back in. And during the day, in the twilight slot, of course, the two Sydney teams go at it in their qualifying final. The winner, direct entry and a home prelim in Sydney up for grabs. Francis is the unlucky one who's injured. He's out. Cleary, Fox and Tay Adams has been omitted. So Taylor Adams, after missing out last year, misses the first final. The big four are back: McInerney, Papley, Heaney and McCartan. While for the Giants, Daniels, Ash and Cumming are all in. There's no Bedford and there's no Riccardi, though, for GWS. So they're the teams for the other 3 finals this weekend. And you can hear them all, of course, right here on ABC Sport. All right, our finals votes on ABC Sport. They'll be perfectly organised.
Nice handball over the top. But I think we got there. It was a joint effort. And actually, I'll be really fascinated to see who Chris Scott rewards from his team. Given that, when you look across the field, it's one of those classic great team effort jobs on the board on Monday at school. I reckon they were all had their moments, but we're going to give one to Paddy Dangerfield. 24 possessions, 13 of those contested, 10 ground ball gets, 13 score involvements. 12 score involvements, 8 inside 50s. You can just tell he's ready to go, isn't he? This is his month of footy. He's primed himself. I thought he was great. We're going to give 2 to Sean Manor. I thought it was the best game he's played for the club, and what a time to do it. 13 score involvements for him, 7 inside 50s, 3 goals, and 23 possessions. 5 tackles was the other thing too. I thought he did it both ends of the ball. And with Manor's votes, I sort of want to put in brackets Geelong small forwards. Yep, that makes sense.
He can take them.
Share him with his small brigade, And we're going to give 3 to Max Holmes. I just thought his first half was just brilliant. When the game was up for grabs, to me, he really stood out. We put it on him before the game. Thought that he's the one with a point of difference in that Geelong midfield, along with Dangerfield, of course, but we know what we're going to get from Paddy. And Max missed out on that premiership, we know, 2 years ago, so this is his month to shine as well, so 3 to Max Holmes.
I like it. 3 for Holmes, 2 for Manor, 1 for Dangerfield. Thanks for making the trip across, Paulie.
Thanks for having me. Enjoyed it. It was great.
Might see you next week, Josh.
I'll
have to rearrange my diary.
No games in Melbourne next week?
Yes, no finals in Melbourne, so they will have a preliminary final, though, at the MCG, which Geelong will be hosting. Thanks to Aaron Bryant, thanks to Josh Money, thanks to the whole crew, to Paul on the buttons, to Jonesy and Tim, who are holding it down in the box for us as well, and to Mitch, of course, back in the studio. It's in keeping with the season. It mirrors the regular season that we've seen perfectly. A complete turn-up on the opening night of the final series. The Cats not just winning, but they win by 14 goals. They're through to a prelim again. Good night from Adelaide.
Sport and Spice brings you the big picture conversations and plenty of fun every week.
Turned around and Fox was doing the shake leg, which was pretty special, gave me goosebumps.
So that's my decision to wait, because I don't think I'm physically and probably mentally ready for that.
That language just has no place in our game.
There's nothing more isolating than not being able to change who you are and then feeling like you can't do what you love.
Hosted by me, Declan Byrne and Lavender Bai. Listen to Sport and Spice on the ABC Listen app or find it in the Best of ABC Sport folder wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
From the archives. Welcome to The Saturday Draft with Johnny Manning and Joel Springborough on ABC Radio Brisbane and Queensland. Now we're talking.
Yes.